Li Changge smiled cheerfully. Daoist Tong Tian, are you true to your word? Among his peers, there were only a handful of people who had dared to call out his name like this since 10,000 years. None of them were the patriarchs of the 8 immortal clans, the supreme elders. But now, Li Changge, who was a long way behind him in terms of seniority, shouted like this. But Daoist Tong Tian was not the least bit displeased. Instead, like a jesting general sneer, you also do not think too beautiful. That girl is only 15 years old. It is already a feudal realm. Born Phoenix God body. Also proud of it. In the Jade Clearing sect of the subordinate countless. But no one into her eyes. You want to marry her. You always have to cultivation realm. Or natural ability to subdue her. Otherwise I also have no way ah. Daoist Tong Tian looked at Li Changge with a smile. This situation. An unknown number of the 100,000 guests let out a slight sigh of relief. That's still a polite refusal. It couldn't be helped that the marriage between the Jade Clearance sect and the Sacred Clan's Li family was too shocking. I don't know how many people don't want this to happen. And Li Changge's natural talent. Who doesn't know now? Cultivation talent is not obvious. Oh wine monkey. Li Changge didn't notice the change in atmosphere under the field. Just looking at Daoist Tong Tian suddenly smiled wryly. Is that as hard as it gets? Daoist Tong Tian's eyes stared at the confident Li Changge, confirming that no cultivation was present. Looking at Li Mingdao again. That look didn't look like a fake. So what's this little guy talking about? What's not hard? Li Changge began to pick at his body with both hands under the gaze of Daoist Tong Tian. It turned out to be half a day before I realized that my hands were too short to reach it. So pouting, he said to a certain pitiful Holy Land elder behind him, please, take down the dong in the back for little master. That elder smiled with a stiff face, lifting the back clothing to take a look, only to realize that it was a but palm-sized sword box. That's what this thing was choking on just now. Such a small sword case for a pocket flying sword? The elder removed the sword case, and answered with a smile, little Gongzi, take it. Thank you Lu. Li Changge placed the black sword box, which was not much bigger than his small hand, on the table and met Daoist Tong Tian's gaze with a flat smile. In the realm of cultivation, the fleshly body and spirit see, the soul palace and divine power, the mighty holy lord, the party is sealed as a vassal and a king. The feudal marquis realm can open up borders in the midst of the mortal realm, and is considered a strong person when placed in the spirit realm's one city and one place. But it doesn't compare to my getaway. Oh, Daoist Tong Tian came to be interested and stared at Li Changge. The 100,000 guests, the spirit pool VIPs, also cast their wooden light. One must know that a 15-year-old at the Seal Marquis realm was already a supreme talent, and with the support of the Jade Spring sect, he would at least be an immortal monarch figure in the future. Such a character couldn't even compare to the easy in Li Changge's mouth. 100,000 guests whispered, what 6 years of wine mongoose? What's this young master suddenly enlightened? What drunkenness, talking nonsense, all sorts of talk, not enough to go around. Daoist Tong Tian looked at Li Changge with a smile and said, you said that a 15-year-old Seal Marquis realm isn't as free as you. So what is your free? A 6-year-old wine mingzi? Daoist Tong Tian did not mean to disparage with this statement, and his status did not need to disparage anyone. Instead, it's the little guy who feels like he's thrown in with him and is bantering with him. Of course, it's true that the heart doesn't give a few thoughts of importance. Li Changge narrowed her clear eyes, picked up his own wine gourd and uncorked it. It immediately sucked in quite a lot of the immortal spirit wine placed in the spirit pool. The wine gourd looks small, but there is something else inside, and it is simply not full. After a little more than half a minute, Li Changge stopped contentedly and clunked into his mouth. 100,000 mighty cultivators watching a 6-year-old child tilt his head back and dry his wine. Can you imagine? A few big bites later, Li Changge suddenly laughed out loud. Above the wine table his companion mini-sword case suddenly broke into flames, and returned to normal size in the blink of an eye. Li Changge leapt up and landed on top of that sword box, still looking very spacious, just as everyone was looking stunned. Above the sky, a flashy light actually passed through the layers of restrictions and landed on the floating island. A voice that was childish but carried the true meaning of the great Tao of prosperity actually rang out at this moment, just like the sound of heaven entering the ears. In 6 years of intoxication, I drank the true brew and realized the true immortality. I'm the only one who can't get drunk from 1,000 cups. I'm the only one who can get drunk from the wine sword immortal, right here and now. Li Changge, who had no cultivation and was originally immortal, actually resided in the sword box and rode the wind in the midst of the shocked gazes of the 100,000 great guests. The figure of that 3-foot child was enveloped in gorgeous light, and actually transformed into a character like the aristocrat sword immortal in everyone's mind. My God, this young son of the Li family, it's not that his natural talent is not obvious. He's a natural born sword immortal. Clunk. An old man's body was soft, bumped into a table and chair, was helped up by bystanders incredibly shocked. 30,000 years of the sword immortal does not come out. 30,000 years of the sword immortal suppression of the desolate ancient. It has been exactly 30,000 years since the last time the sword immortal was alive. There were domain lords with monstrous power and in charge of a domain who rose up with wide eyes prancing. Unbelievable with shock, I'm damn. Even so, the generations of sword fairy is also a long time. The fastest is also 1,000 years to get the sword fairy. 6-year-old wine Mingzi. Ah no. 6-year-old wine sword fairy what the hell. Li Mingdao, his own father, looked as if he had seen a ghost at the moment. It took a long time to slow down. Tong Tian Daoist. Needless to say, feeling Li Changa's rising cultivation realm, Soul Palace, Avatar, Mighty, Holy Lord, Seal Marquis, Seal King, until the final kick before ascending to the Immortal Gate, the Void God Realm. After seeing the immortal spirit chi that gradually gathered out around Li Changa again, Daoist Tong Tian was dumbfounded. Well, is this your getaway? 6 years old and ascend to immortality, or the wine sword immortal? Sky above. Li Changa only felt pain at the moment. It hurts too much. Completely ignoring this 6-year-old body, he took a big gulp of wine on his own sky and rode the sword box around the world. It was an experience he had never had in his 6 years of mortal life, including his previous life. 1. The rock rises with the wind in one day and rises 90,000 miles. 9 products of immortal clouds converged above Li Changa's head, and countless immortal flowers and exotic plants appeared. 3 million sword fairies in the sky may lower their brows when they see me. Boom! The great avenues and rivers vibrate. Daoist Tong Tian stared wide-eyed. The world shook. 9 pints of fairy clouds, born with a sword bone. 6 years old void god realm. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even if he had been beaten to death, Daoist Tong Tian wouldn't have been able to believe that there were still such gifted people in this world. That heavy granddaughter of his, Gu Zixuan, was already demonic enough in her cultivation talent, wasn't she? Born with a phoenix divine body, 15 years old in the Seal Marquis realm. This achievement has already made the 10 great holy lands and the 100 sacred clans countless people of the same age look at their backs, and simply cannot be compared to them. But if you compare it to the little 6-year-old winemonger in front of you, yet again, like a star and moon, he was directly thrown away by a large margin. No, the current Li Changa was no longer some 6-year-old little wine mongrel, but a true wine sword immortal. Well, what a rock rising with the wind in one day, rocking up to 90,000 miles. What a heavenly sword immortal of 3 million. Even if you see me you need to lower your eyebrows. Li Mingdao, your Li family has really given birth to a good son and grandson. Little Changa, your marriage to Zixuan. Old me agrees. When some more time passes, your Li family can come to my Jade Clearance sect and walk up, so that little Changa and Zixuan can meet, so that the two of them can finalize their marriage, and when the two of them reach adulthood in the future, they can hold a big wedding ceremony. Old me will move back and inform Zixuan of this matter. 3 good words in a row. The moment before, Daoist Tong Tian, who was still a bit reluctant and politely trying to reject the unreasonable request made by Li Changa and decline to betroth Gu Zixuan to Li Changa, could be described as red-faced and smiling brightly at this moment. Subsequently, surprisingly, it was as if he was afraid that the father and son duo of Li Changa and Li Mingdao would backtrack, and as soon as his words fell, the figure that was still sitting at the table quickly rose up and transformed into a wisp of clear wind, disappearing into the sky. Looking at that appearance, it was obvious that he had returned to the Jade Clearance sect to prepare for the marriage contract. The 6-year-old little wine monkey was naturally not worthy of his exceptionally gifted, heavily weighted granddaughter with the phoenix god body. This was true even for the Li family's single first son of 3 generations. But if a 6-year-old void god realm, a true sword immortal, the situation is quite different. Not to mention that Li Changa took the initiative to bring up this matter today. Even if the Li family doesn't say a word, Daoist Tong Tian will still try to find a way to betroth his genius granddaughter to the cultivation talent of the demonic Li Changa, and finalize the marriage between the two. Genius and demon. Still a good match. 10,000 feet in the air. Daoist Tong Tian laughed aloud. This old man, why are you in a bigger hurry than I am? Master is just joking with him, and he's taking it seriously? Hanging above the sword case, Li Changa looked at Daoist Tong Tian's rapidly departing figure and was somewhat helpless. He is just 6 years old. The age of divorce is still a long way off. The reason why he had raised the condition of allowing Daoist Tong Tian to betroth Gu Zixuan to himself was merely because he saw that old Taoist as fun and happened to have heard of the name of that fairy from the Jade Clearance sect, and that was why he did it on purpose. From the beginning, Li Changa had never expected Daoist Tong Tian to agree. Even if Daoist Tong Tian did respond, he would still refuse. After all, although he had heard of that Gu Zixuan's fairy name, but he had never seen its person, not to mention how its appearance, in case it is some kind of heart like a snake and scorpion-like woman, then he was afraid that this small body is a bit insufficient to see. Who'd have thought? Not even waiting for him to backtrack, Daoist Tong Tian was then in a flaming hurry to answer to this marriage, and the matter was settled. That's just it, just answer it, consider it a cheap wife for nothing. With his hands pinching his fingers, he collected the roaming sword intent and condensed it within the companion sword box. Li Changa very spontaneously threw the matter to the back of his mind and began to seriously feel the changes in his body. Cultivation is divided into two realms, the mortal and immortal, Soul Palace, Avatar, Mighty, Holy Lord, Seal Marquis, Seal King, all of them are in the realm of mortals. Although he has the ability to fly in the air, he is still bound by his body and focuses on practicing and polishing his body. However, when a cultivator steps into the void god realm, everything is going to change drastically and radically. Transformation into an immortal, one step to heaven. Since then, the practitioner will no longer be bound by the physical body of the mortal body, able to travel the world in the state of a virtual god, calling the wind and rain, moving mountains and seas, and accomplishing many things that cannot be accomplished by mortals. So, the void god realm was also known as the first step of the immortal realm, and Li Changa's current cultivation level was clearly the void god realm. Slowly, he closed those eyes that were a little tipsy, but distinctly bright. Li Changa's mind moved slightly, and a black shadow sprang out from within his body. Then like a meteor that quickly crossed the sky, it swept through the sky at an extremely terrifying speed. A short moment's effort, Li Changa had already strolled through the entire decisive city with his void god body. Painful. It really hurts. When drinking a large white, in an instant, the false god returns to the body. Li Changa opened those eyes full of excitement, took off the small gourd at his waist that had just been filled with spirit wine, and stepped on top of the sword box that was suspended 10,000 feet in the air like that, tilting his head and gulping it down. Gobble gobble gobble. A few big bites down the drain. That slightly chubby little face was flushed again. I don't know if I was drunk afterwards, but I got a little tipsy. Li Changa leaned back and lay down on top of the sword box and fell asleep. Until this moment, it was only then that the Li family's crowd and the 100,000 guests who had come to celebrate Li Changa's birthday were considered to have recovered from their earlier shock and reacted. In a split second, a sound like a tsunami of congratulations and discussion emerged. Void God Incarnation. That was definitely a Void God Incarnation just now. This also means that Sir Li has now stepped into the Void God realm, the first realm of immortals. How old is Mr. Li? 6 years old, right? Hiss. A 6-year-old Void God realm. This is too terrifying, isn't it? If we give Mr. Li enough time again, wouldn't it be possible to finish the path of the immortal way and step into the divine and demonic paths of that ancient legend? Horrible, just horrible. Within the 8,000 spiritual regions, who else can compare to Mr. Li? Congratulations to the Li family master. The Li family has been blessed with this son, and from now on, it is bound to be further advanced and strengthened several times over. Not only that, didn't Daoist Tong Tian of the Jade Clearance sect also say just now that he wanted to betroth their Jade Clearance sect's talented fairy to Mr. Li? Originally, the Li family and the Jade Clearance sect were quite close. Plus this marriage, the two families are even stronger. This 8,000 spirit region, I'm afraid it's going to change. Or shock, or emotion, or scorn. Desperately, he looked toward the tiny figure lying on the sword box in the distance. The 100,000 guests who had been invited had different faces. What a only I wine sword immortal. This kid, a 6-year-old void god realm. This is God's blessing for the Li family, ensuring that my Li family will not decline for ages, compared to the 100,000 guests who were either emotional or shocked. As the head of the Li family, Li Mingdao, who was also Li Changa's biological father, was instead more excited and shocked. Today's Li family, although ruling the upper 100 spirit domain, for one of the 100 holy family, in the entire chaos immortal domain is very scenic, counted as a behemoth. There is no one dares to offend, but Li Mingdao was clearly aware. To this day, the Li family's situation is not as rosy as it seems. The chaos immortal realm was not a peaceful place. In addition to the Li family, there are a number of strength and depth, are not in the least inferior to the Li family's holy family, which there are a number of existences. On their hands of the Li family control of the more than 100 spiritual domain, can be said to be eyeing, has long been coveted for a long time, especially in the past 6 years. Their Li family's 3 generations only had Li Changa, the only first son, who did not show any cultivation talent, and was even labeled with the nickname of Little Wine Monkey, which had caused many of the holy clans that were already hostile to their Li family to be foolish and secretly plotting to eat up and annex their Li family. It was only because of the intimidation of their Li family's old ancestor that no one dared to move. However, Li Mingdao clearly knew that once his father had any accidents, or had any mistakes in his cultivation, the remaining great saintly clans would definitely be like wolves that had been waiting around for a long time, swarming up and tearing their Li family to shreds. Under these circumstances, the Li family could be considered to be in a precarious situation. If in a few more years, as the only son of their Li family for 3 generations, Li Chang'e still doesn't show any cultivation talent, and has not made any progress on the path of immortality, and is just a drunken monk who indulges in drinking every day, Li Mingdao has even prepared to give up the entire Li family in exchange for Li Chang'e's lifetime peace of mind. But what he never expected was, just for today, the 6-year-old Li Chang'e would unexpectedly awaken suddenly. Not only has he shown a demonic cultivation talent, but even his cultivation has grown by leaps and bounds, directly stepping into the Void God realm, taking the first step on the path to immortality. Therefore, the Void God realm was also known as the false immortal realm. Looking at the 8,000 spirit realms, a Void God realm cultivator was already considered strong. After the Void God realm, there are the 4 realms of human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, and golden immortal, which is considered to be a real step into the path of immortality, and become a real immortal cultivator. Since then, each realm has been divided into the realm of 9 grades. The only way to make another breakthrough was to step through the 9th grade. After passing these 4 immortal realms, entering the immortal marquis, immortal ruler, and immortal king realms, one becomes a phoenix among the countless cultivators, an existence that is enough to sit on one side. As for the more advanced quasi-emperor and immortal emperor realms, they were enough to sit in control of more than 100 spirit domains, not daring anyone to come and offend them. His father, who had created the Li family's heyday and laid down more than 100 spiritual domains for the Li family, was trying to break through the immortal king realm and step into the quasi-emperor realm this time, so that he could use it to protect the Li family's peace. Who'd have thought? Didn't wait for that father of his to break through and make a successful breakthrough. Li Mingdao instead waited until Li Chang'e's awakening first, a 6-year-old Void God realm. No one knew better than Li Mingdao what this really meant. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Li Chang'e was given some time, he would certainly be able to easily step into the immortal emperor realm in the future, becoming one of the most powerful existences in this 8,000 spirit region. What is this if not God's blessing on their Li family? It was hard to hide the excitement and joy on his face. Li Mingdao couldn't wait to rush to his father who was in seclusion right now, and inform his father of this earth-shattering and great joyous event. In the meantime, in between bursts of shock and emotion, the 100,000 guests who had originally only come to celebrate the 6-year-old Li Chang'e's birthday had also reacted and realized what a 6-year-old Void God realm actually meant. And so, the crowd could no longer care about anything else, and those who had some status and were able to get on with Li Mingdao, hurriedly went up to the smiling Li Mingdao and climbed up to congratulate him. Li family master, your Li family has produced an extraordinary Qilin child this time. As I said before, Mr. Li is the first son of your Li family's 3 single generations. That is bound to be a dragon and phoenix among men, never something in a pool, and even less a small wine monger who only drinks. One day into the Void God, born with a sword bone. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Your Excellency's cultivation talent is really something we admire. I believe that in the near future, there will be a new immortal emperor realm powerhouse in these 8,000 spirit realms. I won't hide it from Mr. Li. Our Jiang family also has a few daughters who have yet to be married, so Mr. Li might as well bring Mr. Li to walk up to our Jiang family some other time, so that Mr. Li can see if there's any that he's interested in. Before that, the reason why these 100,000 guests were willing to accept Li Mingdao's invitation and come to celebrate the 6-year-old Li Chang'e's birthday was simply because they were selling face to the Li family, and incidentally befriending the Li family and even the various forces that had come at the Li family's invitation. As for the 6-year-old Li Chang'e, no one cares at all. It was just a waste of a male son who had no talent for cultivation and had never even stepped into the mortal realm. But now, everything has been turned upside down and dramatically transformed. In the eyes of the 100,000 invited guests, Li Chang'e, who had suddenly awakened and stepped into the Void God realm, embarking on the path of the immortal Tao, was already many times more important than the entire Li family, and even the other forces. Along with that, their attitudes towards Li Mingdao had, without even realizing it, undergone a major transformation. Not only was the tone of speech much more polite, even the attitude that flowed out inadvertently had more than a few points of bows in currying favor. Thanks a lot guys. Today's event is indeed a great joy for my Li family. In order to thank all of you for coming to celebrate my son's birthday, when the banquet is over, my Li family would like to present each guest with a number of spirit wines and fine pills as a token of appreciation. As for the marriage, I'd like to thank the Jiang family master for his kindness in advance, but Chang'e, he's still quite young, plus the fact that Fong has already fixed a marriage contract with that Taoist from the Jade Clearance sect, so I'll leave it for now. Li Mingdao was generous with his hand. In the meantime, the depths of Dueling City, a darkened chamber. An old man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and his crane hair seemed to have sensed something and snapped his eyes open, looking over towards where the Li family was. In a split second, a brilliant light flashed from the old man's eyes. This aura is Void God Realm? Ha! Surprisingly, someone has broken through to the Void God Realm in my Dueling City? I don't know what kind of powerful person he is, but I think that Kid Mingdao should have sensed it and will go and pull some strings. It's just a matter of time. I'd better focus on my seclusion and break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm as soon as possible. The sound of a ghostly sigh, the old man closed his eyes again. After the banquet, the news that the 6-year-old Li Chang'e had attained the Daoan one day and stepped into the Void God realm immediately spread with it. A few short days later, 8,000 spiritual domains, 100 holy clans, almost all of them knew that the Li family's only first son of the third generation, that little wine mongoloid who didn't show any talent until he was 6 years old, turned out to be a cultivation genius that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. In a flash, the entire immortal region was in shock. What? A 6-year-old sword immortal? Did that guy start practicing in his mother's womb? How old was the youngest sword immortal above the immortal domain's history? It seems like it has to be far more than 6 years old, right? There were quite a few Holy Land Immortal Sect Sacred Clan ancestors who were envious and began to fantasize about when such a demonic-like cultivation genius would appear in their clan. There were also quite a few young generations Heavenly Prides who, while expressing their astonishment at Li Chang'e's talent, were even more aroused by their competitive spirit and riveted their energies to frantically cultivate one of the 10 sacred places, the Holy Land of Taishu. An old man who was meditating listened to the story of the disciple beside him. A brilliant light flashed violently in his eyes and raised his head. What did you say? That lineage of the Li clan has produced a natural sword bone, a 6-year-old Void God realm? How is this possible? Within the 8,000 spiritual realms, there hasn't been an existence with such horrific talent in 10,000 years, right? That Li family's 6-year-old child is just a drunken monk. How could he have such talent? The old man's brows were furrowed, his face filled with disbelief. After a few moments of silence, the expression on his face only slightly eased as he said in an icy tone, "You quickly go and inform the other several elders of this matter. Regardless of whether this news is true or false, our arrangement in plotting against the Li family can no longer continue to drag on. We must do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if that 6-year-old child of the Li family really has such a terrifying cultivation talent, and given some more time, I'm only afraid that he will grow to an extremely terrifying extent. At that time, their lineage will probably not be able to alert the main lineage of the Li family, and with the care of the main lineage of the Li family, it will be much more difficult for us to make another move." Some sort of possibility seemed to come to mind. The old man sighed deeply. "Aye, great elder." The disciples next to him heard the command, while they quickly turned around and left. Wait until the disciple's figure fades away. Only then did the old man resume sitting cross-legged again. Phew! The old man let out a long breath. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the room actually looked as if it was being pulled by an invisible vortex, and all of it gathered towards the old man, and was absorbed and refined by the old man at a terrifying speed. If a bystander was here and saw the scene in front of him, he would definitely be extremely surprised. Nothing else. It was only because such a vision of swallowing the sun, moon, and heaven and earth was something that could only be achieved by the Quasi-Emperor realm. The other side, somewhere at the top of a mountain where a sea of clouds was churning, there was a young girl with a shapely body and a stunningly beautiful appearance, aged about 11 or 12 years old, who was dancing with a sword. Just then, a maid looked anxious and hurriedly ran in, chattering, Miss, have you heard? There's a 6-year-old little wine mongrel from the Li family who attained enlightenment in a single day a few days ago, and all of a sudden took a step into the Void God realm and became some kind of unimaginable wine sword immortal. Right now, the entire immortal region is frantically talking about how that little wine monkey is the youngest sword immortal within the immortal region, with an unlimited future and whatnot. The young girl's sword dance paused slightly. She turned her head to the anxious-looking maid. A look of surprise appeared on his face. A 6-year-old sword fairy? That's really quite impressive. Say it. The young girl waved the long sword in her hand and pulled out several beautiful sword blossoms. Magical. Along with the movements of the young girl, the sea of clouds below the mountain top was actually a surge, as if it was pulled by some force, rolling up a road like a sea wave of clouds. Awesome is indeed pretty awesome, but that kid is considered to be the youngest sword immortal within what immortal domain? Our young lady is the most talented and youngest great sword immortal within this 8,000 spirit region. A mere Void God realm is just the first step of the immortal Tao. What's there to brag about? My lady is sitting on the edge of a cliff looking down at the waves of churning clouds below. The maid beamed, her face full of indignation. In the meantime, the other side, Daoist Tong Tian also returned to the Jade Clearance sect, and the first time he returned to the sect, he called over his great-granddaughter, who had outstanding talent, had a phoenix body, and was favored within the sect, and informed his great-granddaughter of the marriage contract with the Li family. A marriage contract? After hearing the words of Daoist Tong Tian, Gu Zixuan frowned slightly. A touch of displeasure surfaced above that cool face. It seemed to have sensed Gu Zixuan's emotions. Daoist Tong Tian hurriedly explained. Zixuan, you may not know. A few days ago I went to that Li family and celebrated the birthday of that Li family's son. That Li family's son, who had not previously shown half a bit of cultivation talent, suddenly awakened his innate sword bone. And so, although that Mr. Li is only 6 years old, he entered the immortal path in one day, stepping into the void god realm, and became the youngest sword immortal within the entire immortal realm in the past 10,000 years. And you are the most outstandingly gifted heavenly pride among the new generation of disciples of my Jade Clearance sect. If you were to marry that Mr. Li, it would be considered a good match. The most important thing is that if this marriage can come to fruition, whether it's for you personally, or for our Jade Clearance sect, there are many benefits, so you have to think about it. Although as the Jade Clearance sect's head Taoist, but Daoist Tong Tian, too, didn't want to force his most favored heavy granddaughter. So, one could only find a way to convince Gu Zixuan to agree to marry Li Changde, a 6-year-old sword immortal. And after listening to the words of Daoist Tong Tian, on top of Gu Zixuan's cool face, there was an additional point of shock. Born with the body of a phoenix, she could be said to be a smooth sail on the road of cultivation, and had not encountered any obstacles at all. And the speed of cultivation was also 1,000 miles a day, which was extremely terrifying. But even so, she had only stepped into the Seal Marquis realm at the age of 15, not to mention the Void God realm at the beginning of the Immortal Dao, even the Seal King realm at the end of the Mortal Dao. She was still a step short. But now Daoist Tong Tian was actually telling her that 6-year-old child of the Li family had already stepped into the Void God realm and become a true sword immortal? How is that possible? It couldn't be that this sovereign grandfather of hers had made up a special lie in order to trick her into agreeing to this marriage, could it? A moment of slight contemplation. Although Gu Zixuan was unwilling in her heart, she still snorted coldly and said, Grandpa, if that Li family's son is really as powerful as you say, what can I do with this marriage even if I agree to it? Between the words, Gu Zixuan also made up her mind in her mind. She had never been afraid of anyone in matters of cultivation. When she had the chance to meet that Li family's son, she would definitely have to compete with him, letting that Li family's son know what it meant to be outside of people and outside of the sky. Senior sister, the sect master, he's really going to betroth you to that Li family's youngest child? Confused. Master sect leader, he's really confused this time. Alas, I've heard that although that guy is only 6 years old, he is an unapologetic winemonger who just knows how to drink and have fun every day, and doesn't give the matter of cultivation any thought at all. He's only 6 years old. He hasn't even grown his hair yet. He's already thinking about senior sister Gu. He'll definitely be a playboy who indulges in drinking and sex every day. Even though it's been rumored recently that that guy achieved the Dao in one day and became a 6-year-old sword immortal. If you ask me, this kind of dude is a waste of a male even if he's talented. That Li family brat doesn't deserve our senior sister Gu at all. After leaving from the Tong Tian Taoist, the matter of Daoist Tong Tian preparing to betroth Gu Zixuan to Li Changde then went viral, quickly spreading throughout the entire Jade Clearance sect, causing a flurry of discussion. Almost all of the male disciples within the entire Jade Clearance sect couldn't help but wail to the heavens and pound their chests, each vowing to cultivate hard and snatch back Gu Zixuan, who had been betrothed to the Li family's youngest child. After all, Gu Zixuan's title of an 8,000-year-old beauty was not a mere name, and coupled with her powerful cultivation talent, there were not a few male disciples within the sect who looked up to her. As for the female disciples in the sect, although they were not as angry as those male disciples, they were also a little less optimistic about Li Changde, feeling that Li Changde was somewhat unworthy of Gu Zixuan. None other. It was only because Gu Zixuan's talent was something that they, the disciples of the Jade Clearance sect, were able to see clearly. On the contrary, looking at that Li family's youngest child, although he had recently become extremely popular and shocked the entire immortal region, that little wine monkey's name was still considered to be famous. Compare the two. The many disciples had since felt that the Li family's youngest child was somewhat unworthy of Gu Zixuan. All this talk about the marriage, Gu Zixuan naturally and inevitably heard it in her ears. However, she didn't say anything more, or rather didn't bother to explain anything, and instead, as usual, she concentrated on her cultivation. Perhaps he was stimulated by Li Changa's one-day 6-year-old sword immortal. 3 days later, Gu Zixuan, who was originally still stuck at the peak of the feudal marquis realm, was actually suddenly enlightened, breaking through 2 realms in a row, crossing over from the feudal marquis realm to the feudal king realm, and stepping directly into the void god realm, taking the first step on the path of the immortal Tao. Learned about it, Tong Tian Taoist was overjoyed, and felt more and more that this granddaughter of his and that Li family's son were door-to-door matches. A very good match. As for the many disciples of the Jade Clearance sect, they were getting more and more indignant, feeling that the Li family's youngest child was simply not worthy of Gu Zixuan, who had outstanding talent and cultivated diligently. Among them, the one who was most furious was an inner disciple named Lu Mingxian. Jade Clearance sect. A secret room. Lu Mingxuan's face turned blue and his expression was extremely ugly as he fell to his knees and said to an old man in front of him, "Grandpa, you should have heard about the matter of the patriarch wanting to betroth senior sister Zixuan to that Li family's youngest child, right? No matter what, please also persuade the patriarch to cancel this marriage. My grandson has admired senior sister Zixuan for a long time, and you know that. Moreover, with Zixuan's talent, the next Jade Clearance sect leader's position is bound to fall on her, as long as my grandson is able to marry Zixuan's sister. Grandpa, you will then want to take over this Jade Clearance." Not waiting for Lu Mingxian to finish his sentence, the old man's brow furrowed, and he let out an angry cry. "Shut up!" Lu Mingxian was instantly chilled and forbidden, no longer daring to make a sound. This old man in front of him was no one else but his own grandfather, and also within this Jade Clearance sect, his strength and status was second only to the patriarch, Taoist Tong Tian, the great elder Lu Feng. After learning that Taoist Tong Tian was going to betroth Gu Zixuan to Li Changa, Lu Mingxian was naturally against it. But if he were to ask him to go to the Tong Tian Taoist who was the patriarch to rebel against it, he would never dare to do so. So he approached the grand elder, Lu Feng, in the hope that his grandfather would help him persuade the Tong Tian Taoist to stop the marriage. It's just a shame that, after a moment of silence, Lu Feng also sighed softly and shook his head. "I know patriarch's temperament better than you do. Once he decides something, there is almost no possibility of changing it anymore. So, this marriage is, more than likely, finalized. And if the rumors are true, with the talent that youngest child of the Li family has shown so far, as well as the current power of the Li family, he is indeed also worthy of Gu Zixuan, and this marriage would be considered a good match." Hear that? Lu Mingxian was a bit anxious. "Then what should we do now, Grandpa? Can't we just watch the kid who came out of nowhere snatch away senior sister Zixuan? Then won't the plans you've been making all along, Grandpa, come to naught?" Lu Feng pondered for a moment. His complexion gradually became sinister. "Humph! The old man's 100 years of planning. Will he let a yellow-haired child destroy it? Sovereign's idea is not good to change. Then we will. Just let the little son of the Li family not have the chance to consummate his marriage with Gu Zixuan." Lu Mingxuan's eyes lit up as if he understood the old man's thoughts. "Grandpa, what do you mean?" Except for the Jade Clearance sect, the elders within the other great clans in the immortal region had also heard about Li Changa's one-day attainment in becoming a 6-year-old sword immortal, and were shocked and also frantically discussing the matter. "Hiss! A 6-year-old sword immortal! It's too outrageous, isn't it? Yes, the most talented young generation disciple within my sect, now 16 years old, only just the Seal Marquis realm, not to mention the Void God realm. Even the Seal King realm is a long way off. Who isn't? The most gifted disciple in our clan seems to still be playing with mud at the age of 6, compared to that Li family's son's 6-year-old sword immortal. It's really too far off. Terrifying. Truly terrifying as it is. If we give this son a certain amount of time, his future accomplishments will definitely be unlimited. A 6-year-old sword immortal. What is that concept? How could the elders of the great immortal sects not be aware of this? Not to mention the most talented disciples under their doors, even those Qilin and Phoenixes in the 10 great sacred grounds, the 8 immortal sects, and the 100 sacred clans are somewhat inferior when compared to them. In the past, they can still tease the small wine Mengzi, now has become that high above, so that they do not dare to mess with the heavenly immortals. And while all the immortal sects were shocked, there was also gossip that Taoist Tong Tian was planning to betroth Gu Zixuan, who had the most outstanding talent in the younger generation of their Jade Clearance sect and had the title of a stunning beauty that comes along once in 8,000 years, to the 6-year-old son of the Li family. All at once, the disciples of the various immortal sects, who were originally still shocked by the talent displayed by Li Changda and had been feeling emotional for a good while, were all agitated. "No? Is this news true or not? Isn't that Li's youngest child only 6 years old? Is this even possible to get a wife? And it's that fairy from the Jade Clearance sect that you're going to marry? At the risk of being presumptuous, has he grown his hair yet?" That little Li child? The name of Fairy Gu Zishuan was known to everyone in the immortal region. Coupled with its outstanding talent, young age has not bad realm in cultivation, but also make countless male disciples of the immortal sect to its admiration, will be regarded as the existence of the goddess in the heart. Now all of a sudden heard the Jade Clearance sect's patriarch, Taoist Tong Tian, want to betroth their beloved fairy to a 6-year-old boy whose hair is not even grown. The disciples of the immortal sect are naturally filled with righteous indignation. That's Fairy Gu. For them, the ordinary disciples of the various immortal sects, not to mention marrying them back home, it would be a great honor to even come into close contact and casually speak a few words. And now, that Yuqing sect's patriarch is actually going to betroth him to that Li family's youngest child? It's a fucking waste. What could a 6-year-old boy who hadn't even grown his hair, even if he did marry Fairy Gu back home, what could he do? Read this. Each and every one of the disciples of the major immortal sects couldn't help but gnash their teeth. Their eyes were about to turn red with envy and jealousy, wishing that they could spiritually penetrate into Li Changa's body right now and wait to replace him in the future to get married to Gu Zishuan. For a moment, after the initial shock, within the immortal region, there was another wave of rumors. In the meantime, the other side, inside the Jade Clearance sect, the matter of Taoist Tong Tian preparing to betroth Gu Zishuan to Li Changa had finally and thoroughly spread up and down the sect after 2 days of brief fermentation. It was the same as all the other great clans in the immortal region. In these recent days, within the Jade Clearance sect, there was also a flurry of discussion. Between a tea pavilion, there is a gentle as jade, wearing a white long shirt, looks like a fluttering gentleman, but in the face of the color between the look, but it is difficult to hide the arrogance of the color of the young man, is sitting with an old man to drink tea. This person is no one else. He was the Jade Clearance sect's chief senior disciple of the younger generation. At the same time, he was also the one with the most terrifying talent within the Jade Clearance sect. The young man named Lu Ha, the age of just 18, but has already stepped into the realm of heavenly immortal, now even has the cultivation of the 8th grade of heavenly immortal realm, away from the prohibitive immortal monarch realm and the immortal king realm, but also just a step away. In time, he, Lu Ha, was bound to be one of the great immortal emperors within this immortal realm as well. To top it off, it was the same as Li Changa who had just awakened his innate supreme sword bone. Lu Ha was born with the same innate sword bone, although it is not as perverse as Li Changa, who stepped into the void god realm at the age of 6 and became a proper sword immortal. It is not as bad as that, and is only 2 years late. If it was about cultivation talent and strength, even Gu Zishuan, who possessed the body of a phoenix, was somewhat inferior to this Lu Ha, and was slightly inferior by a few points. Lifting the steaming teacup, he took a gentle sip of the tea. The old man looked up at the young man in front of him, a light smile appearing on his face as he asked, Lu Ha, do you not understand why Tong Tian Pagoda promised Zixien to that Li family's youngest child? Hearing the old man ask such a question all of a sudden, Lui's complexion did not change in any way, and he was still as breezy and arrogant as ever. He followed the old man's example and raised his teacup, gently sipping a mouthful of tea before he replied slowly and without any panic, back to master. I do have some thoughts that I can't understand. When it comes to talent, I, Lu Ha, did not lose much to that Li family's youngest child, and at the age of 8, I entered the void god realm, achieving the name of Junior Sword Immortal. When I was 9 years old, I even watched the monstrous river and had an epiphany in one day, comprehending the great river sword intent on my own, and casting the river sword domain without a teacher, which was enough to battle a heavenly immortal with the power of the void god realm. Between the words, Lui's complexion became more and more proud. Within the immortal region, there were countless disciples of immortal sects. However, in Lui's opinion, there was only one person who was good enough to be called a cultivation genius, and that was himself. Except for him, even Gu Zishuan, who had a natural phoenix god body, was not worthy of the word genius. As for those so-called genius disciples of the great immortal sects, they were even less qualified to even mention issues to him. Lu Ha, the sky and the ground. I am the only one who is immortal in Liu Ha. The rest of the people are nothing more than mere mortals. 17 years old, Lu Ha stepped into the heavenly immortal realm and uttered such words. That day, he stepped on the void and stood in the boundless sky, holding his sword and pointing to the heavens. But even so, when he mentioned to Taoist Tong Tian that he wanted to take Gu Zishuan as his wife, he was still rejected by Taoist Tong Tian. Originally, Lu Ha thought that it was because Taoist Tong Tian was worried about affecting the cultivation of the two of them, so he also temporarily put down this thought, wanting to wait for some more time before mentioning this matter to Taoist Tong Tian. But who would have thought? Lu Bai didn't wait for a nod from Taoist Tong Tian. Instead, he first waited for Taoist Tong Tian to betroth Gu Zishuan, who was born with the phoenix god body. To a yellow-haired child who appeared out of nowhere and said he was a 6-year-old sword immortal. Read this. A hint of gloom flashed in the depths of Lu He's eyes. What a 6-year-old sword fairy. But it's just bragging. He, Lu Ha, is the genius sword immortal within this immortal realm that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Beyond that, they're just a bunch of losers. It seemed to have sensed the emotions in Lu He's heart. The old man put down the teacup in his hand and suddenly said, Lu Ha, if I remember correctly, you only entered the Void God realm when you were 8 years old and became known as the Sword Immortal. And that Li family's youngest child, who is only 6 years old now, has already stepped into the Void God realm and become a Sword Immortal. If you really want to compare, his talent does seem to be quite a bit more terrifying than yours. That guy Tongtian's vision isn't bad. He must have seen the talent of that Li family's youngest child. That's why he fixed this marriage. And naturally, there's no shortage of considerations in it. If I'm right, that guy Tongtian can't say that he's already guessed what's in your mind. Knowing that you hold thoughts about that phoenix god body, that's why he's very wary of you and is unwilling to betroth Gu Zixuan to you. Hearing that his own master was praising Li Changde, a flash of displeasure finally surfaced above Lu He's calm countenance. Humph. So what? A 6-year-old sword immortal is only at the Void God realm after all. In other words, in front of me, even if he has outstanding talent, he is nothing more than a mole cricket. As long as I want to, I will be able to crush him to death at any time. The phoenix god body is destined to be mine. Lu Ha. No one will get their hands on it, or there's only death. Cold grunts. A monstrous overpowering aura. Suddenly it rose from Ryu. In a split second, above the 10,000 feet high sky, there seemed to be a waterfall gathered by countless sword chi, from the monstrous sky, falling down with a roar, just as the monstrous sword intent turned into a waterfall and fell. Inside the Jade Clearance sect, the many disciples who were practicing seemed to be aware of this, and they raised their heads in confusion, their expressions filled with panic as they looked towards the 10,000 feet high sky. Hiss. Good. What a terrifying sword intent. What's going on here? Did someone break into our Jade Clearance sect? No. This is that eldest brother's sword intent. Feeling the terrifying sword intent that was like water flying down from the hanging sky, some of the Jade Clearance sect's disciples who had been initiated earlier recognized the owner of that sword intent, and who exactly he was. I seem to have heard before that eldest senior brother he had also proposed to the patriarch to marry elder sister Gu. Looking at this, it should be that eldest senior brother he had also heard the news that the patriarch had promised elder sister Gu to that Li family's youngest child. Eldest senior brother is obviously angry. Nonsense. Eldest senior brother. He's not a green-haired bastard. How could he not be angry when his sweetheart was taken away by a 6-year-old child who hasn't even grown his hair? Really? Eldest brother and senior sister Gu are truly a perfect match. I don't know what on earth the patriarch he was thinking, that he would reject the proposal of marriage from eldest senior brother in the first place, and then recently, out of the blue, betroth elder sister Gu to a 6-year-old yellow-haired boy. In the midst of the many disciples of the Jade Clearance sect, there was a flurry of murmurs. In the distant sky, another breath suddenly emerged, seemingly transforming into a huge and incomparable invisible palm that directly clutched the monstrous sword intent tightly, and gently kneaded it, actually shattering that terrifying sword intent. It's like a storm that comes when it's supposed to, the fluctuation in mid-air, which then disappeared into thin air. However, the many disciples of the Jade Clearance sect were discussing even more intensely, holding the bright spiritual realm, dueling cities. On the parapet of the top floor of one of the attics of the Li family residence, there was a tender child sitting diagonally on it, holding a small wine gourd, gulping down wine into his mouth, his face flushed, his eyes hazily looking down at the lively scene not far below, and letting out a soft hum of satisfaction, worthy of being the #1 sword bone in the ages. In just a few days of work, my realm is completely consolidated. In this way, the disadvantage of breaking through too quickly in the realm is considered to be almost eliminated as much as possible, and even the advancement on top of the sword Dao can be said to be 1,000 miles in a day. At this rate, within a few days, I will be able to make another breakthrough in my realm. The fleshy little hand pinched out a finger trick, sensing the incomparable surge of spiritual energy in his body and pang by. The stone hanging in Li Changde's heart finally fell slowly. Although he had only just awakened his talent and formally embarked on the path of cultivation, he clearly knew that breaking through the realm too quickly was sometimes not a good thing, but instead had many drawbacks. After all, the path of the immortal Tao is all about a steady progress. The so-called realm, in addition to its own strength, is more about the state of mind. When the innate supreme sword bone that he carried awakened a few days ago, although it made his realm soar all the way up, directly stepping into the void god realm, at the same time, it also made the spiritual energy in his body a little flimsy and not as substantial as the void god realm where he cultivated in a step-by-step manner, and his sword Dao realm was a blank. It was a far cry from his current cultivation at the Void God realm. It was a good thing that this natural supreme sword bone of his was strong enough. Just a few days. Not only had he completely consolidated his current realm, but it was even as if the water had flowed into the water, and the sword Dao realm had grown along with it, breaking through to the level of the King Seal realm. To this day, Li Changa's cultivation level was the Void God realm. It was considered a true immortal. His sword Dao realm, on the other hand, was the peak of the mortal realm. It was still a step away from the immortal way. So, in a sense, although today's Li Changa's cultivation was at the actual immortal realm, strictly speaking, he could not be considered a true sword immortal, unless, only when the day came when Li Changa's sword Dao realm also broke through the mortal Dao great realm and formally stepped into the immortal Dao realm as his cultivation did. Could he be considered a true sword immortal? That day can't be too far away. Hinges on tomorrow. Hinges on today. As long as Little Master drinks enough wine, a breakthrough is but a matter of minutes. It's just great to have a golden finger. These 6 years of drinking have not been in vain. Tilting his head back, he fiercely poured a large mouthful of spirit wine. Li Changa's heart was filled with indescribable pain. A few days after that, as has been the case for the past 6 years, Li Changa would all drink a large amount of spirit wine, and with each mouthful of spirit wine, the already awakened supreme sword bone would become more and more pure and powerful under the polishing of the wine and spirit power. Unconsciously, Li Changa's cultivation level reached the peak of the Void God realm, except for the drinking. The other thing Li Changa did in these recent days was to hold that companion sword box he always carried with him in his arms when he had something to do, and to seriously feel the sword intent attached to it. The sword intent was silent, but every moment, it was nourishing Li Changa's tiny body, enhancing Li Changa's sword Dao realm, and helping Li Changa to better control the supreme sword bone. Finally, on a certain day, Li Changa, who was full of alcohol and napping while holding his sword case as if he had dreamed of something, snapped open those dazed eyes and joined his hands as fingers, freezing for a while before he tentatively stabbed out into the air in front of him, with little fleshy hands probing, as if there was a worldly divine sword out of the body. The invisible air was abruptly flooded with ripples like waves, fluctuating violently, a pure to the core sword intent. It also appeared on top of Li Changa's small body. The moment, Li Changa seems to have entered an extremely subtle state. Although everything is in front of him, but when it falls into his eyes, all of them can be swords. I once heard that within this immortal region, there was a renowned sword Dao genius who comprehended his own sword intent at the age of 100 and constructed an invincible sword domain. At that time, Little Master, I was wondering when I would be able to comprehend my own sword intent, construct my own sword intent, and truly step into the realm of the great Dao. Now it seems, on the contrary, I am foolish. Sword intent is intent, and so is wine intent. If I use my wine intent to transform my sword intent, why wouldn't I be able to do so? No. What's more than booze? The world is drunk. The world is awake. I'm drunk. I use grass and trees as swords, mountains and rivers as swords, and heaven and earth as swords. Everything in this world can be turned into a sword in my hand. So what's wrong with that? Between the mumbles, Li Changa waved her small hand. In a split second, the tiny wine gourd hanging on his waist was as if it had been summoned by some kind of summons, and suddenly opened, gulping out long swords made of wine, hovering in front of Li Changa. Inside the secret room of the Li family, the old man, who was in seclusion, once again violently opened his eyes. A brilliant light flashed in those old but not cloudy eyes. It was as if the old man felt as if he had sensed something. Quickly turning his head, he looked in a certain direction. What pure sword intent? No, it doesn't seem to be mere sword intent again. By the looks of it, it seems that there is a certain sword Dao genius who is sensing sword intent within this decisive brightness city, attempting to break through the great realm of sword Dao and step into the ranks of a true sword immortal? What on earth is this? In a voice of immense surprise, doubt was written all over the old man's face. Within the immortal region, there were countless cultivators and countless sword cultivators. The existence of those who can realize and control their own sword intent is as rare as a phoenix feather. Few and far between. Extremely rare, without exception, where the realization of the sword road, control of the sword intent of the person, are this immortal domain within the prestigious, terrifying strength, enough to sit on the side of the 10 spiritual domain of the big man. Although the old man was in seclusion within the secret room, he could clearly sense through his breath that at this very moment, there was definitely someone who was in the decisive brightness city under the control of their Li family, sensing the sword intent and attempting to break through the great realm of sword Dao. If it were ordinary, the old man would definitely not hesitate and immediately go to the place where that aura surfaced and secretly protect the sword cultivator without disturbing him. By the time that sword cultivator finished his senses, the old man would even be the first to come forward to make acquaintances and try to draw them in. As for now, strong sword cultivators, of course, are important. But right now, he has also reached a critical moment in this retreat. Although he was unable to successfully break through from the peak of the Immortal King realm to the Quasi-Emperor realm, it was enough for him to be able to raise his realm once again and make some slight breakthroughs. Ugh, that's just it. That kid, Akito, should know what to do. Leave the matter of pulling in that sword cultivator to him. The most important thing right now is to seize the time to close the door and raise the realm some more. It's a long time to be torn. The old man finally let out a long sigh, resisting the urge to rush out of the secret room and go forward to check out and see what kind of god that being who was sensing sword intent was. Closing his eyes again, he continued his closed door cultivation and went off. In the meantime, outside, inside the decisive city, it was regenerating visions. Almost at the same time when Li Chang'e transformed sword intent with wine intent and used the wine in the gourd on his waist to condense a Dao-long sword, this side of the earth and sky, as if they all sensed something, actually gently vibrated. Especially when Li Chang'e uttered the words heaven and earth are swords, the entire holding the light spiritual domain gently trembled, as if it was an earthquake, and between Li Chang'e's hazy drunken eyes, 10,000 feet above the sky, where the edge of the holding brightness spiritual domain was, there was an invisible force coalescing and slowly transforming into a spiritual sword. Buzz, between heaven and earth. There seemed to be a soft chirping sound. It was as if it was like an invitation to Li Chang'e. The spirit sword that held the edge of the bright spirit domain actually expressed a very humanized agitation. However, the moment, between Li Chang'e's hazy drunken eyes, but then suddenly emerged a rare color of clarity. He looked at the sword in the distant sky, and then looked at the small sword box in his arms, gently smiled. It's not necessary. I have my sword, and it may not be any worse than yours. Tapped the small black sword case. Li Chang'e said to himself, hear this. The sword in the sky trembled even more violently. The little sword box in Li Chang'e's arms, on the other hand, showed a touch of a very humanized emotion. Seeming to be elated and happy. A figure came into the distance like a fresh breeze. It's no one else. It was Li Mingdao who sensed the strange movements here and hurriedly came to check the situation. Looking at Li Chang'e who was standing in place holding the small sword case and muttering to himself, Li Mingdao frowned slightly. A look of doubt surfaced on his face, and he looked extremely hard in the direction Li Chang'e was looking towards, but he found nothing. The sword in the sky. It seemed like only Li Chang'e could see it. Li Mingdao was somewhat not quite sure what was going on, but he was probably able to tell that at this moment, Li Chang'e seemed to have entered an extremely mysterious state, and so, Li Mingdao was silent and stood guard. Buzz. After being rejected by Li Chang'e, the sound of swords chiming from between the skies grew louder and louder. The entire decisive city, and even the many existences in the holding brightness spiritual domain, also finally noticed these heaven and earth anomalies one after another, and a look of amazement surfaced on their faces at the same time, and they could not help but discuss them. What's going on? What's happening? What is this sound that resounds through the heavens and earth that moves? It sounds like the sound of a sword? Hiss. What kind of sword would it have to be to make the heavens and the earth sing softly for it? Can it be that there is some kind of supreme divine sword that is about to come out, and that's why there is this heaven and earth phenomenon? I don't know. It's the first time I've seen this. I once heard of a peerless sword immortal comprehending sword intent and triggering the resonance of heaven and earth, causing the spiritual energy between one side of heaven and earth to be transformed into countless sword intent. But it's the first time I've seen it like this, making a spiritual domain, and even the entire heaven and earth, emit the sound of a sword's roar for it, or shocked, or emotional, or puzzled. The countless cultivators within the holding Ming spiritual domain were all shocked by the sight before them, but without exception, regardless of the level of realm, regardless of the amount of knowledge, no one can figure out, in the end how the situation is, nothing else. Just because the records of the immortal region for tens of thousands of years, there has never been anyone who has heard or seen a scene like the one in front of them. The entire world is shrouded in the sound of a sword that comes from nowhere, until, at some point, the invisible sword in Li Chang'e's eyes that was coalescing in the sky seemed to have made up its mind about something as if it had violently transformed into a stream of light that cut through the sky and came straight at Li Chang'e. The sound of the sword that resounded through the heavens and the earth, at this moment, even transformed into a stern and incomparable sword whistle, piercing through the sky with an unstoppable and supreme might. No, to be precise, the invisible sword wasn't running towards Li Chang'e. Instead, they ran, the small sword case in his arms and went, though it comes from the very far reaches of heaven, but it was instantaneous. In just a short moment, the invisible sword arrived in front of Li Chang'e. Li Mingdao, who was secretly guarding the side for fear of someone influencing this arcane state of Li Chang'e, didn't even have the time to react before he felt an extremely terrifying sword intent that came into view. No good, son, look out. Didn't even think much about it. Li Mingdao then wanted to jump out and stop in front of Li Chang'e. Although Li Mingdao wasn't clear about what exactly was happening in front of him, he also couldn't figure out where that terrifying sword intent that made him with the strength of the immortal Marquis realm tremble a little, actually came from. However, he clearly knew that the terrifying sword intent was running towards Li Chang'e. And so, barely a thought. Even though there wasn't much confidence in stopping that sword intent, Li Mingdao still chose to step forward and attempted to block in front of Li Chang'e, stopping that instantly arriving, raging, terrifying sword intent for Li Chang'e. Just what Li Mingdao never expected was that, without waiting for him to come to Li Chang'e's body, and even more without waiting for him to do something, there was an extremely pure and powerful sword intent that rose out of thin air. Perceiving that suffocatingly terrifying might, Li Mingdao violently turned his head towards the source of the second sword intent that surfaced, only to be shocked beyond belief to realize that the source of that sword intent was no other than the small sword box that Li Chang'e was holding in his arms. Realize this, Li Mingdao froze in place. Son, you actually comprehended a sword intent on your own? When was this? Li Mingdao's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. As previously stated, within the immortal region, there were countless sword cultivators, and among them, there was no lack of terrifying existences with outstanding natural talent and extremely unique talents above the sword path. However, even so, in Li Mingdao's impression, a sword cultivator within the immortal region who was able to comprehend a single sword intent could be said to be few and far between. 1 in 10,000. Extremely rare. No, to be precise, among the younger generation of practitioners. In addition to the personal disciple of the Jade Clearance Sect's supreme elder named Lu Ha, Li Mingdao had never heard of anyone else within 100 years who had ever sensed the way of the sword and comprehended the sword intent. And now, his son, Li Chang'e, who was only 6 years old, had actually unconsciously comprehended an extremely pure and terrifying sword intent that was not even remotely inferior to certain sword cultivators who had practiced for hundreds of years. Froze for a few moments. On Li Mingdao's face, there was a burst of ecstasy. What does it mean to be a supreme genius? Now that's a true supreme genius. Awakened at the age of 6. He stepped into the Void God realm and entered the immortal way, becoming the youngest and fastest breakthrough sword immortal in the history of the immortal realm. And then not more than a few days of work, but also on the sword of the road has some understanding, comprehended a pure to the extreme of the sword, triggering the resonance of heaven and earth. Not to mention the current young generation of cultivators. Even if we look at the immortal region within 10,000 years of history, which cultivator can be compared to the son of his? Well, you boy. It's really a big surprise for me. Just entering the Void God realm and stepping into the path of immortal Tao. It's amazing that you can comprehend sword intent. This would be great if you were given another 100 years to dive into your cultivation. When your grandfather, his seclusion is over and he comes out to see your current realm and strength, he will definitely be shocked, speechless and directly dumbfounded in place. His eyes were filled with relief as he looked at Li Chang'e. Li Mingdao let out a long sigh of relief as if he was relieved. And that's when it happened. Li Chang'e directly ignored Li Mingdao's arrival and gently extended that small, fleshy hand to poke the invisible sword that had coalesced at the edge of the holding Ming spiritual domain and instantly arrived in front of him. What does that mean? Relying on me? Ha, alright, then I'll begrudgingly take you in for the time being, little master. Between the words, Li Chang'e gently patted the small sword case in his arms. And so, the terrifying sword intent in the small sword box, after expressing a touch of very humanized aggression and displeasure, suddenly dissipated like a deflated balloon. The invisible sword intent that had coalesced from the edge of the holding Ming spirit domain's heavenly edge and instantly arrived in front of Li Chang'e expressed an excitement. Then, buzz, in a soft chirp, that invisible sword intent actually directly turned into a stream of light and drilled into the small sword box in Li Chang'e's arms. Until this moment, the sound of the sword that resounded through the heavens and earth finally dissipated with it. It was only then that the entire holding brightness spiritual domain was quiet again. Looking up towards the 10,000 feet in the air, he turned his head again to look at Li Chang'e, who slowly opened his eyes. Li Mingdao was a bit dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? This genius son of his, who was he conversing with just now? What was the thing that was reluctantly accepted? Again? The sword sound that resounded through the heavens and earth just now, causing the entire holding brightness spiritual domain to tremble. And what exactly was going on? Countless doubts bubbled up in the bottom of Li Mingdao's heart. Although he is also a person who cultivates, and even now already has the strength of the immortal Marquis realm, which is considered to be a strong party within the immortal domain. However, he was not a sword cultivator after all, and had never comprehended it on his own, or seen the sight of others comprehending sword intent, so he did not know what was going on with the scene just now. If a sword cultivator who had a good understanding of the sword Tao and sword intent was here, and saw that scene, he would have been unable to stop himself from crying out in shock, and would have been stunned into silence by Li Changda. Nothing else. Just because, what Li Changda comprehended just now was not a single sword intent. Instead, it's two courses. Within the sword box is the edge of heaven. Another one. The most shocking part was that the sword intent within Li Changda's sword box seemed to be resonating somehow with that sword intent from the edge of heaven. And so, there was no need for Li Changda to do anything on his own. That sword intent, then, was like a surrendered general, coming to serve on its own. So, within the small sword box in Li Changda's arms, at this moment there were two sword intentions covertly condensing for Li Changda to use. For unusual sword cultivators, this could almost be said to be something that they could not even come across for 100 years or even 1,000 years of cultivation. Seeing the many doubts in Li Mingdao's mind, Li Changda didn't explain too much. He just patted the sword case in his arms and grinned an innocent smile. It's nothing, father, it's just that I accidentally broke through a great realm of sword Dao. And then, incidentally, another sword intent or two have been condensed. That's right, as the two sword intent coalesced, Li Changda's great realm of sword Dao had completely broken through, stepping from the peak of the mortal realm into the realm of the void god in one fell swoop, completely synchronizing with his current realm. In other words, the current Li Changda was already a sword immortal in the true sense of the word. And after hearing Li Changda's words, Li Mingdao, who was frozen in place, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. Sword Dao Great Realm breakthrough even, and condensed two sword intent in the process? The boy, do people talk? This time when Li Changda made a breakthrough, although it also triggered a heaven and earth anomaly, causing the entire holding brightness spirit region to tremble and attracting the attention of many people. But ultimately, it was out of everyone's earshot. So, aside from Li Mingdao, there was no longer anyone who noticed this matter. It was only in the flurry of discussion that some people vaguely speculated that this heaven and earth vision could not be related to Li Changda, who had taken a step into the immortal Dao a few days ago. And just as the crowd was reveling in this heaven and earth vision, Li Mingdao took Li Changda and came into the study. A little contemplation. Li Mingdao took down an atlas from the bookshelf and said, Changda, before, you never showed any cultivation talent, and there were some things that father didn't tell you much about. But now, things are different, judging by the cultivation talent you have shown on your face, not to mention catching up with your father and I in your grandfather's realm, even the immortal emperor realm. You can basically step firmly into it. Speaking, Li Mingdao couldn't help but feel some emotions and sighs. Not too much has happened in the last few days, but each one, full of shock. Rao is very knowledgeable, know a lot of immortal domain secret of him, now actually have a kind of like a world apart. Big dream has not woken up like illusion. Some cannot believe the recent days of things happened. Born with sword bones, 6 years old void god, and just a few days after that, he comprehended the sword intent again, and his realm broke through. Who would believe this if they didn't see it with their own eyes? And that's exactly why. Only then was Li Mingdao all but certain that this son of his could never be some unusual existence in the future, but rather another immortal emperor within this immortal domain. So, even if it's a little unsettling, he's going to have to make some decisions too. A deep breath was exhaled. Li Mingdao continued. The path of cultivation is by no means as simple as eating and drinking, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that are needed in the process are countless and extremely huge. That's why my father intends to hand over one of the 100 or so spiritual domains controlled by my Li family to you, and supply the resources of an entire spiritual domain to you alone for cultivation. This is also a rule passed down from our Li family's ancestors. Now you are still young, but the mind is far more mature than ordinary children. The strength is also completely enough to protect themselves, even if it is alone to sit in the town of a party of the spirit domain. It is also considered more than enough. What's recorded on top of this atlas is the 100 or so spirit regions under the control of my Li family, from which you can pick one at will as your territory, with all the resources therein at your disposal. Of course, in order to prevent any accidents from happening to you, I will also arrange for some manpower to accompany you to your chosen spirit region and help you take care of various matters. The atlas was opened and placed in front of Li Changda's eyes. Li Mingdao couldn't help but sigh softly again. Previously, Li Changda hadn't shown any cultivation talent and was just an ordinary child. So naturally, he could only live at a snail's pace within the Li family's ancestral domain of holding brightness spiritual domain. Now, Li Changda's strength, however, was much stronger than before, and was already enough to defend himself, while at the same time, he had even displayed an extremely heaven-defying cultivation talent. So, for the sake of Li Changda's cultivation, and also for the sake of the future of the Li family, even if Li Mingdao was worried, he could only choose to follow the rules passed down from the ancestors of the Li family and hand over a spiritual area to Li Changda to control. So much for that. It was both providing a large amount of resources for Li Changa's cultivation. It was also a test of Li Changa's ability. If one was able to manage a party of spiritual domains as a domain lord, while not falling behind in cultivation and rapidly advancing in realm, only then would one be considered qualified enough to take over the position of the Li family's head in the future. Read this. Li Mingdao shook his head slightly. In the back of his mind, one person suddenly came to mind. Li Changa didn't pay attention to this. After listening to Li Mingdao's words, his bright eyes sparkled with excitement. Ruling a spiritual domain. The resources therein are at his disposal. No doubt about it. This was fatally attractive to Li Changa, who had just awakened his innate supreme sword bone. After all, as Li Mingdao said earlier, the process of cultivation was one that required the support of countless heavenly treasures, especially for Li Changa who had awakened the supreme sword bone. Bottlenecks and whatnot didn't exist. As long as there was enough spiritual energy, he would be able to break through. So, if it was really possible for him to be in charge of a spiritual domain as Li Mingdao had said, and use all the resources within the entire spiritual domain to supply him with cultivation, that would naturally be excellent. And so, don't even have to think about it much. Li Changa then took the atlas from Li Mingdao's hands and carefully flipped it back and forth, picking out the territories he wanted to control in the future. After a long time, Li Changa flipped to a certain page of the atlas and handed it to Li Mingdao. Father, I've chosen just this one. Just from the name, there are a lot of heavenly treasures and the spiritual energy is dense enough. Just relax. With the resources of an entire spiritual domain as support, I'm bound to cultivate by leaps and bounds and make rapid progress. So I guess it won't be long before there's one more immortal emperor in our Li family. A slightly childish voice rang out. It made Li Mingdao cry and laugh a little. He took the atlas handed to him by Li Changa, knocked Li Changa's head with his hand, and said seriously, Changa, when it comes to cultivation, don't be in too much of a hurry. It must be done steadily. If not waiting to finish the sentence, Li Mingdao then smiled helplessly as if he had remembered something again and shook his head. That's just it. What am I doing telling this to you? This anticlimactic guy? Your path is destined to be different from the norm. I'd better see which side of the spirit realm you've chosen first. Looking down slowly, when the spiritual domain that Li Changa had chosen was taken into his eyes, Li Mingdao couldn't help but be slightly stunned and froze in place. It was a name that was quite familiar to him. Tianbao Spiritual Domain. Holding the bright spiritual domain 100 miles away, there is a mountain range that is rich in spiritual energy and stretches for thousands of miles, during which there are quite a number of spiritual beasts inhabiting it and running around, and at the same time, it is also pregnant with countless heavenly materials and treasures. No exaggeration. The various heavenly materials and treasures produced by the spiritual domain alone were worth the sum of the output of several of the other 100 or so spiritual domains controlled by the Li family. This heaven and earth would be called the Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Domain. Same with the Holding Spiritual Domain. It was one of the 100 or so spiritual domains controlled by the Li family. The one in charge of this Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Domain was the number one heavenly pride of the Li clan before Li Changa's awakening, being the saint son of the third generation of blood relatives of the collateral lineage, named Li Changfeng. Maybe it's a coincidence. What Li Changa had chosen was this spiritual domain. As one of the 100 holy clans, the Li family was naturally branching out and extremely large. Nowadays, the patriarch of the Li clan is Li Changa's father, Li Mingdao. So, the lineage that Li Changa was in was the main family of the Li clan, and beyond the main family, there are dozens of side families. Li Changfeng was one of the many collateral lineages that had the most outstanding cultivation talent in the younger generation, one that was enough to be compared to some of the personal disciples of the 8 immortal sects. Therefore, it is within the sideline. Li Changfeng's status and position were both extremely honorable. The Li clan sideline that he belongs to even treats Li Changfeng as the hope of revitalizing their lineage, enshrining him as a saintly son and treating him with the utmost respect. Before Li Changa had awakened his cultivation talent, even if Li Mingdao was reluctant, he could only recognize Li Changfeng's excellence, and was even forced to agree to the proposal of the many Li clan elders to give the Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Domain to Li Changfeng to be in charge of it, and to train him temporarily as the next Li clan head. These things, Li Mingdao had never mentioned it to Li Changa before, but who would have thought that? And I don't know if it was a coincidence. After the many clan elders of the Li clan saw the talent displayed by Li Changa, they all agreed to the proposal of letting Li Changa choose a side of the spiritual realm at random to supply him with cultivation. Li Changa would actually be so precise and unerring, picking out this Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Domain. What's wrong? Can it be that there's something else to say about this Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Domain? Noticing the look of surprise on Li Mingdao's face, Li Changa asked with a smirk. He swore that the reason why he had chosen this heavenly treasure spiritual domain was really only because compared to the other spiritual domains under the control of the Li family, there were more heavenly treasures produced in it. As for anything else, he wasn't even sure. No, nothing to say. Li Mingdao shook his head, closed the atlas, and said proudly, judging by the talent you've shown so far, Chang'e, there's nothing more to say about the district's heavenly treasure spiritual domain. Even if they want this holding brightness spirit domain, those clan elders will definitely not dare to utter half a word of no, and will only obediently nod their heads and agree to it. After your grandfather comes out of the gate, they won't dare even more. It's settled. After today, this heavenly treasure spirit region will be your territory. I'm going to arrange for some manpower to notify this matter, and when some more time passes, you can move and go forward to take over that heavenly treasure spiritual domain. Say it. Li Mingdao got up and left the study. Looking at the slowly disappearing figure, Li Chang'e took off the gourd on his waist and poured a mouthful of spirit wine, his face smiling even more. Just more so than earlier. Vaguely it seemed to be more than a little chilly. Normal. A child of 2 or 3 years of age does not remember. But Li Chang'e was a little different. Since he came to this world, from the first moment he was born and opened his eyes, the things he saw and heard, he remembered clearly. At this very moment, above a certain pavilion in the heavenly treasure spiritual domain, Li Changfeng was drinking tea silently with a gloomy face. Just then, a hurried attendant ran up. Seeing Li Changfeng, who was sitting in front of the tea table, but his eyes were looking out of the attic, the attendant hurriedly bowed respectfully and reported aloud to Li Changfeng, Duke, I've found out everything you've explained. The various news rumored in these recent days are indeed all true. Duke Chang'e, Li Chang'e, he awakened his natural sword bone a few days ago on his 6th birthday and took a step into the sword immortal realm. The number of people who witnessed this scene at the time was not small, so a little inquiring made it certain that the matter was not a rumor. Also news has come from the main family side, saying that the patriarch he and all the clan elders have already conferred, saying that they want to follow the Li family's ancestral rules and allow Li Chang'e to choose a side of the spiritual domain and supply it to him for cultivation. At the moment, although it's still uncertain which side of the spirit realm he'll actually choose, but listening to the second clan elder, it's impossible to say that he'll pick this heavenly treasure spirit realm. Sir, do you think we should? The attendant carefully looked up at Li Changfeng's increasingly ugly and gloomy face, and hurriedly closed his mouth, not daring to say any more. Among the hundreds of spirit domains controlled by the Li family, the spiritually rich heavenly treasure spiritual domain can be very important, and for the Li family to be able to send Li Changfeng, who was a collateral lineage, here, and hand over the entire heavenly treasure spiritual domain to him to take care of it, it was enough to see the importance that the entire Li family placed on him. At least, in the past 6 years, almost the entire Li family felt that the one who would take over the Li family in the future would be Li Changfeng, who was from the collateral lineage, rather than Li Chang'e, who was a member of the direct lineage but had never shown any cultivation talent, and who only knew how to drink every day. Even Li Changfeng himself felt that he was the next Li family head, the destined person who was destined to take over the Li family and rule over the hundreds of spirit domains. But who would have thought? In the last few days, there was a sudden news that Li Chang'e, who had never shown any cultivation talent in the past 6 years, had suddenly awakened his natural sword bone. Not only did he display a strong cultivation talent, but even his cultivation level had grown by leaps and bounds, becoming a void god realm powerhouse and stepping into the path of the immortal Tao. Vent in time, Li Changfeng, who came from a collateral lineage, then detected a strong sense of crisis. Within the immortal realm, strength is honored. If Li Chang'e, who was a member of the first lineage, never showed any cultivation talent and was like an invalid who only knew how to drink and have fun every day, then naturally, there was no possibility of inheriting the position of the family head. Therefore, the position of that family head would naturally fall on him who, despite being a collateral lineage, had outstanding talent and had an 8th grade human immortal realm at a young age. But now, instead, the situation changed to something completely different again. 6-year-old void god realm. Even if Li Changfeng was stupid, he knew exactly what this meant. With the cultivation talent that Li Chang'e was currently displaying, in the next 10 years, if nothing unexpected happened, Li Chang'e would definitely be able to become a terrifying existence whose strength and realm would far surpass his. In time, then the Li family head position. Exactly who should be passed on to, since there is no need to say more. Shit, how did that guy suddenly awaken his sword bone? If I had known this, when he was just born, I should have been more ruthless and tried to remove him by all means. In that case, the next head of the family will definitely be me. But, it's not too late now. It's just a mere void god realm. If you want to crush it to death, this Gonzi still has many ways. Bang! In a sinister, icy smile, An explosive sound came violently. The teacup in Li Chongfeng's hand had already been pinched into pieces of powder. Seeing this scene in front of me, the attendant who had come to report the news hastily knelt on the ground, not even daring to raise his head for a moment. The Li family is very large. Except for Li Mingdao, the patriarch, there were another 9 clan elders who worked with Li Mingdao to resolve various Li family matters. Some small things, Li Mingdao has the right to decide, but as for certain major events, it would be necessary to discuss them with these 9 clan elders. As for Li Mingdao's father, the old man Li Dezhong, who was currently in seclusion, seeking the way to break through and attempting to step into the quasi-emperor realm, Li Changge was the previous Li family head. Normally, he would not meddle in the affairs of the Li family, regarding which spiritual domain Li Changge finally chose as the territory to support his cultivation. For the Li family today, it was obviously the so-called Li family's major event. After all, that was a matter of exactly at which point in the future their Li family would be able to have an immortal emperor realm powerhouse of their own, especially since the heavenly treasure spiritual domain chosen by Li Changge this time around also involved their Li family's collateral lineage, another genius from the lineage that a certain clan elder belonged to. It would be even more necessary to deliberate on it. And so, after Li Changge had made his decision, Li Mingdao then immediately summoned the 9 clan elders and informed them of Li Changge's eventual choice of the Heavenly Treasure Spirit territory as his territory. What? Changge, he chose the Heavenly Treasure Spirit region? Hiss. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Although he has the qualifications of an immortal emperor, he is a supreme genius that our Li family and even the entire immortal region can hardly encounter once in 10,000 years. And he should be qualified to sit in the Heavenly Treasure spiritual region, supplying the entire spiritual region's resources for him to cultivate with. But, if I remember correctly, the person who is now in control of the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain should be the grandson of the second clan elder, another genius of our Li clan, that kid Li Chongfeng, right? If we turn over the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain to little Changge to take care of, that would also mean that Chongfeng would have to cede this Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain and hand over all the resources within that spiritual domain to little Changge's hands, right? Alas, judging by the talent that Changge has shown today, he is destined to be able to step into the realm of immortal emperors in the future. But that kid Chongfeng's talent isn't that bad, and he is also expected to be an immortal emperor. That's a little hard to do. Second elder, look at this matter. Upon learning of the decision made by Li Changge, the 9 clan elders of the Li clan first stared blankly, and then they could not stop mingling and discussing in all directions, and between words, the gazes of the crowd, from time to time, looked toward the presence of a certain taut face, slightly look a few gloomy old man, seemingly waiting for the other side to take a position. This old man was clearly the second clan elder. His other identity was the grandfather of Li Chongfeng, who was now in control of the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain, and who had previously almost been groomed as the next head of the Li family. Where there are people, there are fights. Within the Li family, naturally, it was not an ironclad, either for power or for profit. There were also all sorts of open and secret struggles between the various branches and veins of the Li family, especially for the second clan elder's lineage, which was a collateral lineage. Li Chongfeng had shown a strong cultivation talent when he was young, and was even expected to step into the immortal emperor realm. And with Li Changge, who was the only first son of the main family, failing to show a single ounce of talent over the past 6 years, this explicit struggle for power was even more intense. People are greedy. Without the slightest hope, desire would have to be buried in the heart, out of sight. But once even just a ray of light shines in, that smudge of desire will be infinitely amplified under the added weight of greed, turning into a monster that devours hearts. His own lineage had produced a genius like Li Chongfeng. The second elder felt that if he, the sideline, would not necessarily not be able to become the main family, and that his grandson, who had outstanding talent, would not necessarily not be able to become the next Li family head. So, in these recent years, the second elder hadn't failed to secretly buy people's hearts, joining forces with other clan elders to pressure Li Mingdao, who was the clan chief, to cultivate that genius grandson of his, Li Chongfeng, to be ready to take over as the next clan chief, especially 3 years ago. That is, when Li Changge was 3 years old. The second elder even united with the other clan elders to pressure Li Mingdao, forcing Li Mingdao to have to hand over the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain, which was originally intended to be left to Li Changge and supplied to Li Changge for cultivation, to Li Chongfeng's hands. The course of this matter is no longer important. The important thing was that obviously as the head of the clan, he had to be coerced by the clan elders to hand over a side of the spiritual domain originally reserved for his son's cultivation to the side lineage, which in itself was a very humiliating thing. And in recent years, under the dominance of the second elder, Li Mingdao was even less angry and was emptied of a lot of power. He had never mentioned these things to Li Chang'e. None other. It was only because he didn't want Li Chang'e, who hadn't shown any cultivation talent before and was still young, to be involved in these struggles for power. The reason why he had repeatedly made concessions to the second clan elder and the others was also because he was worried that they would strike at Li Chang'e, who was an ordinary person, and threaten his safety. Thankfully, it was because of Li Mingdao's concessions at every turn. In the past 6 years, it seemed that the second clan elder had already decided that the next clan head would inevitably be his outstandingly talented grandson, Li Changfeng. So, although they targeted their main family lineage at every turn, they never thought of striking out at Li Chang'e, completely taking Li Chang'e's little life, to put an end to it forever. Thinking about this, the already gloomy second elder's face suddenly gained a few more points of malice, and he couldn't stop regretting in his heart. One wrong step. One wrong step. If he had known that there would be such a day, then he should have secretly gotten rid of the young Li Chang'e before he had awakened his talent. Now that's a good thing. Li Chang'e's talent awakened, and instead of stepping into the Void God realm in a single step, he directly became a 6-year-old sword immortal, becoming a supreme genius destined to step into the immortal emperor realm in the future. And so, overnight, everything changed. The forces that he had painstakingly managed, the hearts and minds that he had taken great pains to pull together at all costs, all became an empty talk the moment Li Chang'e stepped on the void and rose from the sky. Even the domain that his genius grandson was in charge of now seemed to have to be ceded and turned over to Li Chang'e, allowing to become Li Chang'e's territory. To top it off, in the face of all this suddenness, the second elder was actually powerless to change anything at all, and could only choose to accept it as humiliatingly and helplessly as Li Mingdao did 3 years ago. Phew, a deep sigh, a far-fetched smile pulled at the mouth of the second elder. Patriarch, can't this matter be discussed again? Chang'e's talent is certainly terrifying, but my grandson's talent for cultivation isn't that bad, and in the future, he can't be said to be an immortal emperor realm supreme powerhouse as well. Then the heavenly treasure spiritual domain, can't you just give way? Between the words, the second elder, however, couldn't help but curse in his heart. He could be certain that the reason why Li Chang'e had chosen the Tianbao spiritual domain as his territory this time around was categorically unrelated to Li Mingdao, or even that Li Mingdao had helped Li Chang'e decide. As for the reasons, it's just about holding a grudge from 3 years ago, so it was just a matter of wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to get back at him. After all, when he, as the second elder, united with the other clan elders to pressure Li Mingdao and force him to hand over the control of the heavenly treasure spiritual domain, the tactics he used were not so honorable. The process of coercion was even more humiliating for Li Mingdao. So, it's definitely abject revenge. The second elder stared at Li Mingdao and secretly clenched his fists. The other side. Upon hearing this from the second elder, the several clan elders who usually had a good relationship with the second elder, as well as those who had already been drawn in by the second elder, also opened their mouths and begged for mercy from Li Mingdao. Yes, matriarch, what the second elder said is not unreasonable. Little Chang'e he does have an extremely terrifying cultivation talent. It's very likely that he'll be an immortal emperor realm powerhouse in the future. But that Changfeng kid isn't that bad either. It's impossible to say. It's just an immortal emperor realm powerhouse as well. If we let Changfeng have the heavenly treasure spiritual domain, supplying it for his cultivation, and let little Chang'e choose another side of the spiritual domain, then in the future, won't our Li family be able to have 2 immortal emperor realm powerhouses? Patriarch, think carefully. If not, wouldn't it chill the hearts of the second elder and that brat Changfeng? Several elders spoke up, righteously, as if it was a great mistake for Li Chang'e to have chosen the heavenly treasure spiritual domain as his territory. Li Mingdao couldn't help but sigh softly. Clan elders, what do you mean by this? According to the rules of our Li family, anyone with outstanding talent in the younger generation is qualified to choose one of the 100 or so spiritual domains under the control of my Li family to use for cultivation. And the stronger and more outstanding the talent, the more qualified one is to choose a spirit area with rich spiritual power and abundant resources, regardless of age or status. When Changfeng chose the heavenly treasure spiritual domain before, you guys told me the rules. How is it that now that it's Chang'e's turn to choose, the rules aren't rules anymore? Li Mingdao frowned. A powerful aura emerged from his body. Before Li Chang'e's talent awakened, something to let go and let go, even if it will give the impression of weakness. Li Mingdao didn't care in the slightest either. As long as everything was fine with Li Chang'e, it was already enough. However, now that Li Chang'e's cultivation talent had awakened, choosing a party to cultivate in the spiritual domain was related to the progress and speed of cultivation, and related to exactly how far he could go in the cultivation journey in the future. How could Li Mingdao continue to give in? And how could it possibly give way? As he told Li Chang'e when he arrived, in this matter today, These clan elders must agree even if they don't. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Li Mingdao, several clan elders, including the second elder, changed color slightly. Previously, they were so used to that weak and incompetent Li Mingdao, who gave in to all kinds of concessions under their duress, that they had all somewhat forgotten that the reason why Li Mingdao was able to become the patriarch was not without reason. Compared to them, the clan elders who were still struggling at the heavenly immortal and golden immortal realms, Li Mingdao's cultivation talent was far too strong. Always, Li Mingdao seldom made a move. Showing the realm was just that. That was why the several clan elders had somewhat forgotten that the clan chief in front of them, who was quite a bit younger than them, was now a powerful person at the immortal marquee realm. Shocked by the powerful aura, although the several clan elders had ugly faces, they did not dare to say anything more. Seeing this scene in front of me, only then did Li Mingdao nod his head in satisfaction and coldly hummed, "This matter, it's settled. Do you clan elders have any objections? If there is, it's not too late to tell. If not, this can be arranged to notify the Li family members of this matter, so that Li Changfeng can return to Decisive Brightness City and choose a new side of the spiritual realm as his territory, seating that heavenly treasure spiritual realm. As for Changa's side, I will make my own arrangements for manpower to prepare for the trip to the heavenly treasure spirit region, so there's no need for you elders to worry about it. Rules are rules and strength is strength, in the event that neither is occupied." Even if the second elder and a few other clan elders were no longer displeased in their hearts, and were no longer dissatisfied with the decision that Li Mingdao had made at this moment, they could only stand up and respectfully nod their heads. No objection. There is nothing wrong with this arrangement by the patriarch. With the talent that Chang'e has shown, he is indeed qualified to choose any one of the 100 or so spirit regions under my Li family's control, and no one will be able to compete with him. Second elder, that heavenly treasure spiritual domain, let it out. Just let Changfeng choose another spiritual domain. The voices of a few Li family elders persuading them sounded once again. Only this time, the object of persuasion had turned out to be the second elder. The second elder secretly clenched his fists, forcing a smile on his face, unable to say anything more at all other than silently nodding his head in agreement. Time passes. In a flash, it's 2 days later. Under the arrangements made by Li Mingdao and a few clan elders, the news that Li Chang'e had chosen the heavenly treasure spirit domain as his territory and had become a party domain lord went viral, quickly spreading throughout the entire Li family. Venton time. The many disciples of the Li clan were talking. "Hey, have you guys heard?" Under the deliberation of the clan chief and the clan elders, "That little whining mongrel. No, Duke Chang'e, he seems to have the qualifications to control a party's spirit domain and use all the resources of a party's spirit domain all for cultivation. Of course I heard about it. Recently, the patriarch, he seems to be arranging manpower to prepare for Lord Chang'e to prepare to move on to other spirit realms. Hiss. Duke Chang'e is only 6 years old, and the matriarch is ready to let him take charge of a spirit domain and assume the position of domain lord? Isn't this also too fast? Fast what fast? If you were able to step into the immortal Tao at the age of 6, you'd also be qualified to rule a spirit domain and become a domain lord. Although the Li family has more than 100 spiritual domains, not every disciple is qualified to choose one of them as a resource for their own cultivation. Only those with outstanding talent are qualified. Learning that Li Chang'e had become a domain lord this way, while the many Li family disciples were shocked and amazed, they couldn't help but feel some envy and jealousy. That's a whole side of the spirit realm. Even if the spiritual energy is even thinner, it is also capable of breeding countless heavenly treasures. For cultivators with outstanding talent, if they were able to control a spiritual domain as a place of cultivation, it would inevitably have many benefits. It's not even an exaggeration. With the help of countless heavenly materials, even cultivators with even mediocre talent could only rapidly increase their realm by leaps and bounds in a single day. As for Li Chang'e's terrifying talent, the crowd didn't dare to think about how quickly his strength would increase after he took control of a party's spirit domain. By the way, do you guys know which side of the spirit realm Duke Chang'e he chose as his territory? Is there any news? If it's possible, I kind of want to follow Lord Chang'e and go with him. You're dreaming less. Mr. Chang'e is a young man who has stepped into the path of immortality. If you want to follow Mr. Chang'e, he may not be able to look at you. So, this matter of following Lord Chang'e is better left to me. It's just like what Ming Dao Li said. After choosing a side of the spiritual domain as a territory, Li Chang'e would need to leave and head to the spiritual domain of his choice to take up the position of domain lord and be in charge of all affairs within that spiritual domain. And on the way out, Li Chang'e was able to independently select some of the many disciples of the Li clan who were willing to follow him as his entourage to travel with him to the spiritual domain of his choice. After all, a spiritual domain is a piece of heaven and earth. Even if it's smaller, it's still extremely large. Trying to completely take care of it with one person is obviously nothing less than a pipe dream and is extremely difficult. In addition to the usual need to cultivate, as soon as possible to enhance the strength, and how to come to the time to deal with a party within the spirit area of the various trivial matters. So, no matter which disciple of the Li clan, after choosing a side of the spiritual domain as his territory, he would choose some attendants to follow him. Weekdays, the various affairs within the spiritual domain could then be handed over to these attendants to take care of. And for certain disciples of the Li family who had mediocre talent and slow progress in cultivation, following a certain heavenly pride to leave the ancestral domain and go to other spirit domains was likewise a good choice. Staying within the ancestral domain, with their mediocre talents, it would be very difficult for them to share any cultivation resources to use to enhance their strength. However, if you follow a certain heavenly pride away and serve a certain heavenly pride, it is equivalent to becoming that heavenly pride's crony, and you can more or less share a lot of benefits. If the heavenly pride they chose became some kind of immortal monarch, immortal king realm, or even a supreme powerhouse of the quasi-emperor, immortal emperor realm in the future, it would be even more of a benefit to them. In a sense, following a certain heaven's pride to leave the ancestral domain and travel to other spiritual domains was actually an investment. When Li Changfeng left the holding brightness spiritual domain and went to that heavenly treasure spiritual domain, there were quite a few people who chose to follow and left the ancestral domain with him. Among them, there was even no lack of children of the Li family who were slightly more talented in cultivation. All of them chose to follow Li Changfeng and serve Li Changfeng. And now, Li Changge would soon be leaving the ancestral domain as well, heading to the spirit domain of his choice to take up the position of domain master, which naturally caused many Li family disciples to rush after him, wanting to follow. Compared to Li Changfeng back then, Li Changge's talent was clearly much more terrifying. At only 6 years old, he stepped into the realm of the immortals. In the future, he was destined to be a supreme powerhouse of the immortal emperor realm. Following such an existence could be considered a great future. The many disciples of the Li family were not stupid. This investment, they still saw it clearly, but immediately after, the crowd then realized a key point. Wait, you guys don't rush to fight over who will follow Prince Changge. First tell me which side of the spirit realm Prince Changge he actually chose as his territory. Although Prince Changge's talent is indeed as good as a demon's, it doesn't mean that his vision is good. In the event that he chooses some harsh conditions, thin spiritual energy, and bird don't shit side of the spiritual realm as his territory, then wouldn't we be asking for trouble if we follow him there? Right, you have a point. Does anyone know exactly which spirit realm Lord Changge has chosen? The chatter came to an abrupt halt, as the crowd looked at each other. None of them even knew which side of the spirit realm Li Changge had actually chosen. After a while, it was only then that someone quietly opened their mouth and replied in a somewhat less certain tone. I heard, Duke Changge he seems to have chosen the heavenly treasure spirit region as his territory. Hear this. The crowd, which was still slightly worried, let out a long sigh of relief. The heavenly treasure spiritual domain? That's a great place. Among the 100 or so spirit areas under the control of our Li family, excluding those few hidden places, the conditions and resources of the heavenly treasure spirit area definitely rank among the top few. Indeed, compared to other spiritual domains, the spiritual energy of the heavenly treasure spiritual domain is a lot denser, and the various types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures produced therein are also a lot more varied in number and type. The only thing worth caring about is, beyond the heavenly treasure spiritual domain, there seems to be a demonic abyss, but fortunately, that demonic abyss has been sealed, and there hasn't been any movement for nearly 1,000 years. Say no more. I'm going after Lord Changge. After figuring out Li Changge's choice, the many disciples of the Li clan had no more worries. One by one, they screamed that they wanted to be followers of Li Changge. However, just then, it seemed that someone had reacted and realized a certain problem. So in a tone that was slightly tinged with a few moments of uncertainty, they raised their voice to inquire. The heavenly treasure spirit region is good, but, if I remember correctly, 3 years ago when Lord Changfeng chose a side of the spirit realm as his territory, it seems like he chose the heavenly treasure spirit realm? Hiss. When you put it that way, it seems true. Huh? Really fake? So what's going on now? I don't know. According to our Li family's rules, Duke Changfeng's talent is obviously inferior to Duke Changge. So if Duke Changge actually chooses the heavenly treasure spirit domain, then Duke Changfeng will have to give it up. But, Duke Changfeng he may not be willing to let it out. What's this got to do with us? If the two gentlemen want to fight, let them fight. We'll just wait and watch the fun. After realizing that the current domain master of the heavenly treasure spiritual domain was another genius of the Li clan, Li Changfeng, the Li clan's crowd, could not help but burst into an uproar. A 6-year-old sword immortal was certainly terrifying, but Li Changfeng is not a vegetarian. Nowadays, He thought that he should at least have the strength of the human immortal realm. Li Changa was quite a bit better in terms of talent. However, in terms of the realm of strength, he had lost some to Li Changfeng, and that heavenly treasure spiritual domain. There was only one. If Li Changa bit the bullet and wanted that heavenly treasure spiritual domain, and Li Changfeng was unwilling to give it up, then there would only be quite a bit of friction and conflict between these two princes. In time, the entire Li family is afraid to be buzzing. Read this. The people of the Li family had already prepared and planned to eat and watch the show. In the meantime, the other side, Li Mingdao also called Li Changa, who had gotten drunk again, to his study, and earnestly urged the many things that needed to be paid attention to when traveling to other spiritual domains. Li's study, already nearly half 100 years old, the usually unsmiling Li Mingdao, at this time, was like a big old lady at the street corner, grabbing Li Changa for a while to read. Changa, after leaving the ancestral domain, you must be careful in everything. Although what you are going to this time is one of the 100 or so spiritual domains under the control of my Li family, it is after all an extremely vast spiritual domain, and it is inevitable that you will encounter some unexpected things. Normally, it's fine for you to act ostentatiously in decisive brightness city, but when you're outside, try to temper your temper a little so that you don't run into any dangers. Looked at the childish boy who was holding the wine gourd and drinking endlessly. Li Mingdao couldn't help but sigh. Whatever. Today's Li Changa was, after all, just a 6-year-old child, even if he showed much more maturity than his peers, and his strength and realm were also much stronger. He was still just a child after all. This time, he left the Li family ancestral domain. Li Mingdao would inevitably be a little less assured. Don't worry, Dad, it'll be fine. Your son, I'm no ordinary man. I won't hide it from you, Father, but your son, I was destined from the moment I was born to reign within this immortal realm, to roam at large. Listening to Li Mingdao's voice, Li Changa put down the small wine gourd in his hand as if to comfort, and gently waved his fleshy little hand in midair, signaling Li Mingdao to feel at ease. Actually, in Li Changa's opinion, it's true that Li Mingdao doesn't have to worry about anything. It is true that today he is only 6 years old, but when it comes to knowledge, he is not inferior to those adults. In his 2 lifetimes, he had seen too much of the evil of the human heart, before he ever came into the world. The variety of darkness seen is even less. It's not even an exaggeration. Under all sorts of rules and regulations, the world he was in his previous life was the one that truly ate people without spitting out their bones. In comparison, the immortal domain that directly puts the rule of the weak and the strong on the surface, on the contrary, is to appear much safer, and the trickery between people is to appear simpler and clearer. And it is precisely because it is clear that this is the case. For the past 6 years, although Li Changa would always display a very flamboyant demeanor on weekdays, he had never caused any trouble, much less offended anyone else. In the eyes of Li Mingdao, age and insight seemed to be his weaknesses, but for Li Changa, this in turn became the best disguise for his true side. So, not to mention leaving the Li family's ancestral domain and going to the heavenly treasure spiritual domain to take up the position of domain master. Even if he was allowed to go out and break into the immortal domain now, what was so difficult about it? Li Mingdao was obviously not aware of this. He was just worried that his baby boy was in some kind of danger. Looking at Li Changa's drunken and adorable appearance, he couldn't help but be infuriated. You brat, alas, that's just it, Father, although I know that the way you cultivate may be different from ordinary people, and you need to drink a lot of spirit wine, but when you really arrive at that heavenly treasure spirit domain, you should usually try to control it and not get too drunk. After all, when you become the domain master, there are a lot of things that you need to deal with. The other thing is, previously, I shouldn't have mentioned to you that the current controller of that heavenly treasure spiritual domain is one of your clan brothers, a certain genius from the side lineage. This time, if you have chosen that heavenly treasure spiritual domain as your own territory, it also means that he needs to cede him to the heavenly treasure spiritual domain and give up the various resources within it to you. With my understanding of that genius, with this kind of stifling, he definitely won't be so easily willing to give up the heavenly treasure spiritual domain. Slight pause for a moment. Li Mingdao's tone changed and his expression was grave. So, this time when you go to that heavenly treasure spiritual domain, he might be secretly tripping over you. You must be careful and watchful. Do not neglect it. For ordinary people, the Void God realm is indeed considered a strong party, but for an existence that is also a genius, the Void God realm is merely the beginning. If I'm right, that genius, nowadays, must at least have the strength of the human immortal realm, or even the earth immortal realm. Above the Void God is the human immortal. Above the human immortal is the earth immortal. On the realm, the 6-year-old Li Changa was clearly no match for the genius who was Li Mingdao's mouth, the one who was Li Changa's clan brother and came from a certain lineage of the collateral lineage. But, if we're talking about strength and battle power, Li Chang'e, however, was not the least bit afraid. It's just a district human immortal earth immortal. What kind of genius is that? And, father, when it really comes to talent and cultivation, who can compare to your son? Heaven will not give birth to me, Li Chang'e, and the immortal realm will be like a long night for all eternity. Raising the small wine gourd towards Li Mingdao, he shook it. Li Chang'e looked up to the sky. If it were a different adult, this scene would definitely make people feel their hearts and minds stirred, shocked by the other party's bravado and those shocking words, and they could not help but feel ashamed for the other party from the bottom of their hearts. But if the person who said that had been a 6-year-old child instead, especially if they are still children who look a little drunk, and yet, for no reason at all, it looked a little cute. Looking at Li Chang'e as if he was drunk and talking nonsense, Li Mingdao smiled helplessly and sighed. That's just it. Just say this to your kid. You're probably just going to go in the left ear and out the right ear. You won't take it to heart at all. This time when you leave the ancestral domain and head to that heavenly treasure spirit domain, I will arrange for as many attendants as possible to go with you and help you take care of various matters. And amongst these many attendants, there is no lack of various gifted and outstanding generations. This can all be your squad to take over the Li family in the future. Be sure to treat them well. And, not waiting for Li Mingdao to finish his sentence, there was a very slight snort, but it suddenly rang out. Li Mingdao froze slightly and turned his head to look. It was only then that he realized that at some point, the drunken Li Chang, with his chubby little mouth and the little wine gourd that was about to fall to the ground but just wouldn't fall off, was lying asleep on the chair in the study. A moment of silence followed. Li Mingdao couldn't help but laugh out loud. This child, obviously a sword immortal, how can he still fall asleep anytime, anywhere? Helplessly, he shook his head. Li Mingdao gently picked up Li Chang'e, prepared to send him back to his room to rest and go. But just then, seems dreamy, the sleeping Li Chang'e gently barred his mouth a few times and murmured, "Father, stop nagging, don't worry, son, I know what I'm doing. Why did you pick that heavenly treasure spiritual domain? Not yet, for the sake of giving Dad a piece of my mind. Hear this." Li Mingdao's body shook violently. Tian Bao spiritual domain. Inside a bedroom furnished in an antique style, suddenly there was a charming sound, but the sound lasted only a moment. It came to an abrupt end at the sound of a heavy breath. Phew! Li Changfeng took a long sigh of relief and put his own clothes back on, then glanced at the woman who was limp on the bed and indifferently ordered, "The women are sort of the same. The face is pretty and the body is enchanting, especially the pair of fox-like eyes, but also between the knitted brows and smile, exudes a different flavor, giving people a seductive feeling." If it's usual, Li Changfeng would have a good time with the woman since, but today he was in no mood. Over at the ancestral domain, news has already come in that my genius clan brother has chosen this heavenly treasure spirit domain of mine to serve as his future territory. Li Changfeng's tone was icy cold and his face was gloomy as he said, "Oh, so, it won't be long before you, Mr. Changfeng, are forced to leave this heavenly treasure spiritual domain and leave your slave alone here? How does that clan brother of yours look?" The woman rolled over, her hands propped up on her chin, and with those foxy eyes, she looked at Li Changfeng, who had already gotten dressed, and asked with a smile, "Hear this?" Li Changfeng was slightly stunned, but immediately afterward, as if he had thought of something, a light smile appeared on his face, and he turned his head violently to look at the woman on the bed. "My clan brother is only 6 years old this year, even his hair has not yet grown. No matter what his appearance is, what can you do with him? That's no fun." The woman pouted, revealing a smile full of curiosity. "Then, Mr. Changfeng, if you're leaving the heavenly treasure spiritual domain this time, why don't you take my slave with you? In that case, whether your excellency returns to the ancestral domain or travels to other spirit domains, you will at least not feel bored on the way." It was different from a genius disciple like Li Changfeng. The woman's name was Lu Meier. He was one of the many foreign disciples of the Li family. Although his appearance was outstanding, his cultivation talent was extremely ordinary. If she continued to cultivate in a step-by-step manner, it was unlikely that she would ever achieve anything in her life, much less become a domain lord of a party, controlling countless cultivation resources in her hands. And so, about 3 years ago, when Li Changfeng selected the heavenly treasure spiritual domain as his territory and moved to leave the ancestral domain, she resolutely chose to follow and came to this heavenly treasure spiritual domain. With her cultivation talent, it was indeed difficult to become a strong party. With her good looks, she could take down Li Changfeng and become a woman under the body of a powerful man on one side, but it really wasn't a difficult task. Now that he had learned that Li Changfeng was going to leave the heavenly treasure spiritual domain, and since she didn't have much of a chance to have something happen with that new master of the future heavenly treasure spiritual domain, Lu Meier couldn't help but think of a good retreat for herself since before she could do so. However, what she hadn't expected was, after listening to her, Li Changfeng, however, smiled coldly, and if he had a point, he said, "No, in a short period of time, I won't leave this heavenly treasure spiritual domain and return to the ancestral domain, or head to other spiritual domains. After all, compared to other spirit areas, the spiritual energy within this heavenly treasure spirit area is much denser, and the various heavenly materials and treasures produced within it are also much more bountiful. So, before I leave, I have to stay here and properly welcome that genius clan brother of mine, and prepare some small meet and greet gifts for him before I do so. But, I do think that you can go ahead and return to the ancestral domain." Lu Meier raised her head as if she understood something. "Gongzi, what you mean is," Li Changfeng snorted coldly and continued, "my clan brother is just 6 years old now, so I guess he doesn't have any close playmates within the ancestral domain. When he moves to come to this heavenly treasure spiritual domain in some time, he is bound to select some of the many disciples from the Li clan to come to this heavenly treasure spiritual domain as his entourage, and with your ability and means, you only need to spend a little bit of effort to take down a mere 6-year-old child. Isn't that a breeze? In time, the domain master of this heavenly treasure spirit domain appears to be the genius clan brother of mine on the surface, but in reality, it might be up to you. How? Aren't you impressed? Heartbeat. How is it impossible to be heartbroken? Within the immortal realm, strength is honored. For an ordinary person like Lu Meier, who had average cultivation talent, it could be considered extremely difficult to surpass the many cultivators and become a human being. It was even more extremely difficult to become a domain lord of a party. To be able to become the belonging of a strong person like Li Changfeng, it would have been considered a great result. And now, just as Li Changfeng had said, a chance to secretly control the heavenly treasure spirit domain and indirectly become the domain lord was in front of Lu Meier's eyes. Willow Meier admitted that she was a somewhat ambitious person. If not, he wouldn't have chosen to follow Li Changfeng and come to this heavenly treasure spiritual domain in the first place. So, such great opportunities are placed before us. How could she miss it so easily? He. Foxy eyes narrowed into a line. Lu Meier let out a laughter filled with joy. What Lord Changfeng said is very true. With the mind of that 6-year-old child, trying to bring him under control is really not too difficult for me. But, behind Prince Changfeng's talented clan brother, there should be some elders, right? When he chose his entourage, I think he must have scrutinized his identity and background before finalizing his selection, right? In other words, if they find out that I've long been a follower of Duke Changfeng and have come to this heavenly treasure spirit region, they should definitely not allow me to get close to that genius clan brother of the Duke. Returning to the ancestral domain and secretly approaching that 6-year-old who will be ruling this heavenly treasure spirit domain in the future, as your excellency said, should be extremely difficult. Lu Meier was not stupid, quite the opposite. She could even be called very smart. Li Changfeng's purpose and intention. She took one look at it and saw it for what it was. It was nothing more than that she was a little less than willing to give this heavenly treasure spiritual domain away. So that's why she secretly urged her on, wanting her to go and create some trouble for that 6-year-old genius. So, even if one was even more moved by what Li Changfeng had said, Lu Meier also had to weigh the pros and cons and decide carefully. It seemed that he could see the various concerns in Lu Meier's heart. Li Changfeng's brows flashed with a touch of viciousness as he said, "There's no harm in it. If you're willing to return to the ancestral domain, I'll make secret arrangements to help you forge your identity. Well, it's a great opportunity. Do you want to try and grasp it?" A voice like a demon's whisper slowly sounded. Lu Meier bit her lip and contemplated for a while. After a long time, it was only then that a smile filled with flirtation appeared on her face and she gently nodded. Then let it be as the gentleman says. There were still some days before Li Changga left the ancestral domain and traveled to that heavenly treasure spirit domain. And so these recent days, he had turned back into what the people used to call that little drunken mongrel who would get drunk every day, loitering around the city of Holding Brightness to have a good time, as the only first son of the main lineage of the Li family. At the same time, he was also the master of this Holding Brightness spiritual domain and Determination Brightness city. The people within the city, naturally, all recognized Li Changga. So, almost immediately after appearing in the city, Li Changga was then recognized. However, unlike the days of old, the crowd no longer called him by the Li family's little wine-monger, as they had done before. There was also no one to greet him, the son of the Li family, with a gaze that was a little bit flirtatious and a little bit mocking, as before, seemingly very polite, but in reality without any respect. In its place was a smile full of flattery. The Wu family liquor store. This was a wine store that Li Changga frequented. Among the 100 holy clans, Almost every sacred race controlled certain industries within the immortal region. The Wu family, on the other hand, was famous for spirit wine brewing. Within this immortal region, if one were to ask which wine store or wine cellar brewed the best spirit wine, there might not even be anyone who could answer and give an accurate answer. But if one were to ask where one could buy the most varieties of spirit wines that were of good quality and wouldn't be anywhere near as bad, then everyone would inevitably give the same answer: the Wu family liquor store. As one of the 100 sacred clans known for their wine, the Wu family's wine store had opened up almost all over the immortal region. As the Li family's ancestral domain, and also one of the more prosperous and bustling of the 8,000 spiritual domains within the immortal domain, the holding bright spiritual domain naturally also has the Wu family wine shop. Every time before the gourd was filled with booze and finished, and within the Li Fu, and just when there is no stock, Li Chang'e himself would drag a string of small wine gourds, like a certain old man at the door walking, all the way to this wine store, letting the store's little two fellows fill up all his small wine gourds. For a long time, the junior fellows in the liquor store, all of them also mingled with Li Chang'e. This day, the stock of spirit wine in the Li Palace is exhausted. It happened that Li Chang'e's small wine gourds were all empty as well. So he dragged his zucchini again to this liquor store. But what made Li Chang'e slightly surprised was, just walked in the door, he was then taken aback by the hustle and bustle of the liquor store, only to see that on weekdays, although often patronized, but does not appear crowded within the wine store. Today I do not know what is going on, but is actually the door of the city, quite lively, especially the moment Li Chang'e stepped into the liquor store. Those guests in the wine store, as if they had sensed something, turned their heads in unison, resting their eyes on Li Chang'e's small figure. Wait until you get a good look at the one walking into the liquor store. It was after Li Chang'e, who was only 6 years old. In the eyes of those guests, there was an instantaneous emergence of fire. What's the situation? Look at this. This group seems to be running towards me? Not waiting for Li Chang'e to think carefully about the current situation, the small two fellows in the wine store also noticed his arrival. So a few pleasing and formal smiles appeared on their faces, and they rushed to welcome him, greeting him warmly. Hey, isn't this Mr. Li? What brings you here today? By the way, our store has recently arrived with a new batch of spirit wine. The shopkeeper is saying that he wants to send someone to send it over to you, and you just happen to be here. Why don't I pour you a gourd to taste first? Mr. Li is here again. Greetings, Mr. Li. In a lively greeting, some of the junior fellows looked at Li Chang'e with a bit more awe and fear in their gazes. With that look, as if they were worried about something. That's normal. Previously, Li Chang'e's talent had not yet awakened, just an ordinary person at the time. These few Shao'er fellows who were a little frightened at this time, had not used the title of Little Wine Monkey to tease and joke about Li Chang'e, who was the son of the Li family. Now Li Chang'e's talent has awakened. One step into the void god realm, became that legendary teenage sword immortal. Both status and position are very different from the old days. Seeing Li Chang'e again, these few junior fellows in the wine store would be a bit scared since they were worried that Li Chang'e would retaliate against them because of what happened before. The anger of a sword immortal was not something they could withstand. Moreover, it was also a 6-year-old sword immortal like Li Chang'e who was called an absolute genius and was rarely encountered in 10,000 years, so it was even more not something they could afford to mess with. To their long relief, even if it becomes that legendary high and mighty sword immortal lord, Li Chang'e didn't bother with them too much. After coming to the liquor store, although Li Chang'e was slightly surprised by the bustling scene within the wine store, he still directly flung the bunch of wine gourds he was carrying in his small hands to them as usual. Fill a gourd of newly arrived spirit wine for me to taste, and then the rest according to the old rules. 5 gourds of the very best osmanthus brew, 3 gourds of Manchurian spring, and then 2 gourds of immortal fruit wine. What Li Chang'e wanted was all the signature wines of the Wu family wine shop. Talk about not being much of a fairy tale, but it won out because it tasted good and was rich in spiritual energy. Got it. The junior fellows in the wine store hurriedly took the string of small wine gourds that Li Chang'e flung over, and went down to pour wine for Li Chang'e with their asses. And between words, Li Chang'e swept his gaze over the crowd in the liquor store. If it was just a mere suspicion before, then at this moment, he was already able to confirm that these guests in the wine store were definitely running towards him. Nothing else. Simply because during his conversation with Junior, even if these guests had withdrawn their earlier gazes, Li Chang'e could keenly sense that these people's attention was always gathered on his body. After stepping into the void god realm, Li Chang'e's 5 senses and divine sense were already far beyond normal. Not to mention that it is just like this time in front of me, by so many people so openly, in front of his face to watch. Even if someone was stalking and spying in the dark, he would be able to detect it in the first place. So, what the hell is going on here? Perhaps he had sensed Li Chang'e's doubts. A wine store waiter with some eyesight took the initiative to come up and explain to Li Chang'e. Mr. Li is curious as to why there are suddenly so many customers within our wine store, right? Li Changge nodded. Not bad, it's a bit curious. Xiao'er carefully glanced at the crowd in the wine store, squatted down on the ground, came to Li Changge's ear, and whispered, to tell you the truth, Mr. Li, these people they're all running towards you. Sure enough, these guests, they are running to him, although it had been expected. However, Li Changge still pretended to look very puzzled and swept over the bodies of the people in the store with those slightly puzzled drunken eyes. Running at me? What does that mean? Childish appearance. It's Li Changge's best cover. Seeing Li Changge so puzzled, the wine store youngster didn't think much about it at all and continued to explain. You may not know, but now almost everyone is talking about the matter of the day when Mr. Li stepped into the Void God realm in a single step and became a 6-year-old sword immortal. So, there are quite a few people who want to see how you, a 6-year-old sword immortal within the immortal realm that is rarely encountered in 10,000 years, really looks like, and whether all those rumors about Gongzi are true. On weekdays, you are within the Li Mansion, almost never going out, and there is no way for these people to enter the Li Mansion and go forward to pay their respects to you. So after hearing the news that Gongzi would often patronize our family's wine store, he retreated and chose to come inside the wine store to squat on Gongzi. Truth be told, ever since the news of Gongzi becoming a sword immortal spread out, there have been people coming inside the wine store almost every day to squat on Gongzi, waiting for him to show up. In recent days, there has been no shortage of prying for news about you, Prince. After hearing this explanation, Li Changge was even more puzzled instead. What's the point of seeing little master me? Can it be that they also want to betroth their granddaughter to me just like that old Taoist from the Jade Clearance sect? The store assistant had a bitter smile on his face and shook his head. That little one doesn't know. However, within these guests squatting at Gongzi, there are quite a few big shots from all over the world. So if Gongzi has the heart, he can make some acquaintances. Just as Li Changge was talking to Xiao'er, next to the Wu family liquor store, in a certain elegant courtyard where a lot of flowers and plants were planted, there was a woman wearing a long white dress with a tassel at the waist, with a pretty face, who at a glance looked like she came from a rich and noble family, exuding a sense of honor and dignity, and she was holding a wooden kettle to water the flowers. A figure hurried in. Wait until you see the woman who was watering the flowers in the courtyard. The figure hurriedly plopped down on one knee and reported, Fairy, that Li family's son has appeared. He is now buying wine inside the Wu family's wine store. Judging from his aura, the aura of that Li family's son can be said to be introverted and muddy, without the slightest hint of flimsiness, and has obviously fully consolidated his strength at the Void God realm. As for the Sword Dao realm, whether it has also reached the Immortal Dao, it's a bit hard to tell unless one battles him to see how his sword intent is, but by and large, it is possible to ascertain that all the rumors about the Li family's son are indeed true and not exaggerated. Do you think, should we go over and meet him? Between the words, the squire's face was filled with shock. First of all, regardless of the name of the sword immortal, just 6 years old Void God realm alone, it was enough to shock him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have been able to believe that in this world, there were still cultivation geniuses with such terrifying talents. The scariest part is, he had also heard that this Li family's son had not shown any cultivation talent at all until he was 6 years old. This strength of the Void God realm was attained in a single day. Such a horrifying progress in cultivation. I'm afraid that even the little fairy in the palace who was also young and had stepped into the Void God realm and embarked on the path of the immortal way was somewhat incomparable. Wasn't she? Read this. The squire's face was even more filled with disbelief, and after listening to what the squire had to say, the woman who had been watering the flowers, this was a slight movement. Oh, has that child really entered the Void God realm? In that case, it's natural to check it out. Let's not talk about whether or not he has truly stepped into the ranks of the Sword Immortals. Just this 6-year-old Void God realm alone is worthy of me personally going over to meet him. If I can get him to worship me and take him under my tutelage, then in less than 100 years, the title of the head of the 8 immortal sects in this immortal domain will no longer be the Jade Clearance sect under that old Taoist, but us, the Shifting Flower Palace. Put down the wooden kettle in your hand. The woman took a slow step in. It's beyond shocking. Just a simple step though. But the woman's figure was transformed into a phantom. In just an instant's effort, he inexplicably disappeared from his original spot and appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. A cool voice rang out from the doorway. The attendant who reported the news didn't dare to delay, so he hurriedly got up and led the way towards the Wu family wine shop. In the meantime, the other side, there were also various forces that had received news of Li Changge's appearance. Apart from certain major forces that were originally prepared to go to the Li Mansion, pay a visit and take a look at the rumored 6-year-old sword immortal, all the remaining forces, without any hesitation at all, immediately ran towards the Wu family wine shop. And so, it was during the short effort that the second person of the wine store was filling Li Changa's wine, the Wu family wine shop. Then another large group of people came pouring in. This time it wasn't just the inside of the liquor store that was bustling with activity and gates. Even outside the liquor store are crowded with people. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Actually, the Wu family liquor store is surrounded. These people huddled outside the liquor store were the entourage of the families. Even if they were also curious in their hearts, wanting to see what that legendary 6-year-old sword immortal looked like, they were simply not qualified to take half a step into the wine store. Those who were truly able to step into the middle of the wine store and meet Li Changa were all big shots from various families and clans. Not waiting for Li Changa to get the gourd filled with spirit wine, some people then went ahead and approached him. "Greetings, Mr. Li. I'm the patriarch of the Red Sun sect, and I've heard that at only 6 years old, Mr. Li has the strength of the Void God realm and has stepped into the ranks of the Sword Immortals, so I've come to pay a visit. If I may, I wonder if Mr. Li is willing to worship under our Red Sun sect." "Don't worry, as long as your excellency is willing to nod your head, my Red Sun sect will definitely spare no effort and wholeheartedly cultivate your excellency and help you raise your realm." The first to come before Li Changa, it was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face that looked to give off a sense of cunning. Perhaps it was because he felt that Li Changa was merely a 6-year-old child. While talking to Li Changa, he actually didn't hide anything at all about his intentions, and came up to directly draw a big pie, inviting Li Changa to join their Red Sun sect. Only his words had just fallen. A voice full of disdain came from right next to him. "Humph, what are you Red Sun sect? And worthy of letting Mr. Li join? Mr. Li, you're young, don't let this old thing fool you. Their Red Sun sect is nothing more than a small sect. It doesn't even count as one of the 3 religions or something like that. There's no future at all in going there. If your excellency really wants to join any clan, why don't you come to our Sky Wind sect?" "And what is the Sky Wind sect?" "It's no better than the Red Sun sect. A supreme genius like Sir Li who will surely step into the Immortal Emperor realm in the future. Even if he really wants to join some sect, it would at least have to be a heck of a big sect. Sir Li, why don't you consider our Flying Dragon Palace? Although it is not counted as one of the 8 great immortal sect, it is also a great sect with 100 years of inheritance and a deep foundation, and is quite famous within this immortal domain. As long as Mr. Li is willing to come, the Flying Dragon Palace will definitely train Mr. Li with all its might. Even the position of the next hallmaster can be passed on to Mr. Li." After that middle-aged man, another person jumped out and shouted at Li Changa. The person who came this time seemed to have some background. After hearing his words, many of the people next to him couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air and whispered, "The Flying Dragon Hall actually came too? Hiss, that's an existence second only to the 8 immortal sects. I didn't expect that the Flying Dragon Palace would be so willing to shed blood in order to draw in this little waif of the Li family. Even the position of the next palace master was taken as one of the conditions. What kind of blood money is this? A mere hall master's position is all that's left, and in exchange for a future immortal emperor, their Flying Dragon Hall is clearly making a lot of money. Sir Changa, as long as you are willing to join our 8 Treasures Pavilion, not to mention the position of Pavilion Master, even the name of the sect can be changed to your name." The crowd was like a cluster of stars, surrounding the young Li Changa in the center. A group of tall adults seemed to be like a pack of wolves that had been starving for several days at this moment, with green light in their eyes as they stared at Li Changa, a 6-year-old void god realm. There's no one who doesn't understand what that really means. As long as they could give Li Changa into their clan, one day in the future, there would definitely be one more party of Immortal Emperor realm powerhouses sitting in their clan. And within this huge immortal domain, the presence of an Immortal Emperor realm powerhouse had already allowed a certain clan, from a small and unknown power, to be amongst the top 8 immortal clans. Look around. The 8 immortal sects today, and which of them was not started by an Immortal Emperor realm powerhouse? So, after learning that Li Changa had stepped into the Void God realm at the age of 6, becoming one of the Sword Immortals, the first reaction of the Immortal Region's great clans was to quickly send people to this decisive Brightness City in an attempt to take Li Changa under their tutelage. Even certain small clans that knew that they had little hope and were unlikely to be favored by Li Changa were unwilling to give up or miss this opportunity that was enough to make their clan soar to the heavens. After all, today's Li Changa was only 6 years old. It's not like you're some well-informed, well-read adult. A few flowery words might even be able to recruit him under the door. And, if you can't, they could also see if they could find a suitable opportunity to directly forcefully take Li Changa captive and bring him back within the sect to brainwash him a bit before cultivating him. In the eyes of the heads of the great sects from the Immortal Region, the young Li Changa was really not much different from a piece of fresh meat surrounded by wolves. However, what the crowd doesn't realize is this. At this very moment, in the face of the various flowery words from all of them, the young Li Changa, instead of being half-hearted, sneered in the depths of his heart. A few days ago, before he had yet awakened his cultivation talent, whether it was the clans within this decisive Ming city or the forces of other spiritual domains, there was simply no one who was willing to accept him as a disciple to assist him in his cultivation. That time, the crowd called him the Little Wine Monk, and now, at the age of 6, he already had the strength of the Void God realm, stepping into the first step of the immortal Tao path. And there were actually various sects and forces that came to this decisive Ming city and took the initiative to invite him to join. The name given to him was also politely changed to Mr. Li. This is probably what the so-called fickle hearts refer to. It's just a shame. He, Li Chang'e, was indeed a bit younger in age though, but having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he was still able to clearly recognize which people valued the benefits he could bring, and which ones were kind to him from the bottom of their hearts. Receiving the small gourd that had just been filled with liquor, the second man of the wine store handed it over. Li Chang'e, who was slightly intoxicated, waved his meaty little hand and shouted in a childish voice, "All of you people get out of the way for Little Master. Don't disturb Little Master's drinking pleasure. Who cares if you're from the Red Sun sect, Skywind sect or the Flying Dragon Hall? What the hell? Even that old Taoist from the Jade Clearance sect doesn't deserve to have Little Master join their sect. If you know what's good for you, all of you get the hell away from me. If you dare to get in my way again, you won't have to blame me for showing no mercy." That's a lot of words. It can be described as no mercy at all. Almost the moment Li Chang'e's words fell, the several people who had previously opened their mouths to invite Li Chang'e to join their clan couldn't help but have their faces change a few times, with a look of dismay and bewilderment between their expressions. Actually, before meeting Li Chang'e, they had also thought that their invitation would be rejected by Li Chang'e. However, in their opinion, Li Chang'e was just a milky 6-year-old child, and even if he would really reject their invitation, his attitude wouldn't be too strong. Who'd have thought? In front of so many people, Li Chang'e's refusal was actually that decisive, and when the name of their clan was mentioned, the childish voice was filled with disdain. To be so underestimated by a 6-year-old child, it's really a bit of a shame. Mr. Li, what you're saying, isn't that a bit much? It's not a problem if you don't see our Flying Dragon Hall and aren't willing to join, but to insult my Flying Dragon Hall with such words is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Is this how he teaches you in his normal life, Li Family Master? If Mr. Li doesn't give a statement and apologize to my Flying Dragon Palace today, don't think you'll be able to leave here easily, that person in charge of the Flying Dragon Hall said with a gloomy face. With that pretense of sternness, it was clear that he had placed himself in the position of an elder, just what he didn't expect in any way. After hearing this from him, Li Chang'e looked up at him and just calmly responded, "Oh, I just insulted your Flying Dragon Hall, how about it? Not convinced? And talk about how I'm not getting out of here today. Little Master, I just want to go. Can you stay?" Tension mania. Incredibly flailing, not waiting for the words to fall, Li Chang'e took a step and walked towards the outside of the liquor store. If it was in the character of the man he was in his previous life, it's natural not to do something so offensive. But, this life is different. Who is Li Chang'e? The owner of the Supreme Sword Bone, the 6-year-old wine swordsman. From the moment he was born, he was already destined to inevitably walk between this immortal realm heaven and earth without being bound by any rules. Follow your heart. I'm happy with alcohol, but I'm crazy without it. This is Li Chang'e's avenue. You, stop right there, in front of so many people. To be responded to in such a way by a 6-year-old child, that person in charge of the Flying Dragon Hall was a bit tense at that moment. Li Chang'e acted as if he hadn't heard. The small figure, which looked as if it was slightly straining, picked at the thighs of the crowd that had come to the Wu family wine shop to surround him with all sorts of purposes, and squeezed out a path to walk towards the outside on his own. The crowd beside them, seeing this scene in front of them, couldn't help but secretly tsk. I'm sure it's a firstborn calf. The Flying Dragon Hall was still somewhat famous within the immortal region, although it was not as good as the 8 immortal sects such as the Jade Clearance sect. However, it can be considered a famous sect with quite a bit of heritage. There were even more powerful people in the hall. There were hundreds of cultivators who had stepped into the immortal Tao realm alone, although the vast majority of them were at the Void God realm and the 4 immortals realm. However, there was no shortage of immortal marquis, immortal monarch, and immortal king realm powerhouses. The person in charge who had come to this decisive Ming city on behalf of the Flying Dragon Hall, trying to recruit Li Chang'e and invite him to join their Flying Dragon Hall, was a strong person of the Earth immortal realm. Look at the entire immortal region. This realm may indeed count for nothing. It can be within a party's spiritual domain. Indeed, he could already be considered a strong person who was able to traverse the party. At least, Li Chang'e's strength at the Void God realm was definitely not enough to look at in front of him. The barriers of the major realms of the immortal way were not so easy to cross. As the saying goes, one realm, one sky. Normally, not to mention a strong Earth Immortal Realm practitioner, even a human Immortal Realm practitioner would be able to easily hang several Void God realms. So, compared to their peers, the strength of this Lee family's son at the Void God realm was indeed enough to be called proud and unique, with no one at all able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him anymore. But if it was compared to the countless cultivators within this immortal region, it's not even close after all. This Lee family's son's talent is indeed amazing, but this IQ is a bit less than adequate. A mere Void God realm. Where did he get the nerve to clamor with the Earth Immortal Realm? What do you know? He's the only son of the Lee family for 3 generations. How can he not have someone to protect him in the dark when he's out and about? Not to mention the Earth Immortal Realm. Even if the Heavenly Immortal Realm or the Golden Immortal Realm came, what could they do? When people are wild, they naturally have capital. If you say so, that's true. A small murmur came. The person in charge of the Flying Dragon Hall was a bit frozen, as those next to the Munchies would say. When Lee Changa went out this time, he was bound to be protected by experts in the dark. With his strength at the Earth Immortal Realm, if he were to venture out against Lee Changa, he was afraid that it might really be a bit less than adequate. After all, the Lee family is not a small family. Rather, it was an existence that ranked in the top few among the 100 holy clans, let alone a cultivator of the 4 Immortals realm. It was estimated that there were quite a few Immortal Marquis, Immortal Monarch, and Immortal King realm existences. Then the one secretly protecting Lee Changa might be that Immortal Monarch. But if you don't make a move, the face of his Flying Dragon Palace was more or less untenable, being mocked by a 6-year-old child in front of so many people. If this matter was spread out, then how could they still mix in the immortal region in the future in the Flying Dragon Palace? If this matter had reached the ears of their short-tempered hall master, his return to the Flying Dragon Hall and being angrily rebuked and scolded would have been considered light. Fail. He may even lose his little life because of it. It's all dead anyway. Why don't we just fight it out? What if he was able to make a direct strike and take down Lee Changa, who was only 6 years old, before that strong person who was secretly protecting him reacted? A quick shot to seriously injure him, then take him hostage, as a hostage, and bring him back to the Flying Dragon Palace. In time, the Lee family's people not only didn't dare to do anything to stop him, or even conversely, he would be very scornful of him, and when he returned to the Flying Dragon Palace with Lee Changa, he would be considered to have accomplished the task explained by that short-tempered palace master, and would not be blamed by the palace master. This works. Read this. The head of the Flying Dragon Hall crossed his heart, his hand grasped into an eagle's claw, fiercely stepped out, and viciously went towards Lee Changa's back heart. Where to go? Stop right there. Phew! The sound of the fiery wind rang out. A powerful aura surfaced. That was the aura belonging to an Earth Immortal Realm powerhouse. Between the stirring of spiritual energy, the invisible air seemed to be lifted by ripples. Even though Lee Changa was 2 great realms lower than him, the head of the Flying Dragon Hall surprisingly didn't have the slightest intention to hold back, and once he struck out, he actually wanted to seriously injure Lee Changa. No good. Mr. Lee is in danger. Did this old man strike so hard? Nima Lee Gonzi is only at the Void God realm. You're an Earth Immortal striking out with your full strength, and still sneak attacking from behind. Do you want to lose face? He's just a kid. Get out of the way. Mr. Lee. Stop it, old man. That's the Lee family's supreme genius. If you dare to injure him, the Lee family will definitely not easily settle with your Flying Dragon Palace. The crowd of onlookers were startled when they saw this scene. There were quite a few of them who still had a slight hint of expectation for Lee Changa to join their clan. At this moment, seeing Lee Changa fall into danger, the vast majority of people are a little hard to watch. Either they voiced a reminder, or threatened the head of that Flying Dragon Hall, trying to stop him from striking out at Lee Changa, or they leaped out, ready to stop him. Unfortunately, however, the distance between the head of that Flying Dragon Hall and Lee Changa was just too close. It's just a matter of moments. The head of the Flying Dragon Palace then came behind Lee Changa. This is the case, even if the other people cannot bear to. In the end, it is still a little too late to stop. Can only in the bottom of the heart gently sigh, helplessly shaking his head. Within the immortal region, there was no lack of cultivation geniuses, although there had almost never been a genius like Lee Changa. However, among those ordinary geniuses, not all of them had become a powerful party. A significant portion of them died prematurely halfway through the immortal path. The claw of the old man from the Flying Dragon Palace might not be able to kill the Lee family's son, but it was still possible to seriously injure him and cause his cultivation foundation to be damaged. In that case, in the future, it would be a bit hard to say exactly which step of the immortal path this Lee clan's son would be able to take. On a lighter note, it may not have much impact. The path of cultivation remains smooth. It just takes quite a while to condition. To put it more seriously, It's not impossible for the talent to be shattered and the foundation of the Tao to be destroyed. It seemed that a supreme genius was about to die here. The people present couldn't help but feel slightly sorry. The people present did not know what kind of strong person was secretly protecting Li Changda, but they are well aware of it, at this very moment. Even if that strong person really had the strength of the immortal husband immortal monarch realm. I'm just afraid it's going to be hard to stop what's going to happen next. As for Li Changda himself, he didn't even have a chance to react. Flying Dragon Palace, that old man is about to arrive behind him, a claw real hollow to his back heart. He was as if he did not realize, even the head does not bring back a bit. Witnessed, the people who were there, had some feelings. In terms of cultivation talent, within 10,000 years of the immortal domain, perhaps no one will be able to outshine this Li family's son, but he is still too young after all. If it were a different Void God Realm powerhouse who has been famous for many years today, facing the surprise attack of that old fellow from the Flying Dragon Hall, he would definitely be aware of it and turn back to wield some power. In that case, perhaps it will not be possible to slightly buy a sliver of time for the powerful person who is secretly protecting him, in exchange for a ray of hope of retreating in one piece. As for this Li family's son, alas, mad indeed, and wasted indeed. All of them were attacked from behind and they were still unaware of it. There was a lot of chatter. The young Li Changda was carrying a small gourd that had just been filled with wine, as if he hadn't even realized what was happening behind him, and was still walking towards the front. However, in the dark place where no one could notice, a small fleshy hand, but not moving, silently pressed on the waist above the sword box. Terrifying sword intent stirred within the small sword box. The seemingly defenseless Li Changda had actually been secretly building up his strength, ready to stimulate his sword chi and kill the old man who had attacked from behind with a single blow. Born with a supreme sword bone. How heaven-defying is that? It was only a matter of days. Not only had Li Changda completely consolidated his strength at the Void God realm, but even the great realm of Sword Dao had been able to make a breakthrough and catch up to his own realm. And that old man from the Flying Dragon Hall did not hide his breath when he struck. Even if Li Changda's senses were dull, how could he be unaware of it? The reason why they acted like they were defenseless. It was just to get the old man to let his guard down. The powerful aura behind him got closer and closer. Li Changda's palm that was placed on top of the sword box was also quietly pinching out a finger trick in the dark, ready to stimulate the sword intent in the box at any time and kill the old man from the Flying Dragon Hall. However, just then, a soft voice with a bit of coldness, but it suddenly came from a distance. Humph! An old man of the Earth Immortal Realm sneaking up on a small child of the Void God Realm from behind. Is that how that guy, Yang Filong, taught you guys? As the words rang out, a terrifying spiritual power, transformed into a pie refinement, came roaring from afar, and in just a split-second's effort, it arrived behind Li Changda and heavily bombarded the body of that Flying Dragon Hall old man. Touch! The old man of the Flying Dragon Hall who had the strength of the Earth Immortal Realm didn't even have the effort to resist for a few moments before he was hit by the sudden blast of spiritual power, and the whole person flew out upside down. Put! Being in mid-air, the old man sprayed blood furiously and was already breathing more in than out. The spiritual energy that blasted at his body had obviously caused him to be injured quite a bit. Li Changda's hand that was pressing on the sword case gave a slight lurch. Slowly, he turned his head and looked toward where the voice had come from, only to see a noblewoman wearing a white plain dress with a white veil on her face. With a delicate figure and a sense of nobility and elegance exuding from her hands and feet, she was slowly walking towards this place. Wherever they passed, the crowd made way. Behind the noblewoman was an ordinary-looking man carrying a sword. The man appeared to be the woman's attendant. His head was bowed, and his expression was respectful. At first glance it seems to be nothing unique. However, in the eyes of Li Changda, who had just sensed a sword intent, this man carrying a sword was like a supreme divine weapon stowed away in a scabbard, though the sharpness is as much as it can be. But the moment it was sheathed, it's bound to be sharp and alarming. And who is this? That spiritual energy just now. It must be at least at the immortal monarch immortal king realm, right? Li Changda's eyes, which were slightly hazy with a few moments of drunkenness, sobered up for a rare moment, flashing through a light with a few moments of doubt as he surveyed the two people who were slowly walking towards him. And just as he was wondering, next to the crowd, it seemed to recognize the visitor. At once, someone couldn't help but gasp out in shock. Hiss! This is the second palace master of the Shifting Flower Palace, Palace Master Qinghui? A white plain dress with a clear veil and a sword attendant behind her. That's right. This is indeed the second Palace Master Qinghui, Palace Master of the Shifting Flower Palace, who has the Immortal King realm and terrifying strength. Look at this. It seems that the Qinghui Palace Master is also running towards this Li family's son? Laughing to death. That old guy from the Flying Dragon Palace has kicked the bucket this time. If it were someone else, he really wouldn't be able to protect that Li family's son. But if it's the immortal king realm, then there's no problem. Within the immortal realm, there are 8 great immortal sects. The Palace of Moving Flowers is one of them. Although the talent for cultivation was not awakened until the age of 6, but for the major powers within the immortal domain, Li Changa still had some understanding. After listening to the surrounding crowd's discussion, he learned that the noblewoman who had just stepped in to repel that flying dragon palace old man for him and was slowly walking towards this side at this moment was actually the second palace master of the Shifting Flower Palace. Li Changa was also slightly surprised, and just for a moment, the Qinghui Palace master had already crossed over the crowds of people who automatically made way for her and arrived in front of Li Changa, who was carrying a string of wine gourds and had stopped in place. Little one, just got a shock, didn't you? It's okay, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you. Gently rubbing Li Changa's head, Qinghui Palace master's voice was filled with kindness. Li Changa, who was used to being arrogant on weekdays and dared to call out an old thing even when he saw that Jade Clearance sect's Tongtian Taoist, actually did not have the slightest bit of resistance when he was treated like this by the noblewoman. Tilting his little head, sizing up the noblewoman, Li Changa arched his hand in a decent manner and said, "Late generation Li Changa, I've met the Qinghui Palace master. Just now I thanked the palace master for saving me. If not." Not waiting for Li Changa to finish his sentence, the Qinghui Palace master laughed out softly and interrupted. "If not how? You'll just use that one sword intent you sensed to decapitate that awful old man? Hear this." Li Changa's pupils shrunk violently. The body instantly tightened. Born within this immortal realm, Li Changa naturally knew very well that pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger was the way to go. So, there was no third person who knew about his realization of sword intent other than his father, Li Ningdao. And now, this second palace master from the Shifting Flower Palace had actually seen the mystery in just one glance, knowing that he had already sensed the matter of sword intent. Deeply hidden undercurrents are suddenly revealed. Li Changa was inevitably a bit nervous. For one thing, he was worried that this Qinghui Palace master from the Shifting Flower Palace in front of him would be detrimental to him, and with his current strength, he would not be able to block it at all. Secondly, it was the onlookers next to him at this time. There were just a bit too many of them. If the matter that he had already sensed the sword intent was spread out, he was afraid that it would attract the scorn of certain people and do things that were unfavorable to him. 6-year-old Void God Realm. Hinges can be considered a supreme genius, but it wasn't enough to make certain forces take a shot at him. After all, there were quite a few cultivation geniuses within this immortal region, the strength of the first stage of the realm of rapid ascension, and finally stuck in a bottleneck, slow to break through, and ultimately die out of the crowd. Not a few. So, Li Changa wasn't worried about the news that he had stepped into the Void God realm at the age of 6, becoming the youngest little sword immortal in 10,000 years, spreading throughout the entire immortal realm and being talked about by everyone. But about him comprehending the sword intent, Li Changa still wanted to hide something. It was his secret and his card. In the case of surprise, with his strength of a Void God realm sword immortal, suddenly using his sword intent to meet the enemy, he was still able to achieve the effect of attacking the opponent and directly decapitating them. The two sword intentions hidden within the companion sword box were also his greatest defense to challenge him across the border, using the Void God realm to battle enemies at the human immortal or earth immortal realms. So, he naturally didn't want too many people to know about the fact that he had already comprehended sword intent. Perhaps he could see Li Changa's concern. The Clear Glory Palace master smiled gently, glanced to the crowd beside him, and said, "Little fellow, don't be nervous. The conversation between you and I has already been blocked by me with my spiritual power. Unless someone forcibly breaks through my spiritual blockade, from just now onwards, no one other than you and I will ever be able to hear what you and I, in the end, have been saying to each other." Hear this. Only then did Li Changa, in the bottom of his heart, secretly breathe a sigh of relief. However, he didn't let his guard down. Instead, his nerves became even more taut, and he tentatively inquired, "Dare I ask what is the reason for Qinghui Palace Master's visit?" Li Changa's character was indeed a bit wild on weekdays, but just because he's wild doesn't mean he doesn't have a brain. If he was facing only a human immortal earth immortal realm cultivator, he would not be so nervous if he had something to rely on. But at this point he was facing, but it was a powerful person of the immortal king realm. That was a terrifying existence that was separated from the Void God realm by a full 7 or 8 realms, and was only half a step away from the Quasi-Emperor realm and Immortal Emperor realm, which were at the end of the immortal Dao path. Li Changa, unless he was crazy and wanted to find death, or that he was within the Li family at this time, he was protected by his old man of the immortal monarch realm and his grandfather of the immortal king realm. Otherwise, even if you give him a few more guts, he would never dare to show any disrespect to this noblewoman in front of him. "Oh, look at the little one who scared you. There's no need to be afraid. I just heard about you," surly, breaking the mortal realm in one day, entering the void god, and stepping onto the immortal path. And I just happened to be passing through this holding brightness spiritual domain, so I just stopped by to take a look. Sensing Li Changa's nervousness, the Clear Glory Palace Master couldn't help but be a bit amused. There have been all sorts of rumors about Li Changa lately. She hadn't heard much about it. Onlookers said that this Li family's son was extremely arrogant. Even that old Taoist from the Jade Clearance sect dared to talk to him without any fuss, and even asked the other party to betroth his granddaughter to himself. Now it seems, Li Changa's character seems to be quite inconsistent with the rumors. At least at this time, the appearance shown in front of her can be described as in and out, not humble, not to mention a 6-year-old child. Even certain immortal monarchs who had practiced for many years, it may not even be so calm in front of her. For Li Changa to be able to show this kind of appearance at this time, it could already be said to be very rare. Read this. Qinghui Palace Master looked down at Li Changa, who had a slightly chubby face, was neatly dressed, and was carrying a string of small wine gourds. The more he liked and appreciated it in his heart, he couldn't help but rub Li Changa's small head again. Little one, let me ask you, are you willing to pay homage to my Qinghui name and become my personal disciple? A gentle voice rang out. The Qinghui Palace Master inquired. This statement was made. The man who was carrying the sword couldn't help but raise his head, a few surprised looks appearing on his face. Nothing else. Simply because everyone in the Shifting Flower Palace knew. This second palace master with a light character had never taken on any disciples. Even if there were certain supreme geniuses in the palace whose cultivation talents were extremely demonic, and several other palace masters were scrambling to take them as disciples, this second palace master had never taken a look at them. Who'd have thought? The gentleman of the Li family in front of me. It was actually able to make the second palace master have the idea of taking on a disciple. The man with the sword back frowned slightly, his gaze carefully sizing up the young Li Changa, as if he wanted to see what was so unique about Li Changa, and it was different from the previous crowds that were scrambling to draw Li Changa in. The Qinghui Palace Master did not make any promises to Li Changa, nor did he give any benefits, just a simple inquiry. But even so, Li Changa, however, still felt a heartfelt sincerity from the Qinghui Palace Master's voice. He was able to see it. This second palace master of the Shifting Flower Palace in front of me. It was true that he wanted to accept him as a personal disciple. Seeing his talent is probably one aspect of it. The other flip side of the coin seems to be some sort of ineffable destiny. But alas, Li Changa didn't have any thoughts of worshipping his master. The innate sword bone in his body didn't require him to deliberately cultivate it. Instead, it required him to drink a large amount of spirit wine daily to polish it. It builds up over time. His realm, naturally, would improve. Therefore, in a sense, worshipping a master or something like that would in turn become a constraint on his strength enhancement. A moment of slight contemplation. Li Changa gently shook his head and said, "Don't. Qinghui Palace Master's kindness is appreciated, but the matter of worshipping a master is better left alone. With the status and strength of Palace Master Qinghui, it is naturally completely sufficient to serve as a master for the latecomer. But the latecomer's cultivation is slightly different from that of others, and worshipping a master would only be a form of bondage." The Qinghui Palace Master suddenly picked up. "I'm free with wine, and I'm insane without it? Is that right?" Li Changa was slightly stunned when these two verses came out of his own mouth. It doesn't feel like anything yet, but hearing from the sidelines, he actually had a social death-like feeling. Scratching his head with his meaty little hand, Li Changa laughed awkwardly. Indeed, Qinghui was not amused, but only gently waved his hand, removing the spiritual blockade, and sighed slightly. "Actually, I should have thought of it, and anticipated it long ago. It's just that after seeing you, little fellow, I really liked you a lot, so I was suddenly moved to take on a disciple and tried to ask. But, since you've already refused, I won't force you anymore. This jade pendant and you take it. When there is an opportunity in the future, you can come to my Shifting Flower Palace to sit and find me to chat and talk or something. It is also excellent. Say it." The Clear Glory Palace Master took out a white jade carved flower pendant. It was stuffed into Li Changa's small hand. Finally, he rubbed Li Changa's little head again. The Clear Glory Palace Master turned around and took a step. Just for a moment, both she and the figure of the man carrying the sword disappeared. "Come without a shadow, go without a trace. The Shasta of heaven and earth is the immortal king." What? That Li family's son refused to worship Palace Master Qinghui? When did this happen? The psychic blockade was withdrawn. Hearing the Qinghui Palace Master's words, the people present couldn't help but be somewhat surprised and shocked. That was the second Palace Master of the Shifting Flower Palace, Palace Master Qinghui, on the status and position within this immortal domain. Of all the people present, no one could even compare to them. Moreover, as one of the 8 immortal sects in the immortal domain, The flower-shifting palace could be said to be a behemoth that was even stronger than the Li family by a few points, and coupled with the strength of the immortal king realm of the palace master of Qinghui herself, she was still very qualified to become the master of this Li family's son. Didn't realize that Li family's son, he even rejected the Qinghui palace master. In a split second, a whisper came from the crowd. Hiss, this Li family's son actually rejected even the Qinghui palace master? In that case, it's even more unlikely for him to look at other forces and sects. I feel the same way. Even Palace Master Qinghui, who is the second palace master of the shifting flower palace, can refuse, so it's even more unlikely that these people, will have a chance at all. That's just it. Today I'm going to take a look at what this rumored, once in a million years supreme genius actually looks like. As for taking him under his tutelage, I wouldn't want to. Ugh. As the Qinghui palace master and the man with the sword left, the rest of the crowd, though still a bit reluctant, wanted to pull in Li Chang'e and enroll him under their own sect. But there was no one who could muster up the courage to walk up and extend an invitation to Li Chang'e anymore. They wouldn't dare, and not that qualified. The shifting flower palace and the Qinghui palace master were both existences that they could not afford to mess with. After the Qinghui palace master had just arrived, she had obviously set up some kind of spiritual blockade to isolate her conversation with that Li family's son, making it impossible for the rest of them to hear it. But on the way out, Qinghui palace master, however, specially removed that spiritual blockade again, and said something like that in front of all the people present, obviously with a deeper meaning. That's, in warning them, the congregation present, don't ever think of this Li family's son again. If they couldn't even take a disciple from the shifting flower palace, other sects, even more so. Read this. The people present couldn't help but sigh softly. Is the golden scale not a pool? Li Chang'e, a peerless genius that was rarely encountered in 10,000 years, was obviously not something that they, the people of the three religions, would be able to recruit and take under their wing. Both. Then there was no need for them to delay here. In these recent times, I've always heard rumors about what an extraordinary cultivation genius Mr. Li is, and today, when I see him, he really lives up to his name. Later on, if there is an opportunity, Mr. Li might as well come and sit at my sunset sect as well. Have a cup of tea or something. I, Sky Eagle House, likewise welcomed the arrival of Mr. Li. In a polite manner, some people arched their hands towards Li Chang'e and excused themselves. Including Li Chang'e in their clan was somewhat unlikely, though, however, it was still necessary to take this opportunity to get acquainted with the young Li Chang'e, so that Li Chang'e could leave an impression on them. After all, that was a future immortal emperor realm powerhouse. If you are lucky enough to be remembered by the other side, one day in the future, it might bring great benefits to their clan. However, there were also some people who just stood at a distance, staring at the young Li Chang'e in silence for a while before turning away without saying a word. And it was in the midst of this multitude of gazes, Li Chang'e seemed to sense something and turned his head violently. Feng, if his senses were correct, among the crowd, there seemed to be a few killing intent coming from the crowd. Li Chang'e was thoughtful, froze in place for a moment, then he acted as if nothing had happened, carrying those small gourds filled with liquor in his hands, and gently arched his hand with those various forces who had bid him goodbye and showed their goodwill, and turned to leave. Not far, the top floor of one of the high towers in Dueling City, the Clear Glory Palace Master stood with his hands folded, white dress, dancing in the wind. Her gaze was deep, staring intently at a certain place in Decisive City. There was the Wu family liquor store where Li Chang'e was. Behind, the man carrying the sword looked along where the Qinghui Palace Master's gaze was looking, and seemed to understand something, so he tentatively inquired, "Since the Palace Master is so worried about that brat, why don't you let your subordinates make a move to take care of those few fellows, along with the two golden immortal realms?" Among the crowd, mixed with people who had murderous intentions towards Li Chang'e. This, even Li Chang'e himself could notice it. With the terrifying strength of the immortal king realm, how could the Qinghui Palace Master be unaware of it? So, before turning away, she gave Li Chang'e a small gift in passing. That was to have the sword-carrying man behind him make a move to behead the two golden immortal realm powerhouses that were mixed in the crowd and had murderous intentions towards Li Chang'e in passing. The remaining few people, although they likewise harbored murderous intent towards Li Chang'e, but the strength is just the human immortal earth immortal realm. Worried? Oh, I'm not worried about that little guy. The Clear Glory Palace Master laughed softly and shook her head. If it was those two golden immortals, I can't say that they would really be able to bring any threat to that little guy. But a few human immortals, earth immortals, it's better to forget about it. The man carrying the sword froze and said in disbelief, "Palace Master, although that Li clan brat has already sensed a sword intent that is enough to cross the border to fight with the human immortal earth immortal realm. But, That was also just a mere sword intent. Other than sword intent, he has never learned any sword moves at all. Engaging an enemy of the human immortal earth immortal realm may still have the power to fight, but if he were to be surrounded by those several human immortals earth immortals, with that brat's strength, I'm afraid that he would still end up being too fierce to escape death, right? Earlier, when the Qinghui Palace Master had revealed that Li Chang'e had comprehended sword intent, though a psychic blockade was arranged to isolate the hearing of others, but this man with the sword on his back was not among the isolated. So, he also clearly knew that the Li Chang'e of today had already sensed the matter of sword intent. But really, even if the Clear Glory Palace Master didn't say anything, with his perception ability, he was also able to clearly perceive that Li Chang'e, who was only 6 years old, had already comprehended the sword intent the first time he saw him. Read this. The man carrying the sword couldn't help but feel some fire in his heart. The 6-year-old sword fairy. And it was also a sword immortal who had sensed sword intent, immortal domain for 10,000 years. It was true that there had never been a cultivator with such terrifying talent. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Chang'e's age was really too young, he really wanted to go out and spar with Li Chang'e a little, to feel what was so exquisite and wonderful about the sword intent that the other party had comprehended. The man carrying the sword admitted that Li Chang'e was indeed a supreme genius. However, he was also able to clearly see that aside from his strength at the Void God realm and the one sword intent he had sensed, Li Chang'e was simply a rookie who had only just set foot in cultivation. His realm and breath were calm enough though, but without the slightest bit of combat experience, whether it was the movements of his hands and feet, or the steps he took when walking. Instead of having the appearance of a person who practiced the sword, it was like an ordinary person without any foundation. The obvious. The Li family's son, who possessed heaven-defying talent, had not learned any sword strokes, much less had the experience of fighting with others and wandering on the edge of life and death. It's just like the rumors say. This Li family's son was at his 6-year-old's birthday banquet a few days ago, when he suddenly awakened a powerful talent, and from being an ordinary person with no cultivation, he took a step into the Void God realm and became a sword immortal. So, not to mention the siege of several human immortal earth immortal realms, even if it was just facing a human immortal earth immortal realm enemy, I'm only afraid that all of them might take Li Chang'e's little life. Read this. The man carrying the sword couldn't help but let out a sigh in the back of his mind. LOL. I don't know how the Li family actually taught that kid. A good diamond in the rough. Just wasted. I heard that Li family's old man, like the second palace master, seemed to be an immortal king realm powerhouse to boot. The immortal king. And that's how you taught your grandson? Pity. It's really a bit of a shame. Just between the man carrying the sword lamenting, the Clear Glory Palace Master seemed to have sensed the thoughts in his mind. So a light smile surfaced on her face under the veil as she faintly said, "Just watch. That little guy. It's not as simple as you think." Inside the city of determination, Li Chang'e carried a string of small wine gourds. Like a leisurely stroll, slowly, he walked towards the Li mansion. Road. He also didn't forget to take off a small gourd that had just been filled with liquor, yanked open the stopper, and violently poured a few large gulps of spiritually rich spirit wine into his mouth. And so, not a moment too soon, at the age of 6, Li Chang'e had become that little drunken mongrel again that the people of Decisive Brightness City talked about. His drunken eyes were hazy, and he was walking a bit staggering. The Wu family wine shop was not too far from the Li mansion, even at the pace of a 6-year-old toddler. It's just a 2/4-hour round trip. In the past, every time Li Chang'e went out to fill up the wine by himself, he came straight, 2 points between the Li mansion and the Wu family wine shop, and seldom stayed outside, much less wandered around within the decisive Ming city. However, today, I do not know how, perhaps just awakened the talent, mood, or drink some drunk, some cannot recognize the road, was somehow turned into a sparsely populated alleys. If the wine is not drunk, everyone is drunk. Little master me now, and a proper sword immortal too. After stepping into the alley, it's like a drunken frenzy. Li Chang'e suddenly started giggling and yelling. The look was that of a loitering alcoholic. The appellation of 6-year-old wine monkey is not a misnomer. This Wu family wine shop's spirit wine, spiritual energy is indeed abundant, but it's less of a sensation when you really drink it. Little master has heard that within this immortal region, there are quite a few superb wines. When I have the chance, I will definitely taste all those superb wines. Self-talking voice. Li Chang'e seems to be unable to overcome the strength of alcohol. The figure staggers between, actually poof, directly against the wall of the alley, drunk on the ground. Ah! A few moments later, a soft breath sounded. A string of wine gourds in his arms. Li Chang'e actually fell asleep in the middle of the alley. Another moment passed. After determining that the young Li Chang'e was no longer moving, the dark places of the alley and the rooftop, this is when 3 figures silently scurried out. tiptoeing to the Li Changde who fell to the ground. This guy, just fell asleep? It looks like it. Humph. Worthy of being the son of the Li family. I'm afraid that he hasn't been out of the Li residence since he was a child and has encountered any danger. Right? How dare he fall asleep on the side of the road so defenselessly? A 6-year-old sword immortal? An absolute genius? Oh, I don't think it's much more than that. Not to mention you and I. The three brothers. Right now he looks like a dead dog drunk. Even a random ordinary person can take his life. Looking at Li Changde who was drunk on the ground, the three of them had icy expressions and mixed emotions. Initially, when they received the mission to assassinate the Li family's son, the three of them were still very apprehensive in their hearts, fearing that something would go wrong. After all, that's the son of the Li family, the holy clan of the 100. Although nowadays the Li family's position and influence within the 100 sacred clans are increasingly weakened, no longer as earlier that horrible, simply let a person dare not provoke. However, it was undeniable that today's Li family was still a behemoth, especially within this holding brightness spiritual domain. The Li family is even an existence that should never be messed with. This time, when they came to assassinate this Li family's son, they were actually only holding the attitude of trying to see if they could find an opportunity to strike and erase him. Who would have thought? It was actually just as effortless as that. Let them give it a chance. Had I known this, it would have been completely sufficient for you and I, the three brothers, to come to this decisive brightness city, and there was no need to trouble those two lords to come alone. Squeeze this Li family's son to death. It's simply easier than crushing an ant. Alas, who would have thought it? Obviously as the only first son of the Li family for 3 generations, but to arrange for any expert to protect him secretly around him. Who would dare to believe it when this is said? If it wasn't for that palace master of the shifting flower palace making a move, I guess we wouldn't even need to make a move. This kid would have been wasted by that old guy from the flying dragon palace just now. Ha, by the way, where did those 2 adults go? Why aren't they visible? Between conversations, on the faces of the 3 men, there was slight confusion. This time, coming to this decisive brightness city to assassinate Li Changde within the Li family's ancestral domain was naturally difficult with the strength of the 3 of them at the immortal earth immortal realm. Therefore, in addition to the 3 of them, the sect had also sent 2 other golden immortal realm powerhouses to come with them. Within this immortal realm, human immortal earth immortal realm cultivators might not be considered few, but above that, the heavenly immortal and golden immortal realms, that could be considered a phoenix-like existence. No exaggeration. Even an existence as huge as the Li family, there would be no more than 10 golden immortal realm powerhouses. As for the immortal marquis immortal monarch realm, there were even fewer of them. As per the estimates, the strong man who secretly protected Li Changde, at most, it was only the strength of the golden immortal realm. So, 2 golden immortal realms plus 3 human immortal earth immortal realms. If the opportunity was right, it was already enough to stall the powerful person secretly protecting Li Changde and kill him. Big brother, what should we do now? Is it just killing the kid? Or should we give him away first and wait for a meeting with those 2 lords? It's not allowed to say that the reason why the powerful people who are secretly protecting this brat are delayed in showing up is because those 2 lords fought with them, and that's why those 2 lords didn't show up at this time? Hiss. It's really possible. Looking at Li Changde who was drunk on the floor, the 3 cultivators who didn't know where they came from were a bit torn. This time, when they came to this decisive brightness city, the primary task given to them by the sect was to obliterate Li Changde before he fully grew up, so as not to turn into a huge threat to the sect in the future. If they didn't consider anything else, then the most important thing the 3 of them should do right now was to take advantage of Li Changde's drunkenness and the delay in the appearance of the powerful person who was secretly protecting Li Changde to directly slaughter Li Changde. But, the 2 golden immortal realm powerhouses that came with them this time, however, had also told them to not act rashly, and to make sure to wait to act according to orders. It's not appropriate to make a move. If you don't do it, you'll miss the opportunity again. There is no way around it. The man at the head of the 3 could only sigh softly, looked around, waved his hand, and said, "Forget about that for now. Take this kid away. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Otherwise the Li family's people follow the trail to touch over. None of us can go. And when we get out of this decisive Ming city, whether this kid is dead or alive, is not it up to us? Go!" The words fell. One of the 3 was going to grab Li Changde, who was drunk in the alley and lying on the ground sleeping, so that he could take him out of here quickly. However, what the trio didn't expect in any way was, just the moment they were about to touch Li Changde, who always had his eyes closed tightly, breathing calmly, and leaning his back against the wall as if he had fallen asleep drunk, actually opened those eyes all of a sudden. In a split second, it's like the light of day breaking through. A piercing cold light surfaced violently. That's a stern and incomparable sword chi. Even though it was sword chi, it was sharp as hell. You don't see the blade, just the light. Shit, get out of the way. Of the three practitioners of unknown origin, the person in the lead had the strength of the earth immortal realm. His reaction, therefore, was also the fastest. Almost the instant Li Changa opened his eyes, he sensed something. His complexion changed greatly, his brows furrowed, and he hurriedly spoke out to remind the two companions beside him. Unfortunately, his two companions only had the strength of the human immortal realm. Whether it was the ability to perceive or react, it was far inferior to him who had the strength of the earth immortal realm. The moment the sword awnings surfaced, the two of them, in turn, reacted. But for a brief moment's instant, there was no time for the two of them to think carefully about what had happened, and at most, they only used their instincts to dodge when they heard that Earth Immortal's reminder. The person who was slightly a step away from Li Changa was fine, merely taking a step backward and brushing against the sword chi that suddenly appeared out of thin air, and was not injured as a result. However, the human immortal nearby who wanted to reach out his hand and grab the drunken Li Changa who had fallen to the ground and take him away was not so lucky. See only, sword chi was spread out, it chopped through his outstretched palm. Immediately after, a miserable and incomparable wailing sound immediately followed. Ah, hands, my hand! The shocking scarlet flowed down the ground of the alley. Instantly there was one more neatly severed palm. Until then, it was only then that the three cultivators who did not know where they came from and wanted to assassinate Li Changa were able to completely come back to their senses. Reacting from the unexpected situation in that moment just now, they turned their heads to look. It was only then that he was surprised beyond belief to find that Li Changa, who had previously acted as if he was drunk, as if he was like an alcoholic who had drunk too much wine and had collapsed in the alley to sleep, had already climbed up from the ground at this time. No, more than just getting up from the ground, even took advantage of that moment just now. A few feet back toward the distance slightly, a relatively safer distance was kept between them and the three brothers, and one of the three of them. Then it was between that brief change of heart and the accident just now. A palm was directly chopped off. What the hell is going on here? That sword chi just now, where did it come from? Who is the one who struck in the dark and injured my brother? Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Sneaking around in the dark, what kind of skill is that? And that brat from the Li clan, wasn't he still looking drunk just now? How come he suddenly sobered up and even retreated to the distance? Wait, does that mean the sword chi that appeared just now was just too sudden, and the speed of that sword chi was mind-blowingly fast? So, the three cultivators who didn't know where they came from and were preparing to assassinate Li Changa thought that it was some strong person arranged by the Li family and responsible for secretly protecting Li Changa who had made the move. However, when their gazes gathered on Li Changa's body not far away, the three of them were like waking up from a dream, suddenly realizing a possibility that made them somewhat incredulous. That sword chi just now, did you kid cast that? Hiss. How is this possible? If that's the case, wouldn't that also mean that you came to this alley and then fell down drunk on the ground, all of which were deliberately setting up the three of my brothers? No, how is this possible? You're just a 6-year-old child who hasn't even grown any hair, so how could you possibly have such a heart? And, you only awakened your cultivation talent a few days ago and took a step into the realm of the void god, so how could you possibly be able to execute a sword chi as powerful as Fong's? Shocked, puzzled, confused, whether it was that earth immortal, or that human immortal who was lucky enough to escape the sword chi just now, and was considered unharmed at this time, all of them were a little bit not daring to believe what they were seeing. As for the human immortal who had his palm chopped off, although his heart was also shocked at this time, he was still more concerned about the severe pain coming from his wrist in comparison. Phew, a soft exhale. Li Changa tilted his head and looked at the three, not speaking, but, at this very moment, the drunkenness in his eyes, however, had completely dissipated. In its place, there was a slight hint of coldness and scrutiny, like a supreme divine weapon that was about to come out of the world, with eyes that flashed with a sharp light that one didn't dare to look directly at. Who are you people? Tell the young master honestly and I'll spare your lives. Tang Realm somewhat couldn't believe his ears. Practicing for dozens of years, he had also never seen any void god realm that, when faced with an earth immortal realm, as well as a half-human immortal realm enemy, would actually speak out to spare the other party's life. And, this void god realm was still a 6-year-old yellow-haired child. His hallowed earth immortal realm powerhouse was actually threatened by a small child who was only 6 years old and whose strength was no more than the void god realm. If I hadn't experienced this firsthand, Tang Realm couldn't even believe that within this immortal realm, there would be someone so arrogant. Listening to Li Changa's tone, those who didn't know thought that he was something like an immortal emperor realm powerhouse. A mere yellow-haired boy. How dare you speak out? I think you're looking for death. Couldn't help but grunt. Tang Realm's face was extremely gloomy. Words though. However, he had no intention of rushing forward and striking out to take down Li Chang'e. Instead, he stood his ground cautiously, looking up at the surrounding area. Things have come to this. If he still couldn't figure out what exactly was going on at the moment, then he wouldn't have to mix in the immortal region in the future. No doubt about it. The one who had suddenly struck out and executed that sword intent, chopping off one of his brother's palms, was not some strong person hiding in the shadows, responsible for protecting this Li family's son in front of him. Rather, the gentleman of the Li family himself in front of me. Tang Realm's heart couldn't help but jump. If he remembered correctly, and those rumors about this Li family's son were all true, then this Li family's son, it seems that only a few days ago, it was considered to have officially stepped into the cultivation way, one day into the void god realm? So, Li Chang'e's breath, more or less, should be somewhat vapid, even if one was already able to transform sword chi with spiritual energy. The sword chi that was unleashed would not be too powerful. However, the sword chi of the party was condensed in thick, just like a divine weapon that was extremely sharp and cut iron like mud. Extremely terrifying, let alone a sword cultivator who had just entered the void god realm. Even if it was a sword cultivator who had practiced for many years on the path of sword Dao, with a human immortal or even an earth immortal realm, it was only to be feared that they would not necessarily be able to execute that kind of powerful and overpowering sword chi. So that means, in front of me, this son of the Li family, just a few short days, will be completely consolidated their own realm, and even the realm of the sword, also made up for it together, to the extent that it is strong enough to cultivate the sword for several decades compared to the degree of the strongest person? Hiss. Read this. Tang Realm ruthlessly drew a breath of cold air in the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, he understood why after learning that the Li family had produced an extraordinary genius, the one in the clan would be that scornful and immediately send someone to obliterate him. The talent of this Li family son was truly terrifying. If he was given some more time, he would certainly become an extremely terrifying existence. The enemy we're facing at the moment, although it was only a 6-year-old yellow-haired child with the void god realm, but Tang Realm has already completely put away the trivialization in his heart, not daring to have half a bit of contempt for it again. On the contrary, as if he was facing a big enemy, his expression was serious, tensing up the nerves of his whole body. Even, deep in the heart, he was already thinking of a way back. In his opinion, Li Chang'e, who only had the strength of the void god realm, dared to be so arrogant and reckless at this time, so he must have something to rely on. In the shadows where he couldn't detect it, there might be strong people lurking about. If it was just Li Chang'e alone, then, with his own strength of Earth Immortal Realm which was higher than the other parties by 2 realms, he still had absolute certainty and confidence that he would be able to take the other party down. However, if there were other strong people in the dark protecting this Li family's son in front of them, then with the state of the 3 brothers at this time as well as their strength, they were afraid that they would be in a bit of a predicament. So, will it be war or retreat? Tang Realm was a bit hesitant. And just as he hesitated, Li Chang'e, who was not far away, also began to seriously think about the current situation. Earlier, he had pretended to be drunk and came to this alley, but in fact, it was only because earlier, in the crowd, he had sensed 2 killing intent. So, it was only then that he deliberately designed the arrangement to lure the other party here, wanting to see what kind of god the other party was. It was just that what made Li Chang'e slightly surprised was, he seems to be playing a little big this time. It was true that someone had tried to kill him. That was true. However, the other party didn't come over one by one to deliver heads and give him practice to gain experience like in the novels he read in his previous life, but instead sent over 3 people directly. Moreover, the one with the worst strength seemed to have the strength of the human immortal realm, and the other one, the earth immortal realm which was 2 big realms higher than him, against an enemy of this magnitude, without utilizing the sword intent condensed within the sword box. Even he found it slightly tricky. If it was just 1 or 2 human immortal realms, then he would be able to kill the other party with a wave of his hand. After all, although today's him was only at the peak of the void god realm, his true battle power had undergone a qualitative change when he made a breakthrough in the great realm of Sword Dao. Nothing else. It's not hard to cross the border, but the key is, well, that's one-on-one. If he were to face 3 enemies whose realms were all higher than his at the same time, it would be a bit of a long shot. Out of desperation, it is also for your own safety. Li Chang'e could only take advantage of the other party's inattention and suddenly strike, attacking them out of the blue and instantly disabling one of those 3, while pulling away for a distance to prepare himself to deal with the siege of the other 2. It was as if the other party was jealous of something. Although the harsh words were put out, they were slow to take action. And so, a small group of 3 old men actually confronted each other like this. The scene in the alley became somewhat bizarre with it. Obviously 3 adults who had been practicing for many years, and could be considered a party of power when it came to strength and realm, were actually shocked by Li Chang'e, who was only 6 years old and not even half as tall as they were, not daring to make a move for half a day. A depressing atmosphere that spreads. Li Chang'e suddenly felt a bit thirsty, and even casually grabbed the wine gourd on his waist and slammed several mouthfuls of liquor under the watchful eyes of those 3 cultivators. Seeing this scene in front of me, those 3 cultivators who had come to assassinate Li Chang'e only felt a sense of fire, a feeling of being offended by this yellow-haired child in front of them. Hubris. This guy is just so damn cocky. Facing 3 cultivators whose realm strength and experience were far higher than his. Instead of not retreating even a little, he even drank in front of them. This guy. How dare you be a little more crazy? A hairless 6-year-old child. Where is the qualification to be so arrogant in front of them? Ah, you little child. You're just looking for death. Old me will let you know today. What do you mean? There are people beyond the sky. A gnashing of teeth rang out. Boom! Tang Realm fiercely stepped out. His entire body transformed into a cannonball, violently swept towards Li Chang'e with a swift momentum. Between invisible surges of spiritual energy, in the middle of an alley, suddenly there was a strong gust of wind. At some point, Tang Realm that swept out of the figure, actually as if into the sudden gusts of wind become erratic, very elusive up. Heaven and earth resonate. This guy is an earthy mortal realm powerhouse. Seeing this scene in front of me, the look on Li Chang'e's face became more and more serious and grave. With just one glance, he could see the bottom of Tang Realm. Although only a few days ago, he was considered to have awakened his innate supreme sword bone, formally stepping into the cultivation path, becoming a void god realm cultivator, and stepping into the immortal path. But born within the Li family, the holy clan of the 100, under the year, Li Chang'e was still very knowledgeable about the major realms of cultivation. There wasn't much of a difference between the various realms of the mortal Tao, but the major realms of the immortal Tao were different for each level. The void god leaving the body and touring the heavens and earth was one of the most representative abilities of the void god realm. A few days ago, when Li Chang'e awakened the innate supreme sword bone in his body and his cultivation rapidly increased, those guests were able to tell at a glance that he had stepped into the void god realm, partly by sensing his aura, and partly by seeing that he had performed the skill of the void god leaving the body. The most typical feature of the human immortal realm above the void god realm is the ability to use the spiritual power of heaven and earth to condense an illusionary body, making the void god that has left the body more tangible. Essentially, although there was not much difference with the void god realm, but when really compared, the human immortal realm's illusory body was too many times stronger than the void god realm's void god. As for the earth immortal realm and heavenly immortal realm, they are able to use their own spiritual power to trigger the resonance of the earth and sky, and when they fight with others, their incarnations are integrated into the earth and sky. At this very moment, Tang Realm's figure drifted apart, as if it had merged into the scene of the gale that came from nowhere and went nowhere, which was clearly a means that could only be performed by the earth immortal realm. Seeing the strength and depth of the other side, Li Chang'e was even more afraid to take it lightly. Both feet took several steps in succession, backward quickly. He was still very clear about his own strength. If the other party was a human immortal realm powerhouse, then with the means and skills he now controlled, even if he fought with them head-on, it would not be the slightest problem and he would not be afraid at all. But if the earth immortal realm, Li Chang'e would need to weigh himself. That was a full 2 great realms higher than the void god realm, even if he had more confidence in his own strength. In a situation where his palms were hiding such a base card as 2 sword intentions, he didn't want to be so adventurous and engage an earth immortal realm powerhouse head-on. That's just too dangerous. Cross-border challenges are inherently extremely difficult. To be able to use the void god realm to eliminate a human immortal realm by surprise, or to fight a human immortal realm powerhouse head-on, could already be said to be very impressive. As for fighting head-on with an earth immortal realm powerhouse, let's just forget about it. Li Chang'e is a bit arrogant, but he was no fool. He still understands the reasoning behind avoiding his own. So, almost at the very first moment when Tang Realm struck, Li Chang'e reacted instantly, attempting to move to leave this place before Tang Realm could stop him. After all, whatever. This is all the holding spirit domain, the city of determination. It was the ancestral domain and home of their Li family. Inside the city of dueling, there are specialized city guards that stay on alert, so that no one with bad intentions would cause chaos within the city of dueling light. And among these city guards on alert at all times, there was also no shortage of strong practitioners. To top it off, these city guards are also controlled by the Li family. As long as Li Chang'e he was able to escape to the crowded street, then even if Tang Realm was an earth immortal realm powerhouse, he would definitely not dare to directly chase out and make a move on Li Chang'e openly. If not, what awaited him would be a siege by untold numbers of city guards. With the strength of the earth immortal realm, In the middle of certain small towns, it was indeed considered to be a powerful party, able to act recklessly and commit all sorts of wrongdoings. However, within this decisive city, it was ultimately still somewhat inadequate. Humph. Want to go? Leave it for the old man. Today you will surely be buried in my hands. Sensing Li Changa's intentions, Tang Realm, whose figure turned into a gale, instantly accelerated a few more points, and with an extremely terrifying speed, from this end of the alley, came to the other end of the alley, just in front of Li Changa, who wanted to leave this place. Immediately after, between the terrifying stirring of spiritual energy, Tang Realm had one hand behind his back, and his other hand swept the gale, violently slapping out downward and forward, heading straight for Li Changa's heavenly aura. Tang Realm is extremely fast, it's just the blink of an eye. Right from behind Li Changa, he came to the place in front of him. At first glance, it even looked as if Li Changa, who only cared about stifling his head and escaping, had crashed into Tang Realm himself, and with his own head, he had taken the initiative to meet Tang Realm's violently slapping palm, and that palm of Tang Realm's appeared to be light and breezy. In fact, it is like a thunderbolt with 1,000 pounds of force attached to it. If this slap actually slapped on Li Changa's head, he was afraid that in an instant, it would be like a sledgehammer smashing a watermelon, causing Li Changa to shatter into pieces on the spot. What a 6-year-old sword immortal, an absolute genius, nothing but a flower in a hothouse. Even though you are the youngest void god realm in the immortal domain in 10,000 years, what can you do? In the face of the old man, aren't you still left with no solution at all and can only wait for death? Speaking of which, your little child's cultivation talent is indeed extremely terrifying, but it's obvious that you don't have half the ability to fight in real life. If you really want to fight to the death, not to mention the old man, I'm afraid that even certain peaks of the void god realm of the younger generation, you won't be able to defeat them. It seemed that he had already seen the tragic appearance of Li Changa's little head, shattering under his own forceful palm and dying on the spot. Tang Realm couldn't help but sigh a little, and while sighing, he couldn't help but comment slightly on Li Changa's current strength. However, what he never expected was, just then, Li Changa, who was charging towards him head-on, was grinning. That tender face above actually gives people a child did what mischief. Their own small plot, small trick succeeded, cannot help but flow out of the feeling of satisfaction. Tang Realm froze slightly, somewhat puzzled. It's all about to die. What's this kid laughing at again? And so on. What's that? Not waiting for Tang Realm to figure out what the hell was going on, sweeping out of the corner of her eye, it suddenly became clear. I don't know when. In Li Changa's arms, there was already a small black box. That's sword box? Hiss. A frown creased his brow. He stared at the small black box in Li Changa's arms for several times. Only then did Tang Realm barely sort of recognize it. At this very moment, the small black box that was being held in Li Changa's arms, emitting a horrifying aura that made him feel a little dangerous, was clearly the sword box that sword cultivators carried and used to hide their swords. Just compared to the usual sword cultivators, the sword case in Li Changa's arms was quite a bit smaller. Looking at that, it seemed as if it was made for him. Wait, a tailor-made sword case? Could it be that? A companion sword case? Heart-pounding, Tang Realm realized a certain possibility. Unlike ordinary practitioners, when a sword cultivator was practicing, in addition to needing to practice hard and improve their cultivation realm, they also needed to improve their sword realm. The only way, at the time of stepping into the path of immortality, only then can you call yourself a true sword immortal. If not, it was nothing more than an ordinary immortal realm. So, in order to realize the way of the sword, the vast majority of sword cultivators will be accompanied by the sword, hidden in the sword box. Walking on weekdays will be the sword box on the back. The so-called human sword unity is just like that. The vast majority of sword cultivators' sword box are in the process of practicing the sword road, or directly spend money to buy, or looking for all kinds of rare materials, looking for others to cast. Within the immortal realm, there is no standardized casting standard for sword cases, but by and large, there is not much difference between the sword cases, no matter what kind they are. Tang Realm had practiced for many years and was considered to have seen a lot, although he himself was not a sword cultivator, but the various sword boxes, but also seen a lot. However, as Li Changa held in his arms like this, black as ink, the size of up to a 6-year-old child, half the height of the palm width, looks rather strange black sword box, but he is still the first time to see such a small sword case, and how could it possibly hold a 3-foot blade? And so, Tang Realm couldn't help but recall a legend that had been circulated among the many sword cultivators in the immortal region. It is said that at the time of the birth of certain kendo geniuses, the heavens and earth will be moved by it, casting a companion sword case. That companion sword box, an ordinary sword box, a far cry. the appearance of a unique, hidden within the chinkuan, although only a square-inch place, but can hide the sword 100 handles, breathing sword spirit. It's just a shame. Immortal domain for tens of thousands of years. No matter what kind of amazing talent, neither has ever had a companion sword case, nor had anyone, at all, ever seen the companion sword box with their own eyes. The companion sword box that those sword cultivators spoke of was as if it was truly just a legend. When I heard about this legend from the mouth of a certain sword cultivator, Tang Realm didn't think much of it, but just listened to it as a story. However, when he saw the small black box that Li Changa was holding in his arms, he was, without reason, violently reminded of the legend about the companion sword box. In the meantime, an unprecedented sense of crisis. It also bubbled up, violently, in the back of his mind. Danger! The black sword case in Li Changa's arms. Extremely dangerous. If he really let him pull out the sword hidden in it, even if he was at the Earth Immortal Realm, he would not be able to resist it, and would probably perish. Anyway, both should never let him draw his sword. Tang Realm gritted his teeth fiercely. His entire body's spiritual energy converged, and the palm that was already slapping fiercely towards Li Changa's heavenly soul cap suddenly became more and more horrifying in its sound. Boom! Wherever the palm wind passes, even the air, actually made a popping sound. Faced with such a scene, Li Changa still didn't retreat or evade. No, more than just not backing down. He even directly met Tang Realm's thunderous palm and charged straight up. Or rather, from the beginning, he then had no intention of escaping, trying to get out of the alley and onto the street where people come and go. It was only a false impression that Li Changa had deliberately displayed in order to lure Tang Realm to come after him and engage him in a battle in a hurry. And what he's really trying to do is, a sword decapitated this Earth Immortal Realm in front of him. The hand clenched the sword. Li Changa's small, fleshy hand gently pressed on top of the black sword case in his arms. At this point, he was only one step away from the Tang Realm. The palm that carried the force of 1,000 pounds and was as powerful as a bamboo, had already arrived in front of Li Changa's eyes, but Li Changa was unperturbed, just with the palm of the hand that pinched out the sword trick, slamming on that black sword case. The moment he was close to the Tang Realm, arrogant boy, die for me. Tang Realm's face was frantic and twisted, although it wasn't known why the powerful person who was protecting Li Changa had been slow to appear and stop him. However, he was clearly aware that at such a close distance, not to mention any strong person secretly protecting Li Changa, even if the Heavenly King came, it would be difficult for Li Changa to escape death. However, without waiting for Tang Realm to see the expected, tragic scene of Li Changa's head being shattered by his slap, he suddenly realized that the world in front of him was abruptly enveloped by an extremely bright white light. At some point, under a blanket of white light, his body, it seemed, had become extremely stiff, and in this white light that suddenly surfaced, the figure of the Li family's son who was about to die a horrible death under his hands also slowly disappeared, like a bubble phantom. What place? Slowly withdrawing his palms, Tang Realm looked up in shock. It just suddenly dawned on me. Where he is no longer the original alley, but came to a piece of everything. All things, such as the fog-like white light is covered by the heaven and earth. What's going on here? Wasn't he still fighting with that Li family's son just now? How did you suddenly end up here? Was at a loss. Tang Realm suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from above his body. Slowly looking down, his eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. See only, I don't know when. On top of his body, thousands of wounds with blood flowing out of them had actually surfaced. That miserable and incomparable appearance was as if he had been cut by 1,000 cuts, and someone had used a sword or sword object to swing back and forth on his body thousands of times. Wait, could this white light be Sword Master? As those words fell, the white heaven and earth in front of him collapsed and dissipated. The world in Tang Realm's eyes was finally back in that deserted alley. Between the turns of the eyes, Tang Realm saw it clearly. Far away, his two brothers, with horrified expressions and gazes full of shock, were staring at his back in death. So Dawn Realm turned around, appeared before his eyes. It was a slightly baby-faced, cute-looking smiling face. Just above that smile, there were also a few more touches of red. Your sword case? It's the legendary companion sword case, right? That sword just now. What sword is it again? Why has the old man never seen a sword like that before? Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Tang Realm held on to his last breath and asked. The slanting sun is setting in the west. Penthouse. That flashy second palace master of the shifting flower palace looked at the scene taking place in the alley from afar, with more than a few moments of dismay and surprise in her expression, and muttered to herself incredulously, companion sword box? Surprisingly, it's a companion sword box? When I came face to face with that little guy earlier, how come I didn't realize that that little guy had a companion sword box with him? No wonder he was able to enter the ranks of the sword immortals at the age of 6. It's no wonder that all along, even though that little guy didn't show half of his cultivation talent, the one from the Lee family wasn't in the least bit of a hurry and didn't send that little guy to the 8 immortal sects. Although there was a veil covering her face, making it slightly difficult to see the expression on her face, but the voice of the Clear Glory Palace Master was already enough to prove that at this moment, just how shocked she was. Companion sword box. That's a godsend. Throughout the tens of thousands of years of history in the immortal region, those who can trigger the phenomenon of heaven and earth at the moment of birth and cast a companion sword box can be said to be few and far between, and without exception, anyone who carries a companion sword box has become an extremely famous existence in the history of the immortal realm. For example, about 10,000 years ago, the Sword Emperor who had crossed the immortal realm, who had defeated several extraterrestrial heavenly demons and killed tens of thousands of demons with a white dragon sword in his hand, was carrying a companion sword box. And apart from that Sword Emperor who was known throughout the immortal realm, tens of thousands of years ago, there was another person, also at the time of birth, triggered the resonance of heaven and earth, attracting the gift of heaven and earth, forging a companion sword box. That person was not as famous as the Sword Emperor from 10,000 years ago though, but if we are talking about strength and realm, it was only to be even more terrifying than the Sword Emperor. That Sword Emperor from 10,000 years ago was an immortal Emperor realm sword cultivator, but it is as the legend says, breaking the shackles of the immortal path, soaring in place, he stepped into that legendary realm of gods and demons. But these are just rumors. Even the Qinghui Palace Master was unable to determine the truth of this matter. However, she was able to determine that the companion sword box is definitely an extremely rare thing, and the person who carries the companion sword box are all scolding this immortal domain, the famous big man, and right now, she actually saw the existence of the companion sword box on Li Changa's body. Behind, the sword-carrying man's brows furrowed tightly, his face filled with shock. That kid is actually carrying a companion sword box? Doesn't that also mean, in time, it's unlikely that he'll be able to step into the Emperor realm as well? The words are here. A playful smile suddenly appeared on the face of the man with the sword back. Interesting, really interesting. I don't know how long it will take for this kid to truly grow up. When the day comes that this brat really steps into the Emperor realm and encounters that old fellow, just who will be a little stronger again, and whose sword Dao comprehension will be a little higher. Back from the shock of the brief moment of the party, the Clear Glory Palace Master turned her head to look at the man carrying the sword, her brows frowning slightly as she said with some displeasure, 13, that lord indeed owes you a lot, but he also has bitter intentions. Don't be so disrespectful to that lord. As for the little guy, oh, if you give him 1,000 years of time, perhaps it is not allowed to reach your father's level, and then compete with your father, to distinguish a high and low strength. But for a short time, he's not going to have much of a chance. The companion sword box only proves that he is indeed extremely talented in terms of sword cultivation, but in the end, it's still up to him to see how far he can go on the path of the sword. Mention a certain presence. The man carrying the sword seemed to be remembering something unpleasant, so he gave a soft cold snort and said nothing more. But after a few moments of silence, instead, he opened his mouth somewhat unconvincingly again and retorted, Second Palace Master, as I see it, this kid's talent is definitely going to exceed your and my expectations. Let's not mention that companion sword box. What exactly is the mystery? Just the sword intent that he performed just now is already extremely powerful and somewhat puzzling. If my senses are correct, that sword intent of his has already taken the shape of a domain. If there's a famous teacher to give some guidance, I'm afraid it won't take long for this kid to have his own sword intent domain. Sword intent field. It was constructed by the sword intent after the sword cultivator had comprehended it. In the history of the immortal realm, there were countless sword cultivators. The number of people who sensed sword intent among them could be said to be few and far between. The one who succeeded in understanding sword intent and constructing a sword intent field with sword intent is even more one in a million, and is an extremely unique existence among the countless sword cultivators. Even certain sword cultivation powerhouses known in the immortal realm. It didn't even control the sword intent domain. As for the power of the sword intent spiritual domain, it was even more unquestionable. What is a field? To rule a part of the heavens and earth is a domain. If a sword cultivator was able to construct his own sword intent spiritual domain, then his realm and strength could no longer be speculated and judged by common sense. Even if it was only the void god realm, as long as there was a sword intent domain, one would be able to cross several realms and fight with a strong enemy whose cultivation was several levels higher, or even kill them. In that sword intent of Li Changa's party, the sword-carrying man then felt the beginnings of a sword intent field, as an existence that also had an extremely rare and terrifying talent above the Tao of the sword that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. He didn't feel much shock after learning that Li Chang'e had become a sword immortal at the age of 6. Upon seeing the companion sword box in Li Chang'e's arms, he was a little surprised, but didn't react too much. However, when he noticed that the sword intent that Li Chang'e had performed just now had already taken the shape of a sword intent domain, he was somewhat unable to hold back and couldn't help but feel emotional. That's a sword intent field. How many genius sword cultivators had closed their doors for hundreds of years and submerged themselves in their senses, not necessarily being able to comprehend something that was actually revealed in a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his cultivation talent. That's if you give the 6-year-old some more time. What's the big deal? Genius. Now that's a true genius of the way of the sword. How the hell did that kid do that? The man with the sword back had a torch-like gaze, staring intently at the figure in the alley. That's right, little master, this is the companion sword box. As for the sword that beheaded you just now, it's not unusual for you to have never seen it. That's untouchable territory for you, and it's best to ask so few questions. And since your old man's body has already been chopped to pieces by that sword intent of mine just now, you won't be able to live much longer, so there's even less of a need to know. In the alley, Li Chang'e turned back and poured a large mouthful of spirit wine, grinning. That sword just now was considered to be the first sword that he had exerted with all his might after awakening his talent and stepping into the Void God realm, and with that, the Sword Dao realm had broken through the bottleneck, officially becoming a sword immortal. Painful. It really hurts. How could Tang realm not expect that? The young Li Chang'e would even give such an answer. Then carefully recalling the three of them secretly following Li Chang'e and coming to this alley, they were tricked by Li Chang'e by pretending to be drunk and then being sneak attacked. He finally realized that the modest-looking 6-year-old in front of him had clearly far exceeded their expectations in terms of both heart and strength. You're a little guy who doesn't look like much, but has a lot of heart. I'm looking at someone who's going to die, but you're still thinking of hiding your undercard. Unwilling to tell me exactly what sword move you used just now. Ahem. Spit out a mouthful of blood. Tang realm strongly supported his shattered body, and with his vision that had already begun to become a bit cloudy, he carefully surveyed Li Chang'e, who was only 6 years old but had killed him with a single sword strike, and a smile with a bit of helplessness surfaced on his face. If you can. He really wanted to see how far this Li family's son would be able to go in the future on the path of cultivation. With that kind of heart and talent, I think that in the future, he will definitely be a person who can shock the immortal realm, causing the entire immortal realm to tremble, causing countless people to marvel and admire him, right? Pity, pity. He would never see that day after all. The world faded into darkness before his eyes. Tang realm slowly closed his eyes. Immediately after, under the horrified gaze of the other two companions, Tang realm's body actually began to fall off piece by piece, falling apart, and in a blur of blood and flesh, it eventually transformed into countless pieces of flesh, scattering all over the ground. The pungent scent of blood, it instantly filled the entire alley. Vomit. Li Chang'e was about to tilt his head back and pour another large mouthful of hard liquor before continuing to reminisce about the pain and pleasure he felt when he struck out with his sword just now. When he suddenly saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel nauseous and dry heave. It's 2 lives though. The mind is far more mature than young children of the same age, but whether it was in his last life or this one, in the strict sense, this was the first time Li Chang'e had ever fought someone, and at the same time, it was the first time he had ever taken someone's life, even if they have been mentally prepared for it for a long time. It was a shocking sight to see such a shocking scene. After all, Li Chang'e was still a bit unable to hold back and had some uncontrollable physical reactions. He had thought about how strong that sword he had just used was. After all, that was when he was sensing sword intent. A sword intent spontaneously condensed by the spirit of heaven and earth in this holding Ming spiritual domain. That was the sword of heaven and earth of this holding Ming spiritual domain. Tang realm, this earth immortal realm, couldn't block his sword and would be given a sword to kill, which was considered reasonable and within Li Chang'e's expectations. But he hadn't thought about it in any way. That sword of his just now would be so terrifying. In just an instant's effort, the body of Tang realm, who had the strength of the earth immortal realm, was chopped up and completely shattered into countless pieces. Pardon me. I'm really sorry. The first time out, it was a bit of a no-brainer. Wait for the next opportunity. There's gonna be a whole body for you. Look at the blood on the floor. Li Chang'e put away his wine gourd and was a bit tense. That being said, but if he really met an enemy of the earth immortal realm, he still wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. This world is not a friendly place. Under the dark jungle rules of survival of the weak and the fittest, kindness to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. After realizing what kind of world he was in now, Li Chang'e's heart was already ready for such an awakening. If not, just now, while taking a shot at Tang realm. And how can you be that decisive and determined? Slowly retracting his own line of sight, Li Chang'e turned his gaze towards the two companions from the Tang realm who were only at the human immortal realm and had already been scared out of their wits at this point, unable to stop shivering, and interrogated them in a cold voice. Tell me, who sent you? I can advise you that you'd better give an honest account, or else, I'll not blame my young master for being ruthless and cutting the flesh off your body piece by piece until you bleed to death. Interrogate the experiences of others. Li Chang'e naturally didn't, but in his previous life, he had read a lot of novels. Summarize the various interrogation episodes. It is only through all kinds of coercion and then impose a little bit of pain on the other party, coercing the other party to open up. If you've never eaten pork, have you never seen a pig run? Step by step, he walked towards the two human immortal realms. Li Chang'e was still very confident that he would be able to make the other party honestly cooperate with him, reveal their origins, and confess to recognizing the existence of whoever had instructed them to come over to assassinate him this time. Just now, when he was pretending to be drunk, but he clearly remembered that these three guys seemed to be mentioning some kind of clan, and those two adults or something. Therefore, it was enough to conclude that these three people coming over to assassinate him, a genius sword immortal, must have been secretly instructed and arranged by someone behind the scenes, deliberately targeting him to make arrangements. The other side, looking at Li Chang'e who was slowly approaching step by step, the two remaining human immortal realm cultivators were actually terrified beyond measure and couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. It was as if what was approaching him at that moment was not some innocent, harmless-looking 6-year-old child, but some terrifying demon. Really, in the eyes of the two human immortal realms, the young Li Chang'e was indeed comparable to that so-called extraterrestrial demon. No, it was even a more terrifying existence than that extraterrestrial demon. After all, whose 6-year-old child was able to directly chop an earth immortal realm powerhouse into a ground of broken pieces in a single wave of his hand, and couldn't even put it together well. This is such a ferocious and incomparable tactic. Who can look at that and not be scared? If Li Chang'e learns the thoughts and the hearts of the two, he will certainly be unable to resist defending himself. He really is not what means ferocious people, just the first time out. Some grasp the force is not good, but none of that matters. Here's the important thing. Perhaps it was out of fear of Li Chang'e. After hearing Li Chang'e's cross-examination with a slightly deliberate and at the same time childish, forcibly put on an icy tone, the two human immortal realms didn't even think about it and immediately recruited. It's the Patriarch. It's the Patriarch. He sent us to assassinate Gengzi. Your Excellency, we have no choice but to follow orders. If you want to know anything, just ask. We will definitely tell you everything, and we only beg you to let us go and spare our lives. He couldn't care less about the sharp pain coming from his severed wrist. In front of the powerful desire to survive, the two human immortal realms had quite a tacit understanding and plopped down on their knees, crying and shouting as they begged for mercy from Li Chang'e. Hearing the duo reply, Li Chang'e, however, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Sovereign? What Patriarch? If the wood is good in the forest, the wind will destroy it. This kind of shallow reasoning, Li Chang'e still understood. In fact, a few days ago when he awakened his talent and took a step into the Void God realm in front of 100,000 guests, Li Chang'e had anticipated that someone might be unfavorable to him during this next period of time. After all, whether it's the Li family's hostile forces or not, or within the Li family, the same clan that coveted the position of family head as well, it was thought that all of them were unwilling to remain indifferent and watch him, an existence that had suddenly awakened and displayed a terrifying cultivation talent, slowly grow up. Someone wanted him. Li Chang'e, dead. There is no doubt about that. So, on sensing the killing intent in the middle of the crowd, the moment he realized that someone was trying to come and assassinate him, Li Chang'e was not the least bit surprised. The only thing that made him slightly puzzled was that these three cultivators who were in such a hurry to come to his door, wanting to take his life, were actually instructed by whom? Before these two human immortal realm cultivators in front of him answered, Li Chang'e had thought that the three cultivators who had come to assassinate him were most likely sent by his clan brother who he had met a few times and had once been hailed as the Li clan's first genius. After all, recently, Li Chang'e hadn't even left the Li family much. Consider again the situation of the moment. The only one who could possibly strike at him was that clan brother who was about to have his territory taken away from him and was forced to return to the ancestral domain to pick a new side of the spiritual domain to use as his new territory. Who would have thought? These three former practitioners who assassinated him, it did not seem to have been sent by that brother of his clan. Rather, they came at the secret behest of a patriarch of some sort. Read this. The young Li Chang'e, a look of suspicion that was completely inconsistent with his age actually surfaced on his face, and then interrogated the two people in front of him. The patriarch you are talking about, what kind of person is he? Between the words, spiritual energy stirred in sword chi condensed. Li Chang'e, whose figure was much shorter than the two human immortal realms, was like a supreme divine weapon that had just been unsheathed, giving off a sense of sharpness. Though not much is said, but this simple act of his was clear enough to show exactly how he meant it. See this. Then he turned his head to look at the horrific scene of his companion's horrible death. Where did the two human immortal realm cultivators dare to hesitate any longer? They didn't even need Li Changa to ask anything more, so they took the initiative to give an account of where they came from. One by one. I won't hide it from your excellency. The few of us are actually, it's an offering under the Taishu sect. The reason why we have come to this decisive brightness city and attempted to take action against Gongzi is because we were instructed to do so by our Taishu sect's patriarch, not because of our own intentions. As for why the patriarch ordered a strike against the duke, that's something we're not quite sure about. We are only acting according to the sovereign's orders. Cold sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. The two human immortal realm cultivators looked at the child in front of them, who was only 6 years old and whose realm was only the void god realm, but who had beheaded their earth immortal realm companion with a single sword, with extremely complicated expressions. If they were facing, at this moment, an old Taoist who was not too far from their age and had practiced for dozens or even hundreds of years, they might still feel nothing. But what stood in front of them at that moment? It was Li Changa, who was only 6 years old. It's children who aren't even half as tall as they are. So, the two human immortal realm cultivators, not to mention how strange their mood really was. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The world must be going crazy. The mouse carries a knife and looks for the cat all over the street. Does that make sense? Reasonable? In front of him, this son of the Li family was only a 6-year-old child, and his realm was only the void god realm. So why did he scare the two of them at the human immortal realm? Who didn't even dare to breathe a bit? Who exactly is the void god realm and who is the human immortal realm? Come to think of it, what kind of void god realm was it to be able to kill the earth immortal realm with a single sword? Could this be the so-called once-in-a-million-years supreme genius? The more you think about it in your mind, the two human immortal realms, the more bitter their faces became. Sure enough, truly a supreme genius. It is simply impossible to speculate with common sense. Ignoring the complicated expressions on the faces of the two human immortal realms, Li Changa was in deep thought. The Taishu sect? It was a name that he seemed to have heard before. It seems to be the same as the Jade Clearance sect and the Flower Shifting Palace. It is one of the 8 great immortal sects within this immortal region. Just, in Li Changa's impression, always. Although their Li family ruled over 100 spiritual domains, counting as the best of the 100 holy clans within the immortal domain, they seldom had too much dealings with other holy clans or immortal clans. This is especially true in recent years. That Taishu sect was one of the 8 immortal sects. Their Li family was even less likely to go and easily offend. So, why would that Taishu sect patriarch, all of a sudden, order that he would not hesitate to come all the way to their Li family's ancestral domain of holding the brightness spirit domain, to come within this decisive brightness city, and strike out at him who was the Li family's son, though the key to it is unknown. I also don't know what that Taishu sect is actually scheming, but Li Changa was keenly aware of it. There must be many strange things in this matter. Have to go back and mention this matter to father, so that he can pay more attention in his mind, so as to prevent that Taishu sect from targeting our Li family next, and making any moves that can't be defended against. Silently make plans. Li Changa picked up his own small wine gourd, turning toward the alleyway beyond. Alive? Phew, what a terrifying Li family male. Wasn't it said that he was merely at the void god realm? Then why was he able to decapitate the earth immortal realm with a single sword? But then again, small children are still small children after all. Their talent and strength are indeed terrifying, but their means are still much too tender after all. Even chopping grass, watching the fading figure. The two human immortal realm cultivators who had previously been frightened by Li Changa's terrifying tactics and were almost on the verge of despair finally let out a long sigh of relief, having a feeling like escaping from death. Just, not waiting for the two of them to finish their sentence. A sword sheath that was so severe that it was 10 feet wide then came whistling. Swish, like a piercing wind sweeping through. The two human immortal realm cultivators didn't even have a chance to react before the sudden sword intent swept past their bodies. A violent shudder ran through his body. The two men slowly looked down and saw a gruesome wound large enough to cut them off at the waist. Poof, poof, with 2 soft thuds. 2 human immortal realm cultivators were also buried here. Until then, it was a light voice that came from the distance. In fact, I don't want to kill you guys. After all, I'm still just a kid. Cutting off the roots and eliminating future problems. This kind of cruelty is not very suitable for me to do. But, my current strength is not too convenient for the outside world to know for the time being. So I have no choice but to ask you two to honestly shut up as well, lest I spread some news out. Poking his head out of the alleyway with a bunch of small wine gourds, Li Changa looked around with a thief's head. After making sure no one noticed him, that's before taking a leisurely step out of the alley. Subsequently, as if he was nothing, he casually plucked off a small wine gourd, tilted his head and poured a few large mouthfuls of the mellow and fragrant spirit wine, and leisurely walked towards the Li mansion. As the ancestral city of the Li family ancestral domain, Decisive City could be said to be quite prosperous and lively. A very wide main road, even 2 or 3 carriages running parallel, was more than enough to connect the Li mansion, which was located in the central area of the city, from the gates of Decisive Ming City. On the other hand, on both sides of the main road, there were quite a few inns, taverns, tea houses, or loud peddlers living within the Decisive Ming City that were opened by ordinary people, or shouting and soliciting traders coming and going. Beyond that, there were also some practitioners who chose to settle down in Decisive City, operating elixir stores, weapon stores, and other such stores, which were spread out in various parts of Decisive City. It's different from the Steel City where I lived in my previous life. The scene inside Decisive City was a lot more urban. Fortunately, Li Chang'e was not surprised by the various sights in front of him, and along the way, he was not attracted by the hustle and bustle in front of him, but rather fell into deep thought. The immortal realm was not the world he had lived in his previous life after all. There are no rules or laws here. Only cultivation is supreme and strength is honored. The law of the weak and the strong, the survival of the fittest, would even be displayed to the extreme in the immortal domain. Previously, the innate supreme sword bone had not been awakened. Li Chang'e didn't need to think about too many things yet. He only needed to hide under the shelter of his father, Li Mingdao, and focus on being his Li family's son and drinking wine sullenly as a means of unlocking his supreme sword bone, and that was it. Now, however, the situation is different. First of all, regardless of what the Li family's current situation actually is, just the various storms that were building up in the dark and could erupt violently at any time, surfacing on the surface, would not allow Li Chang'e to be as he was before. Today's assassination is the best proof. The identities of those 3 fellows cannot yet be concluded to determine that they are really the offerings under the Taishu sect, one of the 8 immortal sects. However, there is one thing that can be determined, and that is that the Li family's situation is definitely not as comfortable as it seems on the surface. Or else how could someone dare to send someone to Decisive Brightness City so openly and honestly to take action against me? It is inevitable that the Taishu sect needs to be careful and watch out. But the other forces, too, must pay more attention. Between walks, Li Chang'e seriously thought about it. The adorable little face, childish and with a bit of baby fat, had a serious look on it. If someone who didn't know saw him in this state, he was afraid that he would still be unable to resist going up and pinching his cheeks, laughing and asking him if he was so serious. If he was thinking about what he was going to eat tonight. After all, no matter how you look at it, Li Chang'e is all just the appearance of a 6-year-old child. So again, who could have thought, at this very moment, the thing that Li Chang'e was seriously thinking about was not what kind of delicious food he was going to eat tonight, but rather, he was seriously considering the current situation of the Li family. Though the Li family's situation may not be that optimistic, but I don't need to worry too much. After briefly exchanging blows with those 3, I have a very clear perception of my current strength. Even though my cultivation stays at the Void God realm, without utilizing my sword intent, the human immortal realm is no longer a match for me, and I can kill them with a wave of my hand. If I were to go all out, even the Earth immortal realm would be able to fight with one of them, and with the use of sword intent, the Earth immortal realm could also be cut down with a single sword. Even heavenly immortals, golden immortal realm powerhouses, are not yet impossible to fight. Cross-border challenges are inherently extremely difficult, and not only was Li Chang'e able to cross the realm and kill human immortal realm Earth immortal realm cultivators whose great realms were higher than his, he was even able to fight with the heavenly immortal golden immortal realm, although it was only at the realm of the Void God realm. However, his true strength was already comparable to a golden immortal realm powerhouse. The appearance of young, unconventional warfare, isn't that a necessary disguise for pretending to be a pig in a poke? Wait until later. I think it must be able to deliver a big surprise to those who want to target him. Hopefully the enemies, both explicit and implicit. But don't be too weak. Otherwise, how meaningless would that be? Tilt your head back and pour wine. But he suddenly realized that the wine gourd was empty. Back from contemplation. Only then did Li Chang'e realize with a jolt that without realizing it, he had already walked back to the entrance of the Li mansion, and had also finished drinking the gourd of spirit wine he had just filled. Shaking the already empty little wine gourd, Li Chang'e couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It seemed like since he unlocked the Born Supreme Sword Bone, he's drinking, and it's just getting faster and faster? Dueling cities. Somewhere in an extremely high attic, the Clear Glory Palace Master looked at a certain alley in the distance and was silent for a long time. Behind, the sword-carrying man looked at the Qinghui Palace Master who was frozen in place, and then looked out towards the distant alley that was unattended. smacking his lips. Second palace master. That kid. Seems like it came down a little hard. Ha! Though it's true that there's nothing wrong with him being a bit ruthless and cutting those 3 guys down to size so as not to bring him unnecessary trouble. But I always felt, it's a little weird. He's just a 6-year-old child. He hasn't even taken half a step out of this decisive brightness city. So how could he know so clearly about the perils of the human heart? Puzzled, he scratched his head. The man with the sword was puzzled. What Li Changa did in the alley just now, he and the Clear Glory Palace Master, however, had all seen it in their eyes. In particular, the final scene where he did not even turn his head back and swung a sword chi with his backhand, decapitating the 2 remaining human immortal realm cultivators without leaving any survivors, was even more clearly captured in their eyes. And so, both men were silent. It was both because of Li Changa's ruthlessness and even more so because of Li Changa's style of doing things without leaving any loose ends. They couldn't figure out how. From childhood are sheltered by the Li family under the shade. Even this decisive Ming city have never left half a step. Not to mention have never seen anything in the world. Looks harmless, but only 6 years old Li Changa. Why do things can be so watertight? After a long time, it was only then that the Qinghui Palace Master sighed quietly and said, "This little fellow, not only is his talent not something that can be surmised by common sense, but even his heart can't be viewed with conventional eyes at all. I'm really curious. How on earth did the Li family cultivate such a monster? In time, this son will be able to shake the entire immortal region." Back at the Li mansion, without waiting for Li Changa to find his father, Li Mingdao, he was first stopped by a silhouette. Halfway, it was a woman with foxy eyes. The face is pretty and the body is enchanting. Every move reveals 1,000 flavors. After seeing Li Changa, the woman pretended to look very surprised, bowed slightly and lowered her head, bowed to Li Changa, and said with a smile, if it isn't Mr. Li, I don't know if it was intentional or accidental, or maybe the body is just a bit arrogant, and wearing a long dress that was a little less fitted. While bowing, the woman's enchanting and flirtatious figure was even more completely displayed. The large expanse of snowy whiteness on her chest was even a little shaky. Li Changa glanced at the woman and fell into thought. As the only direct descendant of the Li family for 3 generations, the many people of the Li family naturally recognized him as the son of the Li family, so it was no surprise that he would be recognized by the woman in front of him, Li Changa. But, oddly enough, when he looked at the woman in front of him, he actually also felt a bit familiar, feeling as if he had seen her somewhere before. This caused Li Changa to feel a bit puzzled. Where on earth have I seen it before? Was wondering. The woman then introduced herself. Back to you. My name is Lu Mayer. I am one of the many outer disciples of the Li family, and I have recently heard that Mr. Li has already chosen a side of the spiritual domain to use as his territory. So, that's why I purposely approached Mr. Li, hoping to become a follower of you, Mr. Li, and move with you to the spiritual domain that you have chosen to share your worries. A laugh like a silver bell rang out. The woman is like her name, like a fox charming, knit the brows between the smile, are very exciting, enchanting body. So many male disciples passing by the side simply cannot move their eyes. And after hearing the woman's name and learning the woman's intention to find herself this time, the dusty memories in Li Changa's mind finally awoke with it. Willow Mayer. The name still rings some bells with him. As a dude who was idle a few days ago and only knew how to spend his days drinking and getting drunk every day, Li Changa, who had nothing to do, could only look at beautiful women to feed his eyes. Granted, he is only 6 years old today, but that doesn't stop him from picking out a good wife in advance for his future self. So many people in the Li family. I guess there are always a few stunningly beautiful people. When he grows up later, it's not impossible to take as much as he can into the room. So, before the gift awakens, Li Changa's pleasure, apart from drinking, was to feed his eyes. And this figure is enchanting. Like a fox like Lu Mayer, at that time is also used by Li Changa to raise eyes, such as the future want to take one of the targets. It's just a shame that, not waiting for him, Li Changa, to grow up. 3 years ago, at the time when that former #1 genius of the Li clan, that clan brother of his, left the holding brightness spiritual domain and headed to the heavenly treasure spiritual domain, Lu Mayer followed along, and then after that, Li Changa then gradually forgot about such an insignificant person. After all, sitting on an entire forest, Li Changa, there is simply no need to hang on to a tree, and still a tree although the appearance, with a few gestures, but the bones are difficult to hide the charm. In the future I do not know how many men to hook the crooked neck tree. Such a person was even less worthy of being placed in Li Changa's heart. Who'd have thought? After following that clan brother of his away for 3 years, Lu Mayer had unexpectedly returned to the Li family again, even reached out to him. What's that supposed to mean? Fancying his 6-year-old sword immortal's talent and potential. That's why he resolutely abandoned that former number one genius of the Li family and returned from that heavenly treasure spiritual domain to the holding brightness spiritual domain. Coming over to join him? If Lu Meier is still intact, Li Chang'e didn't mind receiving it, but with just one glance, he could see that the fox-like woman in front of him was obviously the kind of burnt goods that had long been played with and experienced. He, Li Chang'e, was a bit of a good drinker, but not to the point of starvation. He couldn't even look at this kind of goods. A playful smile appeared on his face. Li Chang'e didn't even glance at Lu Meier again, and carrying his own small wine gourd, he walked right past her without looking back. Duke, where are you going with this? After a few days, can we take Meier with us and leave together? Seeing this cold response from Li Chang'e, Lu Meier couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and hurriedly turned around and chased after her, gently pulling on Li Chang'e's sleeve and stopping him again. Speak between inquiries. She deliberately adjusted her tone. It made her voice, which was already somewhat pleasant to listen to, it sounds even more delicate. Against men, Lu Meier thought she was still very good at it. Or maybe, in her opinion, men are all the same by nature. Therefore, regardless of age, as long as she puts on such a delicate appearance, the other party, even if he or she is hard-hearted, will agree to certain requests from her. The once genius of the Li family couldn't turn her down. The current genius of the Li family was likewise unable to refuse her. It's just a 6-year-old kid, with her poise, trying to mesmerize each other. Wouldn't that be a breeze? Without waiting for Li Chang'e to turn around, in the bottom of her heart, Lu Meier couldn't help but sneer. In front of her eyes, she had even seen a scene where, at some point in the future, the 6-year-old Li Chang'e obeyed her like a puppy, doing exactly what she wanted. However, just then, a voice with a bit of ice coldness, but it suddenly came out, like a heavy hammer. It mercilessly broke all of Lu Meier's fantasies. I suggest you had better get out of my sight at once. Get as far away as you can. Understand? With goods like you still want to climb into little master's bed? Hear this. Lu Meier was violently stunned in place. She couldn't even believe her ears a little. What is this? The 6-year-old child in front of her would talk to her with such an attitude? It doesn't make sense. With her beauty and figure, even if the hairy Li Chang'e doesn't understand the matter of male and female love, he should be very courteous to her even if he mentions that aspect of interest to her. Why would the young Li Chang'e say something like that to her just now? And in such a big crowd, in front of so many people around. The smile on his face faded. Lu Meier's expression became ugly. Next to it, there were quite a few people passing by here, and after seeing Li Chang'e and Lu Meier, they stopped, wanting to see what a stunningly beautiful woman like Lu Meier was doing when she stopped Li Chang'e. So Li Chang'e Fong made those remarks. It was also clearly heard by them. Bent in time. There was then a small murmur around them. What's that woman's deal? Who cares who she is? What's important is that Mr. Li was right in what he said just now. Her kind of goods that have been played with long ago at first glance also want to hook up with Mr. Li. Does she deserve it? That woman's words are quite good. What with her willingness to follow Mr. Li and travel to other spirit realms to share his worries. But in reality, who can't see what she's really up to? It's nothing more than fancying Mr. Li's talent and potential, and wanting to take the opportunity to hook up with Mr. Li so that they can take advantage of the opportunity to fly up the branch and turn into a phoenix. That's just it. Fortunately, although our son Li is young, he has a heart like a mirror, and took that woman's thoughts in stride and didn't fall for it. A murmur, albeit a small one. However, it was still clear and unmistakable, and it reached Lu Meier's ears. Bent in time, Lu Meier felt even more like her face was on fire, both because of the embarrassment of having her mind seen and told, but also because of the cynicism of the bystanders, which made her feel a bit angry. Who is she? Lu Meier? It's not exactly a man of great power, but yet, there is a head of steam. This would be in that heavenly treasure spiritual domain. She only needed to raise an eyebrow to be able to have Li Changfeng order that those few subordinates beside her who gossiped and grew a mouth for nothing be scrapped. At this very moment. Instead, she had to hold her tongue and pretend she didn't hear it. It was just that what Lu Meier never expected was that amongst the crowd of onlookers watching the bustle beside her, it seemed that there were also outer disciples who had wanted to follow Li Changfeng 3 years ago, and had actually recognized her directly on the spot. If I remember correctly, it seems like this woman left the holding brightness spiritual domain 3 years ago, following that Changfeng Saint's son, heading to that heavenly treasure spiritual domain. Ah, how could she suddenly come back? Hey, I'm somewhat impressed when you say that. No wonder this woman looks so familiar. It turns out to be the woman who fell for that Changfeng Saint's son and left after the Changfeng Saint's son back then. At that time, it was all rumored that in order to embrace the thigh of the Long Wind Saint's son, this woman took the initiative to offer herself and climbed into the Long Wind Saint's son's bed. Now it seems that should be more than just a rumor. right? This time, when she returned to the holding brightness spirit domain, she most likely also saw the talent of Prince Changda and felt that Prince Changda had more potential than that Saint Changfeng, so she wanted to switch to a bigger tree to take advantage of the coolness, right? It's a pity that Mr. Changda can't see it. Oh, so what if it's the woman of the Saint son of Changfeng? You're not even worthy of being a dog for Duke Changda. Another snide comment. Lu Mayer couldn't hold back a bit. She, who prided herself on her national color, had never been insulted like this before. To top it off, after the identity was revealed, especially after the relationship with Li Changfeng was singled out, it was obviously impossible for her to hook up with Li Changda again. Let go of Li Changda's sleeve. Lu Mayer's complexion was icy cold as she stared viciously at Li Changda, who had made herself lose face and was being taunted by the crowd, and said resentfully, Duke Changda isn't very big, but his temper is quite big. Even though you have snatched away that heavenly treasure's spiritual domain and become its new master, I still advise you not to be too arrogant as a human being. After all, no matter what, that heavenly treasure's spiritual domain today, is still in the hands of the Changfeng Saint Son, under his control. Lord Changda is so smart. I think, surely you can see what I mean. If it was 3 years ago, with Lu Mayer's status as an outer disciple, she naturally wouldn't dare to use this kind of tone and attitude to speak to Li Changda, who was the only direct descendant of the Li family for 3 generations. But now it is different. Behind her, there was Li Changfeng backing her up. Even if they spoke out against Li Changda, what could they do? I think Li Changda wouldn't dare to do something openly and honestly to her who was Li Changfeng's woman in front of so many people. Or else, wouldn't that be equivalent to slapping Li Changfeng in the face? After one's coming and identity is revealed, Lu Mayer's attitude towards Li Changda instantly underwent a 180-degree shift. Li Changda turned around, tilted his head and shot a glance at Lu Mayer, and said with some displeasure, listening to the meaning of those words you just said, were you threatening me? Lu Mayer laughed coldly and denied, Mr. Changda is overly concerned. I'm just an outer disciple of the Li family. How would I dare to threaten you? Just simply want to remind Prince Changda that your talent is indeed much more terrifying than the Saint Son of Changfeng. But in the end, rice is eaten one bite at a time, and the path is taken one step at a time. Prince Changda, you're at the Void God realm now, aren't you? But Saint Son Changfeng, now that he has stepped into the 9th grade human immortal realm and touched the bottleneck of the Earth immortal realm, I think it won't be long before he can officially step into the Earth immortal realm. In terms of talent, the Changfeng Saint Son can't compare to you, but if we're talking about strength, even 10 Chang'e males wouldn't even be able to withstand a single hand of the Changfeng Saint Son. Lu Mayer's tone was slightly more euphemistic, but some words between the lines. Even the passers-by on the sidelines heard it all. It was nothing more than a warning to Li Changda, telling him not to be complacent because of his talent, or else that holy son of Changfeng would be able to slap him to death with just a slap. Vent in time. There was another murmur. This time it was no longer the various sneers directed at Lu Mayer. Instead, they discussed Li Changda's current situation from the perspective of a passerby. You don't say. This woman burns, but what she just said really has some truth to it. Now the name of the Li family's first genius is falling on Prince Changda, but the strongest person of the younger generation is still that Changfeng Saint Son. If it were a few more years, Prince Changda might not be able to surpass that Saint Son of Changfeng and become the strongest amongst the younger generation of the Li clan. But right now, it's still a lot worse after all. Alas, it can't be helped. Lord Changda is only 6 years old this year. That Changfeng Saint Son is almost 16, right? Eat the loss of being born late. Otherwise, not to mention the woman of the Long Wind Sage Son, even if the Long Wind Sage Son came, it would still be a slap in the face. As for now, there really isn't much that Lord Changda can do. Or lamented. The crowd sighed for Li Changda. Just as the crowd was speculating on how things would go next, an unexpected scene appeared. See only, the moment Lu Mayer's words fell, Li Changda, who had been standing in place a moment ago, much shorter than Lu Mayer, had suddenly transformed into a residual shadow and jumped up violently. Pop! With the sound of a crisp, unmistakable slap. A figure was like a big flying gyroscope, directly rotating 720 degrees in the air, spinning and flying out, then plopping down heavily on the ground. Seeing this sudden scene, in an instant, the noisy crowd then all quieted down, looking towards the silhouette that flew out, only to see that Lu Mayer, who had just stood in front of Li Changda, overbearing and looking like you, Li Changda, wouldn't dare to do anything to me at all, was lying straight on the ground like a dead dog. That delicate face was even more miserable at this time. Not only was there an additional, albeit small, but extremely clear slap mark, but it was even like a pig's head, directly swollen throughout, bloody and disfigured. Such a miserable look, not to mention the others. Even if it's Lu Mei's real parents coming. It's just that they can't even recognize who she really is. Really gives you face, doesn't it? Am I not someone that anyone can just threaten? Don't say that guy Li Changfeng isn't here today. Even if he is here, little master, I will definitely let you know why the flowers bloom so red. That slap just now is considered little master's punishment for you. I'll spare your life today, if you dare to be so insolent next time. Humph. In a cold grunt, Li Changge glanced at the woman on the ground, carrying his own little wine gourd, left without looking back. Because of what happened 3 years ago, he had not been kind to that once first genius of the Li family, the holy son of the side lineage, and wanted to find trouble with the other party. Willow Meyer jumped out now at this time. What's the difference between that and running into his gun? Really? Li Changge was worried that he didn't have any legitimate reason to be able to find trouble with that clan brother of his. Now Lu Meyer took the initiative to send her to the door. How could he miss it? With that slap he had just given, it would be best if he could hit that clan brother of his to press on and return to the holding brightness spiritual domain from that heavenly treasure spiritual domain tomorrow to come and fight for justice for his woman. In time, Li Changge would have told that clan brother of his properly. What the fuck is called fucking justice? Laugh up at the sky and go out. I am not a man of the fluff. That slap in the face just now was also painful when drinking a large white. Flashback to the slap he just received. Li Changge was in a soothing mood. Taking off one of the wine gourds, he tilted his head back and slammed down a few gulps. Only then did he suddenly realize that the small wine gourd that he had just filled up was actually empty 2 more times on his way back to the Li family from the Wu family wine shop. After the awakening of the innate supreme sword bone, his drinking, it seemed, had skyrocketed. The small wine gourd that could only hold some wine seemed to no longer be able to fulfill the portion of spirit wine he needed to drink on a daily basis. I've heard that in the immortal realm, there is a treasure similar to the space ring in novels, called a stone's throw object, which is only as big as a thumb, but contains a huge amount of space within. I'll have to ask my father for one when I get the chance later. Put nothing else in it, just specialize in storing all kinds of spirit wines, or else, in the future, unless I stay within the wine cellar where a large amount of liquor is stored every day, I'm afraid I won't be able to go out at all, and a few small wine gourds are simply not enough to drink. Shook the empty wine gourd, Li Changge sighed helplessly. Not far. Lu Meyer used all her strength to support her body and rose slightly from the ground, using her eyes, which had already swollen into a thin slit, to look at the young figure that was slowly leaving. In those eyes that are no longer pretty, it was filled with the color of malice and resentment. How could Lu Meyer not expect that after knowing her identity and origin, Li Changge would be so unforgiving and strike her in front of so many people? And, it's still so hard. Just a slap. Just about slapped her so hard she fainted on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that during the 3 years of following Li Changfeng, she had also practiced a little bit and improved her strength a little bit, that slap from Li Changge just now would have been able to kill her. I'm afraid. Wait for it. Just you wait. Little bastard. Do you think that heavenly treasure spiritual domain is so easy for you to take away? To meet you, the newly awakened genius of the Li family, the Longlin sacred son, he had made a lot of arrangements, waiting for some future day. You will surely pay a terrible price for today's arrogance. Feel the fiery pain coming from his face. Lu Meyer struggled to get up from the ground and move to leave as well. She wanted to return to the heavenly treasure spirit realm as fast as she could. Then, what just happened? Add it to the list and tell it to Li Changfeng, especially after learning who she was and where she came from. Li Changge directly stepped in and gave her a slap on the wrist for what happened. She must add fuel to the fire. Tell Li Changfeng, and let that saint son Changfeng know clearly that the slap Li Changge just gave was not only her Lu Meyer's face, but also his saint's son Li Changfeng's face. What happened today? A bit much indeed. Many of them were related to the situation of the Li family, forcibly resisting the urge to drink and get drunk. Li Changge put the small wine gourd filled with wine back into his room, and then immediately found his father, Li Mingdao. As it happens, Li Mingdao also seemed to have something to look for Li Changge, and when he saw that Li Changge had approached him on his own, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Changge, you've come at the right time. I happen to have something that I need to notify you about." Li Changge hemmed and hawed. "That's just right. I also have a few things that I want to talk to you about." "Father, hear this." Li Mingdao was slightly puzzled and asked curiously, "Oh, what is it that you have to tell me? Is it that the spirit wine in the mansion has run out again? Or do you have your eye on another maid? If it's such a small matter, you don't need to ask. When the spirit wine stored in the house is finished, you can ask Afu to go to the Wu family wine shop to get some more. And if you like any of the maids, you can just tell Afu. Knowing the son is like knowing the father, though only in 3 words, but it is clear enough to prove it." Li Mingdao knew Li Changge's 2 main hobbies on a regular basis like the back of his hand. A few words. It caused Li Changge to scratch his head in some embarrassment and laughed awkwardly. "Father, look at what you're saying. It seems like every day I do nothing but drink. It's like that. This time, Li Mingdao didn't answer, just put on a very playful expression. That look, as if to say, "You kid, don't I understand you?" Realizing exactly what kind of impression he had left on this cheap old man that he had picked up for nothing, Li Chang'e, who was full of alcohol, sighed bitterly and sweated a little. Ahem, no kidding. Father, I've come to find you today because I really have something important that relates to the current situation of my Li family, and I want to tell you about it. And incidentally, I want to learn something from you. It seems to be feeling a little awkward. Li Chang'e hemmed and hawed and hurriedly explained. Between the words, a few moments of gravity and seriousness surfaced on that boyish face. Never before had I seen Li Chang'e look like this. Li Mingdao also realized that the matter was not simple, so he straightened his complexion and also put away his thoughts of poking fun at Li Chang'e and inquired, "What is the important matter, and what do you want to know? Just tell me." A moment of contemplation. Li Chang'e slightly organized his words and finally opened his mouth. The matter is actually a long story, but to summarize it, today the spirit wine stored in our mansion was again drunk by me, so I took my small wine gourd and went forward to that Wu family wine shop to get some wine, as I did in the past. Li Mingdao nodded slightly, the look relaxed a little. He had just guessed, and he was right. The kid came over to him of his own accord, for no other reason than the two things he just said. The brat puts on such a serious face. He thought it was something really big. In the back of his mind, he sighed helplessly. Li Mingdao couldn't help but want to open his mouth and say a few words about Li Chang'e. It was just that Li Chang'e didn't give him that chance at all. It seemed to have seen that Li Mingdao wanted to open his mouth to interrupt himself. Li Chang'e quickly waved his hand and said, "Father, you don't need to be in a hurry. Everything has to be gradual. The matter of hitting the wine is not important, but it's a start. The thing I really want to talk to you about is that when I was hitting the Wu family liquor store, I met a lot of heads of forces from various clans." Hear this. As if Li Mingdao realized something, his expression changed slightly. The heads of the major clan forces? That said, it was an oversight on my part. Ever since the news of your talent awakening, stepping into the Void God realm in one day, and becoming a 6-year-old little sword immortal spread, our holding brightness spirit domain and decisive brightness city have indeed had quite a few people come. Unsurprisingly, they're headed for you. Yesterday, I wanted to remind you that you should leave the Li mansion less often when you're fine so that you won't encounter any unexpected situations, but it turned out that I accidentally forgot about it because of that heavenly treasure spirit domain. Ugh, it's a good thing you didn't have any accidents. Weekdays, Li Chang'e rarely left the Li mansion. Only occasionally does the house run low on wine. It was only then that I went out for a trip to that Wu family liquor store to get a drink. Yesterday, Li Mingdao had originally remembered to remind Li Chang'e to try not to leave the Li mansion about this matter recently, but when it came to choosing a party's spiritual domain as his territory, Li Chang'e had actually made him choose the Tianbao spiritual domain rather unexpectedly, hinged perhaps out of shock, or they were too busy to go to the line with the clan elders. Li Mingdao actually turned his head and forgot about this matter. Today, I suddenly heard Li Chang'e mention it. It was only then that it dawned on him, and he felt a slight sense of trepidation. Luckily, Li Chang'e went out today. No unanticipated conditions were encountered, or else, he was only a little too late to even regret it. The thought had not yet fallen from his mind. Li Mingdao then saw that Li Chang'e actually suddenly smiled at him. That's kind of very strange smile, like the smug grin on a toddler's face after a successful prank, and yet, compared to those young children of the same age, a little more playfulness only for adults. And the look on Li Chang'e's face became subtly strange in this instant. The heart stuttered violently. Li Mingdao suddenly had an ominous feeling. Wait, Chang'e, that look on your face, is it hard to meet something? Li Chang'e didn't answer. Instead he suddenly asked back, "Father, do you ever know anything about that Shifting Flower Palace? One of the 8 immortal clans? And have you ever recognized that Shifting Flower Palace's second palace master, Palace Master Qinghui? And in addition to the Moving Flower Palace, the Taishu sect, which is also one of the 8 immortal sects, has our Li family ever had any grudges with them? The Palace of the Shifting Flowers, Lord Qinghui Palace, Taishu sect." Every name Li Chang'e uttered, it was as if it was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hit Li Mingdao's heart, causing the expression on his face to change again and again, one after another. When Li Chang'e's words completely fell, Li Mingdao was so shocked that he no longer had the calmness and composure he had before. "Chang'e, what the hell is going on here? If I remember correctly, apart from the Jade Clearance sect, which has a fair amount of friendship with my Li family, I have never mentioned the Shifting Blossom Palace and the Taishu sect, which are also among the 8 immortal sects, have I? Why are you asking about these 2 great immortal clans all of a sudden? And that the second palace master of the Shifting Flower Palace is named Palace Master Qinghui. Where did you learn that? It's hard to believe that you. A bold guess popped into his head. Li Mingdao was immediately shocked out of a cold sweat. Nothing else. Simply because he knows it well. That second palace master of the Shifting Flower Palace, Palace Master Qinghui, was an immortal king realm powerhouse. At the time when that father Sama of his was in seclusion, if there was a strong person of this caliber who wished to act against Li Chang'e or the Li family, then the Li family's situation could indeed be described as critical. Over here, Li Mingdao was sweating furiously. Over there, Li Chang'e was unperturbed, taking off the small wine gourd on his waist and slowly filling up the spirit wine in small bites, with a nice and cozy look. Deliberately. This kid definitely did it on purpose. Bump! Li Mingdao slapped the table, stood up, and fainted. Chang'e, what the hell is going on here? When you went to that Wu family liquor store to get a drink, what people did you meet and what happened? Quickly tell me. If it's a sidekick, seeing the present-day head of the Li family in this state, it's bound to be a shock. Not daring to hesitate any longer at all, hastily and honestly, he reported out what had happened. But Li Chang'e didn't eat this at all. Continuing to take small sips of the spirit wine, Li Chang'e pouted and suddenly said, "Father, I remember you saying that within this immortal domain, there is a magical object called the at-hand object. It just so happens that recently, my little wine gourd is a bit not quite enough to hold the wine. Look, robbery should be done while the fire is hot." This truth, Li Chang'e also understood. As a dutiful son, naturally, there was no way he would let go of this good opportunity to blackmail Li Mingdao, a stone's throw away object. You boys have a lot of nerve opening your mouth. That's a treasure that even immortal king realm powerhouses covet. Where am I going to get it for you? Do I look like a stone's throw to you? Li Mingdao clenched his fists, his forehead veins bulging. This kid really dares to blackmail anyone. A stone's throw is, to put it bluntly, a small part of the world. Even in the immortal realm, it was an extremely rare existence. Even some immortal king realm powerhouses did not possess it. As one of the 100 sacred clans, the Li family had a few strengths, and had once acquired a few objects at hand, but the Li family did not keep them in their hands, and instead, in exchange for greater benefits, or as a favor, gave them to certain powerhouses. This would have been before Li Chang'e came up with such a request. Li Mingdao couldn't help but consider it and find a way to get an at-hand object for this genius son of his who had been different since he was a child. But now, it's just a little bit more difficult. It was a good thing that Li Chang'e wasn't the kind of person who didn't know any better. Seeing that Li Mingdao was about to storm out, he hurriedly laughed and said, "Father, I'm joking with you. I naturally know how precious that at-hand object is. It's just that, as you know, my cultivation style is more or less not the same as ordinary people, and I need to drink a lot of spirit wine in order to be able to improve. Having a handy object in your hand makes it a lot easier." Li Mingdao's complexion eased slightly and nodded his head in response. "What you said is not unreasonable, but at arm's reach objects are already hard to come by. I will pay more attention to it in the future and find a way to help you get an at arm's reach object to use as soon as possible. Though things at hand are rare, but future immortal emperors are much more rare. The matter concerns Li Chang'e's cultivation." Li Mingdao had to take it seriously. Silently, he kept the matter in his mind. Li Mingdao couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. Speaking up, their Li family's current situation was indeed a bit less than favorable. Inside there are major side lineage clan old man, on his position as the main family eyeing, want from his hands as the head of the family. Split the rights. Outside there are some clan forces, coveting his hands of the Li family to control the resources of the Li family is very scrupulous about their Li family and the place. Describe it in terms of internal and external problems. It's not too much of a stretch, and for that very reason, in recent years, it was only then that the Li family had to cower within the ancestral domain, not daring to continue expanding. As for his father, Li Dezhong, he even had to take a huge risk, scrambling as if to try and break the bottleneck of the immortal king realm and step into the quasi-emperor realm. Were it not for, it's just a stone's throw object, how could he, the Li family, not be able to take it? Read this. Li Mingdao only felt a bitterness in his heart. Perhaps he had noticed the sudden dimming of his old father's countenance. Li Chang'e, who was about to slam another mouthful of spirit wine, made a slight movement, put down the small wine gourd in his hand, and gently knocked on the table. "Father, isn't it just a thing at hand? You don't have to worry about this matter. After a while, I'll find a way to get one for myself. No, I'll get 3 straight away. 1 to keep for myself, 1 for you, and 1 to smash for fun." People are not big. The mouth is not small. Li Mingdao, who just couldn't help but sigh a little, was amused. You kids are really getting more and more capable of blowing now. When the thing at hand is that roadside cabbage it can already be said that it's a stroke of luck to be able to get 1 to use. But you still want to get 3 in one breath. 1 to use for yourself, one to give to me, and one to use to smash for fun. What a loser. Okay, stop skinning me in this one. Let's get down to business. That second palace master of the Shifting Flower Palace, and that Taishu sect, what's going on? As the head of the Li family of the 100 sacred clans, there weren't really many things that could be put in Li Mingdao's eyes. However, the Shifting Flower Palace and the Taishu sect were different. None of the 8 immortal sects in the immortal region were simple, especially with the Li family who they had just ranked as one of the 100 sacred clans. It really comes down to strength and depth, whether it was the Shifting Flower Palace or the Taishu sect. I'm afraid that they are all much stronger than their Li family. Concerning these two forces, Li Mingdao even more cannot afford to be negligent. Must figure out what is going on before. Seeing his old father look slightly anxious, Li Chang'e also stopped selling the story. Actually, the matter is very simple. After I finished beating the wine, that Shifting Flower Palace's second Palace Master Qinghui, found me and said that he wanted to take me as a disciple, so that I would worship the Shifting Flower Palace. Hear this. Li Mingdao was instantly nonplussed. What? Take you as a disciple? How is that possible? If these words were spoken by several other palace masters of that Shifting Flower Palace, there would still be a few possibilities, but if they were to be replaced by that second palace master who is invisible to the gods and has never taken on a disciple, it would be a bit too unbelievable, wouldn't it? Although he rarely left the Li family's ancestral domain, but to the 8 immortal sects of the immortal domain, Li Mingdao more or less understood. He had also heard some rumors about that Qinghui Palace Master. It is said that among the several palace masters of the Shifting Flower Palace, the Clear Glory Palace Master was the most idiosyncratic one. While all the other palace masters were busy accepting disciples and spreading their branches, she was busy traveling the immortal realm in the clouds, looking around at the scenery. Even to this day, nor had I ever heard of the Qinghui Palace Master taking on a disciple. And among the several palace masters of the Shifting Flower Palace, that Qinghui Palace Master may not be the strongest one, but it is the one with the most terrifying cultivation talent. Cultivating for only a few dozen years, he has already stepped into the realm of the Immortal King, becoming one of the few immortal kings under the age of 100 within the immortal region. That such a figure would suddenly appear in their Li family's ancestral domain and come to decisive Brightness City, saying that he wanted to take Li Chang'e as his disciple. Li Mingdao was naturally surprised. If not for the fact that this matter was told to him by Li Chang'e herself, then he would be more or less convinced. Shocked, Li Mingdao immediately came back to his senses again. And then what? You're not going to promise her, are you? Between the words, Li Mingdao couldn't help but start weighing the pros and cons in his mind. As the only first son of the Li family for 3 generations, if Li Chang'e wanted to worship a teacher or join a certain sect, it was naturally not as easy and simple as it appeared to be, but rather quite complicated. Especially since the other party was also the second palace master of the Shifting Flower Palace. There are stakes involved. That's a lot. Only, Mingdao Li's concern. Apparently it's a bit redundant. Hearing his inquiry, Li Chang'e smiled gently and said firmly, then of course there was no promise. That Qinghui Palace Master is indeed very powerful. Her strength is terrifying. But, who am I? Li Chang'e? That's a once-in-a-million-year supreme genius who stepped into the ranks of the Sword Immortals at the age of 6. Not to mention what second palace master of the Shifting Flower Palace. Even if you look at the entire immortal realm, there is simply no one worthy of being my Li Chang'e's master. Arrogance. Arrogant. Unbeatable. Li Mingdao, however, released a smile. This was the Li Chang'e he knew and was familiar with. If I remember correctly, that Clear Glory Palace Master is a powerhouse of the Immortal King realm. Within the immortal region, there are countless geniuses of the saint race who want to worship under her and follow her cultivation. You boys just turned it down. Wouldn't it be a shame? Although Li Mingdao felt that refusing to worship the Qinghui Palace Master was the only thing that was more in line with his understanding of Li Chang'e, and also more in line with Li Chang'e's character, but after learning the results, he still couldn't help but sigh and inquire thus. Li Chang'e was unimpressed, tilted his head back to pour wine and said aloud, so what if it's the Immortal King realm? It's not that I'm too arrogant and cocky. Within 10 years, I'm bound to step into the Immortal King realm as well. In the childish voice was a powerful and incomparable confidence. It was the sharpness of a sword sharpened from its edge. It is the unstoppable attitude and aura of the world. Looking at Li Chang'e in this state, Li Mingdao, who had the immortal monarch realm himself and was only one step away from the Immortal King realm, actually couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Having the feeling of being shocked by Li Chang'e, slightly frozen for a moment, he just sort of came back to his senses and laughed. Good. Then I will wait and see for the day to come when you step into the Immortal King realm. Let's not mention the Shifting Flower Palace, and the Taishu sect. What's going on? Can it be that apart from that Clear Glory Palace Master, you met that Taishu sect's patriarch who also wanted to take you as a disciple? and then was rejected by you? It's unlikely, isn't it? The words fell. Li Mingdao immediately overturned the last sentence he said. If it were someone else, who was simultaneously spotted by the palace masters of the two great immortal clans, and wanted to be taken as a disciple and brought back to the clan to be properly cultivated, that might be impossible. But if his son, Li Chang'e, what's impossible about that? Ask the great immortal realm. 10,000 years since, who else was as gifted as Li Chang'e? As if he were the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, and was able to step into the realm of the void god at the age of 6, entering the ranks of the sword immortals? Not at all. So, don't say that it was looked upon by two great immortal clans at the same time. Even if the 8 immortal sects came to compete at the same time, wanting to take Li Chang'e under their tutelage and bring him back to be properly cultivated, it was all completely possible. Read this. Li Mingdao only felt that he, as a father, had doubled his face. However, Li Chang'e's next few words, but it made his face instantly gloomy. Take an apprentice? That's not true. But on the way home from that Wu family wine shop after hitting the bottle, I did encounter 2 human immortal realm, and 1 earth immortal realm cultivators who assassinated me. After some cross-examination, they said yes they were from the Taishu sect. Li Chang'e was breezy, told the story, roughly, as it happened. But Li Mingdao was not calm. What? An assassination between the human immortal realm and the earth immortal realm? How dare they? Are you okay, Nagisa? Where are those 2 human immortal realm and that earth immortal realm cultivator who came to assassinate you? Where are they now? I'll send someone over to bring them back and interrogate them properly. Shit. Before your talent has not been shown, just an ordinary person. There is no one who has bad intentions towards you. Now that your talent has been awakened, I have forgotten to send someone to secretly protect you this matter. With a few worried and anxious glances, scanning back and forth on Li Chang'e for a while, Li Mingdao couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined. During the past 6 years when Li Chang'e had not awakened his talent, he did once arrange manpower in the dark, responsible for protecting Li Chang'e's safety, so as to avoid any unforeseen circumstances for this precious son of his. Always. No one had ever done anything unfavorable to Li Chang'e at all. After all, it's just a punk little drinking monstrosity. There's no way it poses any threat at all. Naturally, there was no one that would be unfavorable to Li Chang'e. Plus, Li Chang'e would rarely leave the Li mansion. And so it came to be. Li Mingdao simply withdrew most of the manpower that was secretly protecting Li Chang'e, leaving only a few Seal King realm cultivators in charge of protecting Li Chang'e. And then, just the other day, Li Chang'e awakens his talent. One step into the void god realm, stepping into the path of immortality. Those who were responsible for secretly protecting Li Chang'e were only at the peak of the mortal realm, and they couldn't even compare to Li Chang'e's realm of strength. So how could they say they were protecting him? Plus, the void god realm was already considered a strong party. For a moment, Li Mingdao didn't realize that it was time to send some more powerful people to protect Li Chang'e's safety in the dark. Just now, I heard Li Chang'e say that he had encountered an assassination. Li Mingdao's heart then thumped violently, realizing the gravity of the situation. Luckily, nothing happened to Li Chang'e. Otherwise, it would be too late for him to regret it. Father, don't worry. Of course there's nothing wrong with me. Don't you see I'm standing here properly? As for those 3 cultivators who tried to assassinate me, it's been taken care of by me, and there won't be any more threats. But there's nothing to cross-examine. They've already admitted with their own mouths that they're the outer deacons of the Taishu sect. This shouldn't be false. Li Chang'e patted his chest loudly. To Li Mingdao, who was full of worry, he proved that he was indeed fine. The origin of those 3 cultivators who assassinated him. He is also somewhat judgmental. The other party was from the matter of the Taishu sect. Highly probable that this is true, and that's exactly why. It was only then that Li Chang'e came to Li Mingdao and asked if their Li family had any grudges with the Taishu sect in the past. And for Li Chang'e's words, without the slightest bit of skepticism, Li Mingdao furrowed his brows and thought hard. The Taishu sect and our Li family. There's really no grudge. However, our Li family has always been on good terms with the Jade Clearance sect, and the Taishu sect and the Jade Clearance sect, it seems, have always been somewhat less than cordial over. If those who came to assassinate you are really from the Taishu sect, then it's very likely that they heard about what happened in recent days because of the Jade Clearance sect, and that's why they're going to take action against you. After all, your marriage contract with that Heaven's Pride daughter of the Jade Clearance sect was personally determined by Taoist Tong Tian with a nod of his head in front of so many people. Hear the words. Only then did Li Chang'e slam his head and suddenly recalled that a few days ago when he was awakening his talent, he had also picked up a cheap wife back by the way. Chat about it. As if recalling something, Li Mingdao hastily spoke again. By the way, the thing I'm looking for you to say is actually related to this matter. News has come from the Jade Clearance sect side, saying that some people seem to be quite dissatisfied with your engagement to that Heaven's Pride daughter, so they want to spar with you to see if you're worthy or not. Having said this, Li Mingdao even seemed to feel a little embarrassed. A moment's thought, he then hurriedly explained to Li Chang'e, Chang'e, regarding your marriage contract with that Heaven's favorite daughter, Daoist Tong Tian's attitude is very clear and is very much in favor of it. He was actually forced to do it this time with this cut. It is said that several elders of the Jade Clearance sect, after learning of this matter, were very dissatisfied with Daoist Tong Tian's decision. So that's why they jointly pressured Daoist Tong Tian to finalize the so-called cut and thrust matter. What about the meaning on Daoist Tong Tian's side? Is that he wants you to agree to this sparring match, and then just show off your strength and talent a little bit? Those elders of the Jade Clearance sect aren't fools, and after seeing your strength and talent, they will definitely not have any other opinions on the matter of the marriage contract. Between the words, Li Mingdao couldn't help but gauge Li Chang'e's expression. After realizing that Li Chang'e was not angry over this matter, he then sort of let out a soft sigh of relief in his mind. Immediately after, Li Mingdao was slightly stunned again, because he suddenly realized that although Li Chang'e was only 6 years old, in his mind, he was already not too different from a normal adult. This is true both in terms of heart and cultivation. It was no wonder that Li Mingdao and Daoist Tong Tian became friends. The two, in some ways, still have a lot of similarities. Not only is there not much difference in age and realm, even the identities and situations are somewhat similar. The two men, one being the patriarch of the 100 sacred clans and the other being the patriarch of the 8 immortal clans, appeared to have boundless splendor and status, yet they were both very helpless, being checked and balanced by either the clan elders or the elders of the clan. Every time Li Chang'e had a birthday before, Li Mingdao was even able to invite Daoist Tong Tian to celebrate him. It still seems to have a few reasons in it, and for this so-called cut and thrust thing, although Li Chang'e was slightly surprised, he didn't resist much and only asked, how does the Jade Clearance sect side want to spar? And who is it cutting with? For the Jade Clearance sect, Li Chang'e didn't really know much about it. However, when he thought of that peerless beauty who had been called rare in 8,000 years and had the most outstanding talent in the younger generation of the Jade Clearance sect, he was able to understand the matter of the Jade Clearance sect's offer of a sparring match. That Gu Zixuan was, after all, the Jade Clearance sect's heavenly belle. Outstanding cultivation talent, not to mention a stunning beauty. Those senior brothers and sisters within the Jade Clearance sect held a favorable impression of her, treating her as a goddess-like existence, which was only a phenomenon that could not be more normal. Listening to the meaning of Li Mingdao's words just now, those elders of the Jade Clearance sect seem to have already internalized Gu Zixuan as the future wife of their children and grandchildren. So, after learning that Daoist Tong Tian had betrothed Gu Zixuan to him, Li Chang'e, it was no surprise that those sect elders would oppose it with all their might. I think that both the elders of the Jade Clearance sect and the male disciples of the Jade Clearance sect are now afraid that they all regard him, Li Chang'e, as a great enemy, and would like to get rid of him, right? Read this. Li Chang'e's expression gradually turned cold. If it was just a simple sparring match, wanting to see how strong he really was and whether he was worthy of that Gu Zixuan, there would be no problem. He didn't mind showing his hand in a small way, giving those disciples and elders of the Jade Clearance sect some small shock, letting them know what it meant to be a true supreme genius. If it is, there were people who wanted to use this cutting matter to make use of the situation, and even wanted to do something unfavorable to him. Then don't blame him for not being gentle. Right in the middle of Li Chang'e's contemplation, Li Mingdao replied, the specifics of how to cut the deal have not yet been decided on the Jade Clearance sect side. Daoist Tong Tian just wanted to inform me of this matter so that I could ask you what you think. If you are willing to agree this matter down, he will then go over to his side to discuss with the elders of the clan to specifically put this matter in place. As for the person with whom you cut your practice, unsurprisingly, it's probably those disciples within the Jade Clearance sect's clan whose cultivation talent is more outstanding and whose strength is similar to yours. I heard that Gu Zixuan seems to be very popular in the Jade Clearance sect. There are quite a few Jade Clearance sect disciples who are very much in admiration of her. And after the news of Daoist Tong Tian's betrothal of Gu Zixuan to you spread, the Jade Clearance sect was just as lively as if a pot had exploded. For this so-called cut and thrust thing, Li Mingdao didn't think much about it. He simply felt that this was a test and trial for Li Chang'e by those elders of the Jade Clearance sect. In the end, it's just a one-time fight between the juniors. Though, compared to the side of the Shifting Flower Palace and the Taishu sect, these little fights are not worth it. Aha! Let's let the Jade Clearance sect side arrange the matter of the cut. But don't delay too long. My time is precious. Li Chang'e nodded his head and answered the matter. The Jade Clearance sect side proposed an appointment. It's actually quite to his liking. There was no other reason. Simply because Li Chang'e also wanted to know just how strong or weak the current him was, and how different he was from the talented disciples in those great sects. as far as he's concerned. This time, the sparring with the talented disciples of the Jade Clearance sect, just sort of a nice opportunity. Well, don't worry about it. I'll be the first to let you know when there's news. As for the side of the Shifting Flower Palace and the Taishu sect, you don't have to worry so much, just focus on cultivating. I will send someone to go and find out what is going on with their two sections, especially on the Taishu sect's side. Even dared to be open and aboveboard. Sent people to come to Decisive City to assassinate you. This matter is absolutely easy to stop. Must check him a waterfall out. By the way, recently the Decisive Brightness City is mixed with fish and dragons. The wind is rising. There are quite a lot of people from outside the domain. If there is nothing else, you'd better leave Arlie Mansion less often is better, lest there is any accidental situation. For Li Changa's state of well-being, Li Mingdao was still worried, between a bit of barking and commanding. The head of the Li family, the holy family of the 100. It's just like being incarnated as an old mom. See this, Li Changda didn't dare to linger too long, and hurriedly found a random excuse and flew away to say goodbye. Looking at the figure that fled away, Li Mingdao couldn't help but laugh and scold. This little brat, he's still running quite fast. A moment of silence. Li Mingdao beckoned again and instructed to a certain empty place. Song Ying, from today onwards, you will be in charge of following that kid. Between air fluctuations, a low voice responded. Yes, House Master. Tian Bao's spiritual domain. Looking at the woman in front of her with her face swollen like a pig's head, Li Changfeng couldn't believe his eyes. After a few moments of frozen effort, only then did he frown in disbelief. What you just meant is, you just found that clan brother of mine and he recognized you and revealed your identity in public? How is this possible? When you came with me to this heavenly treasure spirit region 3 years ago, he was only 2 or 3 years old. How could a mere 2 or 3-year-old child remember someone so clearly? Shocked, puzzled, disbelieving. Upon seeing Lu Meier return with a swollen face, Li Changfeng couldn't even believe his eyes. Sensing Li Changfeng's questioning of himself in those words just now, Lu Meier covered her cheeks, which were still a bit sore, and cried, Saint Sun Changfeng, what I just said is all true. That Li Changga acted as if he knew me, and after only a few moments of looking at me, he revealed my identity and knew that I was your woman, Saint Sun Changfeng. And then, he humiliated me, saying I was worthy of climbing into his bed or something. Later on, I brought out you, Saint Son of Changfeng, so that he wouldn't go too far. But who would have thought that he wouldn't have any respect for you, Saint Sun, and instead gave me a hard slap on the face. Sacred Sun Changfeng, you have to do it for me. Listen to the whimpering. Li Changfeng only felt that he had 2 big heads. In his mind, Lu Meier had always been a very intelligent woman, though in terms of cultivation, it is true that it is a bit worse, but no matter whether it is the appearance or not, or the kung fu of serving men, or the ability to hold men, it is still considered to have a certain level of degree. Previously, when he proposed to let Lu Meier seduce Li Changga, attempting to turn the 6-year-old Li Changga into a plaything in his hands, he still thought that it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Who'd have thought? His plan had just taken its first step. It would have already failed, let alone letting Lu Meier blend in beside Li Changga. Even what color the bottoms were, they were about to be stripped out by Li Changga. Damn, how the hell did my clan brother recognize you? Can it be that, before you returned to the ancestral domain, the family master he sent someone to investigate in advance, and informed that clan brother of mine that there was information about you? No, that's not right either. The reason why you returned to the ancestral domain all of a sudden was entirely due to our impromptu intentions, and was not in our plans at all, but something that was decided upon suddenly. Even if it was investigated ahead of time, it shouldn't have gotten to your head. The look grew grave and serious. Li Changfeng was in deep thought. He couldn't figure out how in the world a tender child who was only 2 or 3 years old, at the stage when it was easiest to forget things, could remember what happened 3 years ago. The only reasonable explanation. It's someone who has investigated the people around him. Then he informed that clan brother of his about Lu Meier's identity. Read this. Li Changfeng couldn't help but snort coldly. In that case, it seems that family lord is moving quite quickly. Surprisingly, he's starting to help my clan brother right now, investigating the situation on this side of the heavenly treasure spirit region. But from this, it's also enough to see that the entire Li clan holds that clan brother of mine in quite high regard, which has seriously threatened my position in the Li clan. Phew, I'll have to think of something to do. At the very beginning when he learned of Li Changga's talent awakening, Li Changfeng acted like he was shocked though. However, in reality, he didn't put Li Changga in his eyes at all. He still does now. After all, whatever. That's all just a kid who's 6 years old and has no hair on his head. So even if his talent in terms of cultivation was even more terrifying, his realm breakthrough was even faster. and how perceptive he was towards the art of sword Dao. None of it could change the fact that he was just a small child, and on the subject of brains and subterfuge, a 6-year-old yellow-haired child, and how could it possibly amuse an adult who has been through all kinds of groping? Therefore, Li Changfeng had always felt that geniuses like Li Changge, who were hailed as geniuses and had stepped into the void god realm in a single step, weren't worth caring about and weren't worthy of being their opponents and enemies, compared to the outstandingly talented Li Changge himself. The person standing behind Li Changge was the one who deserved him to care a little more. For example, that present-day head of the Li family, Li Changge's own father, Li Mingdao. If one's guess is correct, all the decisions and choices made by Li Changge, it's all done with the help of that head of the family, isn't it? His real enemy was never any Li Changge, but Li Mingdao, who was the patriarch. Indicate STH. It was time to find a way to overthrow the main family line. It's time to start taking the power of the Li family head. It was also time to figure out what to do about his talented clan brother. If not, when Li Changge grew up and their side lineage wanted to get the position of the family head and take over the entire Li family, they would be in big trouble. Eyes narrowed slightly, Li Changfeng felt that his idea was very reasonable. Next to it, Lu Meier was still covering her face and crying as she demanded a justice from Li Changfeng, but Li Changfeng was already completely disinterested in her. You stupid woman. Shut the fuck up. If you keep on crying and clamoring like that, I won't need my clan brother to make a move. I'll make a move to take your life first. The face was grim. Li Changfeng drank low. In that tone of voice, there were already a few more points of biting killing intent. Lu Meier shivered lightly. Shut up in a heartbeat. Never dare to say another word. See this. Only then did Li Changfeng let out a cold snort of satisfaction. Hurriedly, he turned away. After a short period of time, Li Changge, who had chosen the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain to be his territory, would be rushing here to take over this Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain. And as the current controller of the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain, how could Li Changfeng not make good preparations to give his soon-to-be arriving clan brother a very heartfelt welcome gift? He had a lot more to do. Couldn't afford that much time to waste on a stupid woman who doesn't matter. But, Fong has some words. There really wasn't anything wrong with what Lu Meier said. After learning about Lu Meier's identity, Li Changge even dared to slap Lu Meier in public. How was this action different from slapping his Li Changfeng's face in public? The feud. He, Li Changfeng, can make a note of it first. Wait for the coming day when you have the chance. I'm sure I'll make that clan brother of his payback 100 times over. Holding the bright spiritual realm. Dueling cities. Just as Li Changge was cats drinking in a corner somewhere, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat pampered, with a little girl with 2 ponytails and a cute appearance, who looked to be almost around 9 or 10 years old, came in front of Li Mingdao. The little girl is adorable. Her face was fleshy and had a double ponytail. A pair of big, bright eyes darted around several times. It seemed as if he was looking for someone in the den, and when the eyes met with the smiling Li Mingdao, the youngest daughter was first slightly stunned before she bowed towards Li Mingdao in a decent manner as if she suddenly remembered something. Ling Long see you. Uncle Li, where is Changge's brother? Couldn't have gotten drunk again and fallen asleep in one of the corners, could you? Li Mingdao was clearly fond of the little girl. After hearing what the little girl had to say, with a smile on his face and a slightly doting tone, he took the little girl's hand and brought it to an old man next to him, instructing, Fu, take little Linglong to go find Changge to play for a while. I have other things to talk about with brother Wang. Fu is the butler of the Li mansion. With the old man of the Li family, there are decades of friendship, even though they are not from the Li family's original name. But Fu's status in the Li family was not low. The vast majority of the Li family's various small and large affairs on weekdays were also handled by this old man. Yes, master of the house. Hearing Li Mingdao's command, Alfred responded, took the little girl's hand. Taking the little girl with him, he then left the study. Stay until the two have left. The middle-aged man who had brought the little girl to the Li mansion then let out a long sigh of relief and said, Brother Li, it seems that you already understand what my intentions are in coming here. Li Mingdao poured a cup of tea for the two of them, made a gesture of sitting, and laughed. Brother Wang, the friendship between you and I has been around for at least a dozen years. Regarding your character and temperament, I dare not say that I understand it 100%, but I am still considered quite familiar with it. And how could I not know what you are thinking when you came here this time? It's just, do you really want to? The middle-aged man is named Wang Million. He is a merchant whose family has been in the jade business for generations. It's considered a family with a lot of money and a lot of depth. Earlier in the year when the Li family was just getting on their feet, the man's father is very good friends with the Li family, but also explicitly and implicitly to the Li family a lot of financial support, usually not less with the Li family dealings, can be said to be the Li family's friends. Wang Million sat down. took a sip of tea, and smiled bitterly. Brother Li, even if I didn't think about it, what can I do? I've heard all the news. This child Chang'e, it is indeed surprising. Mention of Li Chang'e. Li Mingdao's face smiled even more. A few touches of pride surfaced. Nodding his head. That child is indeed quite surprising. Even I was taken aback and shocked that day. The bitter smile on Wang Wanliang's face, however, grew even more. Yeah, a 6-year-old void god realm. This is a supreme genius I've never even heard of. Therefore, I'm afraid that within a few days, little Chang'e, he too, will have to follow the rules of your Li clan, where any disciple of the clan who steps into the immortal path will have to choose a spiritual domain on his own, leave the ancestral domain, and leave the shelter of the clan, and go forward to cultivate, right? The Wang family has been friends with the Li family for generations. Some of the rules set down by Master Li, he's heard something about it too, and that's exactly why. After learning about Li Chang'e's talent awakening and stepping into the void god realm in a single day, it was only after Wang Millionaire, against all odds, rushed to the Li family with his daughter. Li Mingdao nodded, affirming Wang Millionaire's guess. Not bad, although Chang'e he is still young nowadays. He already has the qualifications to choose a side of the spiritual domain to cultivate in, both in terms of heart and strength. To tell you the truth, Brother Wang, Chang'e, he has actually already chosen a side of the spirit realm as his territory, and during this recent period of time, I've been making preparations for him to leave the ancestral realm, if it was possible. In Li Mingdao's heart, he actually did not want Li Chang'e to leave the ancestral domain so soon and go to other spiritual domains to cultivate. For one thing, Li Chang'e's talent was simply too heaven-defying. Those clans and forces that had some grudges against their Li family or secretly wanted to be unfavorable to their Li family were afraid that they would easily set their eyes on Li Chang'e and want to wipe him out. Secondly, compared to those 5 or 6-year-old children, although Li Chang'e is much more mature, but ultimately it is only a 6-year-old child, letting him leave the Li family so early in the morning. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but there is no way. The rules were set by his say-it-all father. Therefore, even if you are not willing to give up, you will not be able to do so. Li Mingdao could only follow the rules and proceed to organize the matter. And after hearing what Li Mingdao said, Wang Million was also a bit surprised. Ah, Chang'e, he's chosen a spiritual domain so quickly and is ready to move out? Isn't this a bit too hasty? Among the many clan sons of the Li family, it wasn't as if there hadn't been any cultivation geniuses. Isn't Li Changfeng of that side lineage a genius? However, no matter how talented the clan's children were, they were at least in their teens by the time they managed to break through the mortal path and set foot on the path of the immortal path, qualifying to choose a spiritual domain as their territory and go forward to cultivate. Like Li Chang'e, at the young age of 6, he set foot on the path of immortality. That's not even close. Thinking that such a young child would have to leave the shelter of the clan and go alone to cultivate in a completely unfamiliar spiritual domain, Wang Wanliang was worried for Li Mingdao. But then the thought turns. He then realized that Li Chang'e was no longer just a 6-year-old child alone, but an immortal in the true sense of the word, a powerhouse of the void god realm. And again, he felt that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with doing so. After all, a spiritual domain, how big it is. The cultivation resources that can be provided are even more extremely generous. If Li Chang'e was able to concentrate on his cultivation in the spiritual domain of his choice, his strength would definitely be able to skyrocket and increase at an extremely terrifying rate. So, in a sense, it wouldn't be a bad thing to leave the holding brightness spiritual domain earlier. Read this. As if he had decided something, Wang Millionaire clenched his teeth and said in a firm tone, "Alas, in that case, I won't hesitate anymore. Brother Li." This time Chang'e left the holding brightness spiritual domain and went to cultivate in the spiritual domain he picked. Please be sure to let my Linglong go with him. Although my Wang family has millions of family assets, in the end, it's just a merchant family. If Linglong she has no talent, then forget it. But on the other hand, Brother Li, I know that the path of the immortal Tao is extremely difficult, but if I were to bury Linglong's talent just like that, I'm really a bit intolerant, so I might as well let her follow your parents on, and see just how far she can go. Looking at the man in front of him whose face could not hide his worry, Li Mingdao couldn't help but sigh softly and nodded his head gently. Alas, since you've already decided, then just let little Linglong her stay. As for Chang'e's side, I'll say hello to him and give him some good instructions. Seeing Li Mingdao nod his head, Wang Million stood up and respectfully saluted. Thank you, Brother Li. Dueling Cities. Li's house. At the pavilion in the lake, there is a slightly reddish face. Drunken eyes of the young man is lying at the edge of the promenade. A small short leg hanging over the lake. Very leisurely swing to and fro. At the young man's side, There were a number of wine gourds. All gourds, without exception, are empty. This young man, naturally, is Li Changa, who found a place to drink in the Li mansion after coming back from the wine fight. Under the lake, fish of all colors, still thinking only that someone had come to feed, swam after the little short leg that swung from the surface, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. Yet no matter how much they chased, the little short legs never touched the water, much less spilled half of their food for a nice full meal. I don't know if I'm a little drunk or not. Vaguely, Li Changa muttered for a while. Didn't I just filled the bottle? How come this wine gourd is all empty again? No. According to my drinking speed, these spirit wines are enough for me to drink for 3 or 2 days at least. How come all of them have been consumed in just a moment's time? Opening slightly hazel eyes, one by one, they picked up the wine gourds beside them and shook them. Then it was pressed to his ear again to hear the sound. Li Changa had to believe something that made him somewhat reluctant to believe. That's, his drinking, it seems, has increased again. Originally enough for him to drink 2 or 3 days worth of spirit wine, but now it only took one afternoon for him to drink a clean one. Not a single drop left. It was no wonder that he had not been drunk for a long time. But today, after drinking his fill, he actually felt a few points of slight drunkenness in a rare and uncommon manner. No, this supreme sword bone, it's a little too outrageous, isn't it? Even if it needs to be unlocked by drinking, how come it even increases your appetite? If we keep drinking at this trend, in a few more years, little master, I would still have to turn into a water buffalo and soak in a pool made with spirit wine every day in order to satisfy the spirit power needed to sharpen this supreme sword bone? Off the charts. It's just outrageous. Turn over. Getting up from the ground on his hands and knees, a few moments of clarity returned to Li Changa's eyes. A slight moment of hesitation. He slowly probed a small, fleshy hand. Swish. In a split second, a black shadow. Immediately following that, it surfaced in front of Li Changa. The silhouette was small, comparable to Li Changa. At first glance it seemed as if it was like Li Changa's shadow, only it was much more specific and had a much clearer outline than normal. This virtual shadow was Li Changa's virtual god, the first realm of the immortal Tao, the void god realm. This black shadow was Li Changa's void god. A few days ago, when Li Changa had just unlocked the supreme sword bone and took a step into the void god realm in front of 100,000 guests, he had also conjured up a void god black shadow. It was just compared to this phantom of a false god today. The dark shadows of that day were much blurrier. The void god realm is the realm that breeds the void god, and only at the peak of the void god realm can one achieve a true void god, leaving the body and traveling in the clouds to heaven and earth, like an out-of-body avatar. Back when I had just awakened the supreme sword bone, I took a step into the void god realm, and now after only a few days of work, I have the strength of a peak void god realm. These few days of spirit wine have not been in vain. Join hands for fingers. Li Changa was gently pointing toward the 10,000-foot sky. Whoosh! The phantom of the imaginary god instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke and violently rushed up into the sky at a speed like a gale, hovering at the edge of the sky for quite some time before it descended from the sky again and reintegrated into Li Changa's body. God travels to heaven and earth. It was only a matter of moments. The Li mansion and even most of the scene in Decisive City. It was already all in Li Changa's eyes. Painful. This divine ability to move freely between heaven and earth. It's a real pain to cast. When drinking a large sip of spirit wine, retract the void god phantom. Li Changa casually picked up a wine gourd and wanted to beautifully pour a large mouthful of spirit wine, but then suddenly recalled that the wine he had just returned from the fight had already been cleaned up. Ugh. It seems like we must find a way to get an at-hand object as soon as possible. And the more space the better. Preferably the kind that can be used to hold wine. Otherwise it's just really going to have to be a daily dip in the wine pool. A soft sigh. Hesitantly, he dropped the empty gourd. Just then, a voice with a few points of surprise, very pleasant, but suddenly came from the side. Great, Brother Changa, I knew it. You must be hiding in a corner somewhere drinking again. The sound. It's a little familiar. Li Changa turned his head to look, only to see a cute girl with 2 ponytails, slightly taller than him by a head, wearing a small green-colored dress, running towards him from afar. Behind the little girl, it's the old butler. Ah fuck. Old butler Rafu, who was familiar with where Li Changa liked to drink. See this scene. Li Changa's face changed and he twisted his head to run. Bad. Why is this girl here again? Although I like pretty women, I have principles, okay? This little girl. Can you stay away from the little master? The mind sputtered. Li Changa had forgotten that at this time, he was in the center of the lake on top of the pavilion, in addition to a road leading to the outside, in all directions, are surrounded by lake water. There is no escape. The little short leg just took a step, then he had already stepped in the air and stepped on the surface of the lake. The cold touch came, Only then did Li Changa react violently. Out of this. Up. Patting the black sword case on his back, an invisible sword chi whistled out, and immediately fled to Li Changa's feet, rolling up gusts of water, coalescing into a long sword made of lake water, carrying Li Changa straight into the clouds. Only for a few moments. The young man's figure then arrived in midair. The wind whistled. The young man's clothes swung in a very ethereal manner. The little girl who ran towards the teenager, seeing this scene in front of her, the whole person was even more directly looking frozen in place, letting out an astonished and incomparable voice. Whoa, brother Changa, you can fly. That's so cool. The little girl looked at the figure in the sky. There seemed to be a twinkle in the large eyes. Perhaps it is vanity. Seeing the little girl in this dumbfounded state, Li Changa stepped on the flying sword condensed from the lake water again and landed back on the ground, coming in front of the little girl. You little girl, you don't get it, do you? It's called Imperial Sword Flight. Let's go. Brother will take you to experience the feeling of flying. It's hard to imagine. 6-year-old kids calling themselves brother to 10-year-old girls. The little girl, however, seemed to have seen this coming for a long time, and did not refute it. Pulled the little girl to her feet. Li Changa recondensed his flying sword and wanted to take the little girl to the sky to see the scenery, but then he was embarrassed beyond belief to realize that the little girl, who was a head taller than him, stood at the front of his body, again somewhat blocking his view, and so, he pulled the little girl behind him again. Hold on tight to the little master, or don't blame me if I drop you. The little girl was obedient. Immediately, his hands tightly encircled Li Changa's waist. Li Changa frowned slightly, rather than blocking the view, but it always seems a little weird. The old housekeeper, Ah Fu, looked at the scene in front of him with a kind smile on his face. The little girl's name is Wang Linglong. She is the daughter of the Wang family who is in the jade business of the decisive city family. Barely half a childhood friend with Li Changa. When she was very young, she always liked to pester Li Changa, who was 3 or 4 years younger than her, like a little follower, following behind Li Changa, who was even a head shorter than her. If Li Changa was really a child of 5 or 6 years old, then it might even be very gratifying to have such a playmate. But alas, in the eyes of Li Changa, Wang Linglong, who was actually a few years older than him, was just an annoying little girl. If it had been another decade or so, wait for the little girl to grow out of it completely, then he might even be a little interested in it. As for now, it's purely a liability. So, every time I see Wang Linglong come to Li Mansion, Li Changa was like avoiding the plague. It was called running and fleeing. However, unfortunately, with the help of the old butler, Alfred, Wang Linglong, this girl can always find him, and then like a piece of craft sugar like sticking up, shaking cannot shake off the kind of. It's a good thing this little girl is clingy though, but the temperament and character is quite mild and not at all mischievous. Li Changa took it all as bringing a child to play, and did not resist Wang Linglong as much as it seemed on the surface. The magical novelty experience of flying through the sky is undoubtedly extremely attractive to a little girl whose age is only about 10 years old. He stepped on the flying sword that Li Changa had made from the lake water, tightly wrapping his arms around Li Changa's waist, watching the scenery of decisive brightness city and even the entire holding brightness spiritual domain as it flew past the earth beneath her feet. Wang Linglong was both a little scared and a little excited. Brother Changa, I heard my father say that flying in the sky and hiding in the ground is an aptitude that only immortals can learn. So it seems that you are now the so-called immortal? Hinged on the fear that he might accidentally fall, Wang Linglong tightly hugged Li Changa, not daring to relax at all. Immortals? That's a bit of a stretch. I have but only just stepped into the immortal path. How can I be considered an immortal? At most I am only an ordinary cultivator. Faced the naive little girl, Li Changa was humble for once in a rare moment. Ha? You don't even count as an immortal? And what should a so-called immortal be like? A few curious looks surfaced on Wang Linglong's face. She didn't know much about cultivation. It was only from her father's mouth that she had occasionally heard rumors about cultivators. What is an immortal? Hearing the little girl's curiosity-filled inquiry, Li Changa couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Although nowadays, he has already set foot on the path of cultivation, and even his realm far exceeds that of his peers, directly crossing over the realm of the mortal path and stepping within the immortal path in one step. But really, he contacted the cultivation thing, but only a few days, for this immortal domain within the major realms, exactly what they all represent, is really not how clear. As for which realm one has to go to in order to be counted as an immortal who can fly to the sky and hide from the earth, as the common people say, he knows even less. There was a long silence. Li Changa smiled gently. What an immortal is like, I'm not sure, but I believe it won't be long before I can step into that realm and become the immortal you speak of. The effect of the supreme sword bone was extremely counterintuitive. As long as there's enough spirit wine every day, Let's not say it's some kind of immortal. Even that legendary immortal emperor. Even Li Chang'e had the confidence to step in. Read this. The teenager only felt as if there was a flame in his heart, rising violently, as if his entire body was set on fire, with a turbulent current running around in his body. The new world. I'm coming, little master. There was a long line up to the sky. Li Chang'e was magnificent. Just then, a horrible breath, suddenly surfacing. The air between heaven and earth also condensed with it. It was as if an invisible giant hand had suddenly surfaced and held this area where Li Chang'e was in the palm of his hand. Li Chang'e, who was traveling with the little girl's sword, was actually confined in midair like that, suppressed by that terrifying aura, no longer able to move the slightest bit. What power, what a horrible feeling. Danger, it's just too dangerous. The feeling of being on the verge of death surfaced from the bottom of his heart. Li Chang'e was a bit shocked, and subconsciously, he was going to move his mind to lift up all his cards, calling out the two sword intentions condensed in the sword box, trying to cut through this invisible confinement. But just then, a familiar voice, however, suddenly came over again. Ha! I said, which ungrateful fellow dares to travel in the air above the Li mansion? So it's you, the kid? Ahem, Chang'e. It seems that my father forgot to tell you earlier that no matter where cultivators come from, or what their realm is, it is forbidden to travel in the air within my Li family's ancestral city. With a slightly embarrassed voice, the terrifying aura that had imprisoned Li Chang'e instantly dissipated. In the meantime, a figure also emerged silently and suddenly, stepping on the void, arriving in front of Li Chang'e, who had his feet on the long sword condensed by the lake water, suspended in mid-air. It's no one else. It was none other than the current head of the Li family, Li Chang'e's own father, Li Mingdao. Looking at Li Mingdao, who was full of embarrassment, Li Chang'e was somewhat speechless. True to form, his own father. It almost took all the bottom out of him. If it wasn't for his quick reflexes, realizing exactly what was coming the first time he heard Li Mingdao's voice and stopping his hand in time, those two sword intentions from Feng could have been cast out by him, with the two sword intent inside the sword box. Whether or not it is possible to fight against Li Mingdao, Li Chang'e is not yet knowable. However, he was clearly aware that if he really struck out just now, there must be countless people within the decisive city at his feet who would be able to detect the movement high in the air and discover his presence. In other words, one of the few cards he had in his hand, it will be completely exposed and known to all. In time, it wouldn't be so easy for him to hide his strength again. Fortunately, he reacted faster just now, and at the first moment he noticed that the visitor was Li Mingdao. He promptly withdrew his hand, which prevented him from exerting the two sword intentions in the sword box. But even so, movement in the air 10,000 feet high, it still caught the attention of quite a few people within Decisive City. So without waiting for Li Chang'e to say something, Li Mingdao then waved his hand and said, "It's a bit inconvenient to talk here. Let's go down first. It just so happens that I also have some things to explain to you." The words fell. Li Mingdao gently waved his hand. In a split second, the heaven and earth in front of Li Mingdao and Wang Linglong was a blur. By the time the two of them saw the scene in front of them clearly again, that's what was so surprising and overwhelming to realize. They had already returned to a certain small courtyard within the Li mansion. Snap STH. Change heaven and earth. Is this the means of the immortal monarch realm? Wang Linglong said. The immortal. I think it should refer to this realm, right? Fixing his eyes on Li Mingdao, who had a breezy face, Li Chang'e couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. It was only a short moment's work. He had clearly realized that with his current strength and realm, it might still be possible to barely fight with a strong person of the heavenly immortal golden immortal realm. But if it were an immortal marquis or even an immortal monarch realm existence, it's better to forget it then. Not to mention, without revealing the bottom line, even if he really used the two sword intentions within the companion sword box and fought with the other party with all his might, he was afraid that he would not be an opponent at all. Immortal monarch, immortal king realm means, it was clearly beyond his comprehension. Between the two, it was as if there was an insurmountable moat between them, and it was simply not something that he could make up for with his two sword intentions. It was an essential gap. Even if he, a 6-year-old sword immortal, was strong and demonic, in the end, he would not be able to cross that large of a realm gap to fight against the extremely small number of immortal king immortal monarch realm powerhouses that existed even in the entire immortal realm. A battle with a golden immortal realm powerhouse. You can't win, but you can at least struggle a little bit. A reckless all-out strike could cut through the heavenly immortal realm. That should be his limit right now. For your own strength. Li Chang'e had a clearer perception, and right in the middle of Li Chang'e's contemplation, Li Mingdao's gaze, on the other hand, kept roaming over Li Chang'e and Wang Linglong, and after a slight moment's effort of silence, he finally couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Little Linglong, I have a few things to say to Chang'e, so follow Ah Fu to rest for a while and eat some pastries, and then I'll have Chang'e find you later. Waving his hand, he summoned the old butler. Fu, Li Mingdao first commanded so. To this, Wang Linglong was very good and understanding. Without the slightest hesitation, she obediently followed the old housekeeper, Ah Fu, and left the small courtyard first. When the two figures disappeared, only then did Li Chang'e ask in disbelief, "Father, what exactly do you have to tell me? Why are you being so secretive and hiding it from that girl?" A glance towards the outside of the small courtyard, Li Chang'e's heart was filled with doubts. How could he not see that just now? Li Mingdao had asked the old housekeeper Ah Fu to take Wang Linglong to rest first, merely to detach Wang Linglong. So, what the hell happened? Is it possible that something has changed in the Wang family? A slight frown creased his brow. Li Chang'e subconsciously wanted to take off the wine gourd on his waist and pour a mouthful of spirit wine, but he reached out and touched an empty hand. And only then did he remember again that the spirit wine that he had just fought back today had already been drunk by him. Barfed, Li Chang'e couldn't help but sigh. Seeing this scene in front of me, Li Mingdao was also somewhat helpless, realizing that helping Li Chang'e find a handy object to use for wine had indeed become an urgent matter. His genius son's drinking. It seems to have grown again all of a sudden. Take this to heart. Li Mingdao sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard and explained to Li Chang'e, "It's not a big deal. It's just that, your uncle Wang wants to ask you to help him take care of that Linglong girl more in the future." Li Chang'e froze slightly. "What do you mean?" Li Mingdao sighed and told the matter that he had talked to Wang Million just now. "You should also know that little Linglong. She has some talent in the path of cultivation. Although it's not as demonic as you brat, it's still considered a gifted generation. Therefore, your uncle Wang intends to let little Linglong leave the ancestral domain together with you a few days later and go to the heavenly treasure spirit domain. In other words, from today onwards, little Linglong she will be your attendant, and from now on, no matter where you go, she will follow you and do your bidding. Chang'e, in the future, you have to take care of little Linglong more." After hearing this, Li Chang'e was silent. Listen to what it's called. He's only just a 6-year-old kid this year. Now he's going to be asked to babysit a 10-year-old? Does that make sense? It's very unreasonable. However, Li Chang'e also knew it clearly. This is the fairy realm. The moment he awakened his cultivation talent and stepped into the path of the immortal Tao, he had completely distinguished himself from those of his age and was no longer an ordinary 5 or 6-year-old child, whether it's in this Li family's ancestral domain or not, or the entire fairy realm as well. What he was about to face was all going to be a whole new world, a world where the jungle development of the weak and the strong, where strength is honored, is shown to the fullest. Inside the city of dueling, the Wang family, which has been in the jade business for generations, is also considered a wealthy merchant, but in the end, it's just a rich businessman on one side. At the end of the day, it's still not far from the realm of the common man. In addition to having some dealings with the Li family, those so-called immortal sects, even more so, did not have half a contact. This is the case. After Wang Linglong, who was the daughter of the Wang family, had shown her strong cultivation talent, the Wang family actually didn't have much of a choice at all, and only had the option of choosing the Li family as the only path to take, choosing to let Wang Linglong follow Li Chang'e. How is it not an investment for the king's family? After all, there have been various rumors about Li Chang'e lately. Wang Million didn't hear much about it, although he wasn't sure what a 6-year-old sword immortal actually represented. He could detect the shock and surprise in the tone of those cultivators who couldn't hide their shock and surprise when mentioning that Li family's son. So, Wang Million knows it very well. Having his daughter follow Li Chang'e, who was about to leave the holding brightness spiritual domain and go to other spiritual domains to cultivate, was not a great opportunity for his daughter? And so, only then did Wang Million make up his mind and brought Wang Linglong to the Li mansion. Figure all that out. Li Chang'e couldn't help but laugh and cry. Uncle Wang, he's really ruthless, and he's really relieved about me. Isn't he worried about something happening to his precious daughter? Really? Can I refuse Uncle Wang's request? If a sidekick were to be his Li Chang'e's attendant, Li Chang'e didn't care. It was nothing more than taking the other party and traveling to that heavenly treasure spiritual domain together. But Wang Linglong is a bit different. It's the equivalent of picking up a little maid for nothing. But, after all, they were playmates from childhood. It was also considered an existence that had always been treated as a sister by Li Chang'e. Take her to that heavenly treasure spiritual domain. Not to mention Wang Millionaire. Even Li Chang'e was a bit less assured. This time, he went to the heavenly treasure spiritual domain. It must be a crisis. He was afraid that he would implicate Wang Linglong and have any accidents. This time, Li Mingdao didn't immediately pick up the reply. Instead, he stared at the young Li Chang'e for a long time. Only then did he leisurely sigh and lamented. I've already promised your Uncle Wang about this matter. Refusing is impossible to refuse. And, what can you do if you're worried? Being within this immortal realm, a child has to grow up on its own. After leaving the study, Li Changda's feelings were quite complicated. The matter of leaving the ancestral domain. He actually didn't put much stock in it originally. Even the many attendants traveling with him this time, he had not paid the slightest bit of attention to them, completely leaving it up to Li Mingdao, who was the head of the Li family, to make arrangements and preparations for him. And now, the situation is slightly different. This time, he left the ancestral domain, go forward to that heavenly treasure spiritual domain. In addition to needing to take care of himself, he now had such a small drag on Wang Linglong, which required him to spare some of his mind to take care of. It's not, little master. I left the ancestral domain to cultivate. It's not like you're taking the kids. It would have been a beautiful thing for him to be all alone and unattached. Now that's a good thing. Behind him was an extra follower who clung to him every day. Though I can't talk about how much I hate Wang Linglong, but it's always a little less convenient and cumbersome. Pity. It's done. Even if it's a little less willing, there's nothing more that can be done to change it. It was as if he was afraid that Li Mingdao would back out. Again, I am afraid that I will not be able to give up my baby girl. After deciding the matter with Mingdao Li, that Wang Million didn't even dare to return. Left Wang Linglong in Li Mansion and left in a hurry. Ugh, a helpless sigh. There wasn't much Li Changda could do. Feeling only slightly depressed in my heart, wanting to pour some liquor and drink bitterly to anesthetize himself, he was saddened to find that the house's stock of liquor had not yet been replenished, and that the liquor he had fetched back had already been consumed by him, and he was now in the position of having no liquor to drink. Vent in time. Li Changda was even more depressed in his heart. God damn it. When people are unlucky, they are really drinking cold water and stuffing their teeth. Just thinking about it. A laugh that sounded like a bell, but it came from the side all of a sudden. Brother Changda, is this sighing an unhappy look on your face because there's no more wine to drink? What do you think this is? As the words fell, a white arm, holding a small wine gourd with an open mouth, emitting the aroma of wine, raised it to Li Changda's face and gently shook it. Wow! Vaguely, the sound of hops churning came from that little wine gourd. Li Changda's eyes lit up and he turned his head to look. Only then did he realize that it was Wang Linglong who was carrying a bunch of wine gourds and was looking at him with a show-off-like expression on her face. Smiling. I don't know if I'm used to being pampered on a regular basis. The young girl's white palms were actually rubbed red by the rope that tied up the many small wine gourds. The sun is just right at this time. The young girl with two ponytails, under the sunlight, seemed to be like a goddess coming down from the sky, and her whole body was radiating light. A breeze gently brushed by. The long green dress fluttered, looked at the small wine gourd in front of him. Another look at the young girl with a sweet smile on her face. Li Changda couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Gongzi, after master called you away just now, Miss Linglong, she saw that your wine gourd was empty, so she said she would go and fill it up for you. And this coming and going of beating the wine, Miss Linglong had to carry Gongzi's wine gourd herself, not letting the old slave touch it at all. Alas, the old man couldn't argue with Miss Linglong. So, behind the young girl, the old butler, Fu, sighed and explained, suddenly being told by the old man what he had done. Wang Linglong seemed to be a bit embarrassed, and after giggling twice, she hurriedly explained, Grandpa Fu, I didn't see that Changda's brother's wine gourd was empty, and it just so happened that I had nothing to do, so I thought of going to help Changda's brother make a drink. As you know, Brother Changda, he has loved to drink since he was a child. He drinks when others drink milk, and he drinks when others eat, so if there is no alcohol here, he won't have a hard time dying? Hear this. The old housekeeper, Fu, ho laughed and said kindly, what Miss Linglong said is very true. Between the aroma of wine, Li Changda didn't say much, just a grin. Two cute little dimples emerged on the slightly baby-fat face. He took the small gourd that had just been filled with wine from the young girl's hands, tilted his head back and fiercely poured in several mouthfuls of spirit wine, letting out a sound filled with unrestrained pleasure. Painful, Li Changda suddenly realized. Bringing along such a knowledgeable little maid, seems pretty good too. Time flies. In the blink of an eye another day passed. With the various arrangements and preparations made by Li Mingdao, the news that the Li clan's male son, who had transformed from a small wine monkey into a small wine sword immortal, was about to leave the holding brightness spiritual domain and head to his territory, went viral and quickly spread throughout the entire Li clan. And so, in a split second, originally, those people who were still maintaining a wait-and-see attitude, hesitating to seize this opportunity to become the entourage of this Li family's son and leave the realm of holding brightness with him, had become a bit subdued. In time, Li Changda must have a bright future. This is something that everyone knows by heart. But they also clearly knew that even if Li Changa's strength was powerful and his cultivation talent was terrifying, he was still just a 6-year-old child whose hair hadn't even grown back yet. Age is an advantage for Li Changa. But how is it not Li Changa's disadvantage? Those people who wanted to become followers of Li Changa naturally saw Li Changa's terrifying talent and wanted to turn into Li Changa's partisans before Li Changa had fully grown up. So much for that. When Li Changa stepped into the Emperor realm one day, there must be many benefits for them as well. However, on the other hand, becoming a domain lord and ruling a spiritual domain was yet not an easy and simple thing. Not to mention a 6-year-old child, even if it were an adult instead, even if there are quite a few people around to assist. Wanting to sit well and securely in the position of domain lord was only not too easy. If they just took the risk of deciding to follow Li Changa, the crowd was a little worried that Li Changa would die prematurely and fall due to some accident before he could grow up. The wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. That kind of reasoning, the crowd still gets it. In that case, if they chose to follow Li Changa, wouldn't it be equivalent to wasting their time for nothing? If one is not careful, perhaps it is not possible to say that there is a possibility that Li Changa will be implicated and endanger himself. That kind of situation, they can really get a little bit more than they bargained for. Is it a choice to follow this talented and colorful son of the Li family? Or let this opportunity pass and wait until later? As Li Changa's departure from the Holding Brightness spiritual domain drew closer each day, the hearts of the Li family members became more and more entangled. Finally, someday, some people press on. Whatever, a 6-year-old sword immortal. That's one you won't meet in 10,000 years. As long as we don't encounter any great dangers, then in the future, we will definitely be able to step into the Emperor realm and become one of the greatest figures within this immortal region. It's not a loss to become a follower of such a supreme genius. Stud is an intelligence. From today onwards, I, Li Erniu, am willing to follow Lord Changa to the death. With the first person stepping forward to take a stand, many of the other people who were still hesitant and entangled in the crowd were also moved. Lord Changa's talent is indeed extremely terrifying, but, with such a terrifying cultivation talent, I think it must have caused many forces to be very jealous of Prince Changa, right? Especially those forces that are hostile to the Li family. Each and every one of them is only too eager to come to the Holding Brightness spirit region right now and wipe out Duke Changa, the future enemy, in the cradle, right? This time, if we follow Lord Changa to leave the Holding Brightness spirit domain, it will definitely be full of crises and it's highly likely that we'll encounter many strong enemies. A future immortal emperor is indeed worth following, but only if he can live to become an immortal emperor. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to risk following? I'd better forget it. No matter what, it's just a 6-year-old kid. I don't think he can be a good domain lord. After some thorough consideration, some people choose to give up, as opposed to going for the slightest possibility of a future. They still value their lives and want to live well, but there are those who are encouraged, gritted his teeth hard, chose to follow Li Changa. Humph, don't crow there. With a demonic cultivation talent like Prince Changa's, so what if it will make a lot of forces jealous? The Li family will definitely protect Prince Li. In other words, in a few more years, Duke Changa will surely be able to become a powerful party. When the time comes, you goons will regret it. I am also willing to follow Lord Changa. Noteworthy, the vast majority of these people who had expressed their willingness to follow Li Changa were amongst the Li family, those outer disciples with relatively ordinary cultivation talents, a small portion of what's left. After all, they were not bad in terms of cultivation talent, and were considered to be a party of heaven's pride or heaven's daughter, enough to be called geniuses of their own disciples. No exaggeration. These people stayed even in the Holding the Light spiritual domain. Future accomplishments are bound to be no worse. However, they chose to believe in Li Changa and were willing to give up all of their resources within the ancestral domain to become Li Changa's followers and go to the heavenly treasure domain with him. None other. Only because of the weight of a future immortal emperor, they still carry it well. Inside the study, Li Mingdao scrutinized a list in his hand. The multitude of people recorded on this list were clearly those followers who were willing to leave the realm of Holding Brightness with Li Changa and go to the realm of heavenly treasures. Handheld list. Li Mingdao looked very carefully. That look. It's as if they're afraid of missing any of the names. After a while, as the last name came into view, only then did he suddenly open his mouth and inquired towards a man in black in front of him. Have the identities of all the people on this list been clearly checked? Are there any people with bad intentions mixed in? Between the words, Li Mingdao's brows furrowed slightly, his expression serious. At this very moment, the feeling of his entire being could be said to be very different from when he had faced Li Changa before, with a huge change that turned the world upside down. An incredibly powerful aura. Intentionally or unintentionally, it emanated from Li Mingdao's body. It was an intimidating pressure from a superior powerhouse. Just the slightest. The black-robed man was aghast, doubly pressurized, and hurriedly lowered his head respectfully, reporting, "Lord Home Master, it's all been checked out, and all of them are people with clean identities. Many of them, even are disciples from our own family with quite outstanding natural talent. It's absolutely impossible for anyone with ill intentions towards Prince Chang'e to mix in." Only then did Li Mingdao nod in satisfaction. "So very good. It's just a matter of screening one more round. After making sure there aren't any problems, the list is almost finalized, and then we can notify these people on the list to get them ready to move out with Chang'e." The end. Li Mingdao still felt a little uneasy, so suddenly he commanded again, "Here, how dare the man in black disobey?" Answered, and hastily retired. "Wait until the man in black has left." Only then did Li Mingdao let out a long sigh as if he was relieved, but immediately after, on his face, then, a bitter smile appeared again. This kid Chang'e, the last 6 years have been spent drinking. Now that he's about to leave the ancestral domain and move forward to take up the position of domain lord in other spirit domains, it's amazing that he can't even put together a squad worthy of his trust. No, let's not talk about putting together a squad willing to leave after him. Even in this big Li mansion, there aren't even a few people he knows well. Otherwise, why would I have gone to such lengths to help him organize his staff? A gentle shake of the head. Li Mingdao was also a bit helpless. Normal. A Li family child like Li Chang'e, who had outstanding talent and was qualified to pick a spiritual domain as a territory and leave the ancestral domain to go cultivate, had to be 15 or 16 years old at least. Take for example Li Changfeng from that side lineage. He was almost a teenager when he left the ancestral domain, and generally by the time you get to that age, as a son or daughter of the Li family, even if they are poorly connected, they still have a few trustworthy and close friends who can follow them and leave together. No doubt about it. These friends who were willing to follow and leave were the foundation for their Li family children to gain a foothold in the Li family in the future. Their party in the Li family, and that's exactly why. It's only been 100 years or so. It was only then that their Li family quickly became huge and became an existence at the forefront of the 100 sacred clans. However, Li Chang'e can be good. After coming out of my mother's womb, just keep drinking. Every day you're either drunk or on your way to being drunk. Not to mention friends who aren't too far removed from him in age. Even some adults, when they saw Li Chang'e, this little wine monger, they couldn't help but feel a little scared in their hearts, afraid of being dragged into drinking by the other party. 1 to 2. Within this Li residence, there were quite a few people who knew Li Chang'e, the son of the Li family. However, there were none that could be called Li Chang'e's friends. This is the case. And where does Li Chang'e get off talking about the class? There is no way around it. Li Mingdao as a father, can only from those who expressed willingness to follow Li Chang'e in the crowd of heavy audit selection. To help Li Chang'e hard to pick 13 people, is to give Li Chang'e put together a team out. Read this. Li Mingdao took a long breath, minus the servants who do the odd jobs. These 13 followers can be considered excellent in terms of both talent and character, and there is absolutely no problem with using them as a squad for that child Chang'e. Plus, little Linglong went ahead with Afu, as well as Song Ying's secret protection. There shouldn't be any problems going forward this time. Chang'e, my father really wants to see just how far you can go. Just as Li Mingdao was busy and well prepared for Li Chang'e's upcoming departure from the ancestral domain to the heavenly treasure realm, the other side, all forces, too, are moving in droves. Tianbao Field. Li Changfeng also received relevant news. After listening to his men's report, his face turned cold as he said in a sinister tone, "Humph, has the time for that good clan brother of mine to move to come to the heavenly treasure realm been determined?" The attendant under his hand bent down and hurriedly replied, "Not yet, but news has come from the clan elder's side, saying that the clan leader is already preparing for this matter, and it is estimated that it will only be a few days from now." The last couple days? Li Changfeng put down the teacup in his hand, got up and looked at the distant mountains, and sneered. Then, counting the time, "It's almost time for me to properly prepare for the arrival of that genius clan brother of mine. Want to snatch this heavenly treasure spiritual domain from my lord's hands? I'll make Li Mingdao regret it." That's right. From start to finish, Li Changfeng even felt that the reason why Li Chang'e chose this heavenly treasure domain as his territory was not Li Chang'e's own decision, but rather, it was Li Mingdao who made the decision. After all, whatever, Li Chang'e was only a mere 6-year-old child today. It's not even Harry yet, and how could it be so much more than that? Moreover, listening to the news coming from the side of decisive Brightness City, it was said that that genius clan brother of his, before he awakened his talent for cultivation, had always been a little drunken mongrel who drank every day to get by. Even the 100 or so spiritual domains controlled by the Li family's hands, all of which are separate, and which of these spiritual domains are unique in any way, that clan brother of his is just not even aware of it at all. So, choosing the heavenly treasure spiritual domain as a cultivation territory. It must have been Li Mingdao's idea. As for that Li Mingdao's purpose, naturally, he wanted to snatch back the heavenly treasure spiritual domain, which had originally been chosen for Li Changge, with its rich spiritual energy and extremely abundant variety of heavenly materials and geomaterials. From his hands, read this. Li Changfeng's expression was even colder and more sinister. Wanting him to obediently hand over the heavenly jewel spiritual domain? It's a dream. Next to it, a female voice slightly tinged with a few moments of meanness and resentment also followed. Saint Sun Changfeng, that Li Changge's talent is indeed extremely terrifying. At only 6 years old, he has already stepped into the immortal path. If you really let him have this heavenly treasure spiritual domain and let him cultivate here for a few more years, I'm only afraid that his cultivation and strength will quickly catch up with you, Lord Saint Sun. In my opinion, how about, before he grows up, directly strangle him in the cradle. At that time, casually find an reason to dump Li Changge's death onto the body of whatever demonic beasts are in this heavenly treasure spirit domain, and the ancestral domain side won't be able to blame you too much. I think, between the words, a strong killing intent was released. The woman was no one else. It was none other than Lu Meier, whose face was swollen like a pig's head after being slapped by Li Changge earlier. After a few days of recuperation and adjustment, the injury on Lu Meier's face seemed to have healed quite a bit. However, if you look carefully, you can already see a piece of bruise on top of the tender cheeks. This is enough to see the slap that Li Changge had given her earlier, just how vicious it was. And for Li Changge, Lu Meier obviously hated it as well. That sinister, resentful look on his face. It was as if he couldn't wait to take Li Changge's life right now to give himself a good bite of bad anger. This woman, kind of a tough guy, too. Li Changfeng turned his head to look at Lu Meier and said in a cold voice, "Use you to say more? I am determined to win the position of the future head of the Li family, so how could I possibly let a 6-year-old yellow-haired child that came out halfway snatch it away?" The words fell. Li Changfeng yanked Lu Meier into his arms, not waiting for Lu Meier to react. He then probed the large, unscrupulous hand and ran it up and down. Lu Meier's breath, in an instant, caught a pair of bright fox-like eyes. It was as if it was glittering with starbursts, and the waves flowed. Lord Holy Sun, the holy land of Taishu. There were 2 white-haired old men, sitting cross-legged on top of the heavy sea of clouds, looking at the distant golden sunset that was falling diagonally into the depths of the sea of clouds, discussing and practicing Taoism. Suddenly, one of the old men seemed to have remembered something and opened his mouth to inquire. "By the way, didn't we send someone to Decisive Brightness City a few days ago to inquire about the situation regarding that Li family's son? How did it turn out? Has there been any new news coming in lately?" Hear this. The other old man was slightly silent for a moment. His brow slowly furrowed as he gently shook his head. "There's no new news coming in for now, but, counting the time, those few guest deacons, a few days ago it seems that they should have contacted the sect, but until today, there is no news coming. Learned about it." The old man who had asked earlier was slightly stunned, and a touch of ominous foreboding suddenly surfaced in his heart. Wait a minute, have those few guest deacons not been in contact with the sect during this recent period of time? It's hard to believe. They had some kind of accident? The old man who replied back also froze, and said in a somewhat unsteady tone, "It shouldn't be. This time we have sent out 2 golden immortals, as well as 3 earth immortal human immortal realm cultivators. Even if we do encounter any unexpected situations and the Li family detects our movements, those 2 golden immortal realms still have some ability to save their lives. Unless that old undead of the Li family makes a move." The words are here. The old man gently shook his head again, negating his guess saying, "That's not right either. That old undead of the Li family has been in seclusion lately, and he simply can't free up his hands. The eyes we planted within the Li family have not passed on any news that the Li family side has noticed our movements. Those few guest deacons, they should just not have found out anything useful yet. That's why they haven't been contacting the clan side." The old man who asked at the very beginning sighed softly and said in a serious tone, "It's best if this is the case. Remember to be careful and cautious, and never let the Li family side notice our movements. At least, until we get something like that, we can't let them notice our presence." The other old man nodded gently. "Well, I understand. Same time, Li family ancestral domain holding the bright spirit domain. A certain attic within the decisive city. The clear glory palace master and the man with the sword on his back stood on the top floor of the pavilion, looking down at the city below. Ryoko, the man with the sword back, seemed to lament and said, "Second palace master, within this decisive brightness city, it seems that there are quite a few people with bad intentions mixed in. When that kid moves to leave this Li clan ancestral domain, I think it will be very lively. Are you sure you don't want to pay a visit to the Li family and try to see if you can take that kid under your wing?" "No, I'm a person who is most concerned with the word fate when I do things. The last time I saw that little guy, since I didn't bond with him, there's no need to force anything, just let nature take its course. If I am destined enough with that little one, I'm sure we'll see each other again naturally in the future. The Clear Glory Palace Master gently shook her head, vetoing the sword-carrying man's proposal. A fresh breeze whisked by. White skirts fly. The woman seemed like an unearthly fairy. The man with the sword on his back couldn't help but sigh, as if he was feeling sorry for the other party. That kid is still quite interesting and really talented. It's really a bit of a pity to miss out just like that. The Clear Glory Palace Master didn't answer again, just turned his head and glanced in a certain direction. That direction was clearly where the Lee family residence was located. That little gesture. It hadn't escaped the eyes of the man carrying the sword since. However, seeing that the Clear Glory Palace Master clearly had no interest in discussing this matter with him any further, he didn't ask any more questions, and instead, his words changed and brought up another matter. And about that thing? Have any clues ever been found? If it's really not possible, why don't we pay a visit to the Lee family and ask that old man of the Lee family about it? Maybe we won't be able to get any clues. This time, the Clear Glory Palace Master instead hesitated slightly, as if he was pondering whether or not the man carrying the sword's proposal was feasible. But in the end, she still gently shook her head and vetoed. It's not necessary. I've heard that Elder Lee is in seclusion lately. Even if we go to pay a visit this time, we shouldn't be able to see him. It would be better to save some time, leave this holding the brightness spirit area, and move forward to look within the other nearby spirit areas. Perhaps there will not be any discoveries. The man with the sword sighed, just as well. And so, the two said no more. Just one last glance toward where the Lee mansion was. The silhouettes of the two men then dissipated with a breeze. Same time, inside the study of the Lee family residence, Li Mingdao, who was preparing for the matter of Li Changa's departure from the ancestral domain, seemed to feel something, and a sharp light flashed violently in his eyes as he turned his head towards the sky outside. Left? In that case, that Qinghui Palace Master is not running towards Chang'e? Phew! So very good. So very good. If not, I really don't know how to stop an immortal King Realm powerhouse. A long sigh of relief. Li Mingdao was as if he was relieved. A big stone that had always been weighing on his heart was finally let go. But immediately after, he was slightly puzzled again. Besides that second palace master of the Shifting Flower Palace, there seems to be another person? That man's scent. It's actually not much weaker than the Clear Glory Palace Master? Slightly puzzled at the same time, Li Mingdao's heart also let out a long sigh of relief. Let's not worry about what the other side is really about. While the old man of the Li family was in seclusion, as long as such two great gods left this holding brightness spiritual domain of his, it would ultimately not be considered a bad thing. Or else, so that the two powerhouses really want to do something. Even as a domain lord, Li Mingdao was still more or less unable to stop it. The spirit domain of holding the light is the ancestral domain of the Li family, and Li Mingdao is again the head of the Li family for this term. In other words, he was the domain master of this holding brightness spirit domain. What is a domain owner? To control a spiritual domain of heaven and earth is to be a domain lord. When the Clear Glory Palace Master and the man with the sword back arrived earlier, Li Mingdao's mind was focused on other things, coupled with the fact that both of them had deliberately concealed their aura. He had not detected the traces of these two. A few days ago, after hearing Li Chang'e talk about meeting the Qinghui Palace Master, Li Mingdao then paid a little attention. So, now the two of them moved to leave this holding brightness spiritual domain. Li Mingdao did notice it in the first place. Read this. He couldn't help but let out another soft sigh. If Chang'e is able to worship that Shifting Flower Palace's second palace master as a teacher, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. If something really happens to my Li family, on the basis of this master-disciple relationship, the Flower Shifting Palace may not be able to take care of it and protect Chang'e. It's just a shame. Words from the back. Li Mingdao didn't say any more. None other. Simply because just as he was lamenting, Li Chang'e, Wang Linglong, and the old housekeeper, Ah Fu, came together in his study. Father, what do you want us to come here for? Upon coming to the den, Li Chang'e wasn't going to be polite with Li Mingdao. With a strong odor of alcohol, he then sat down in a chair in the study. As for Wang Linglong and the old housekeeper Ah Fu, they still maintained the basic etiquette and bowed to Li Mingdao with a very respectful attitude and greetings. Subsequently, it was only then that the two inquired suspiciously, does the family master have something to order the old slaves? Yes, Uncle Li, what's the matter with calling us over so late? Li Mingdao gently waved his hand, signaling that Wang Linglong and Ah Fu didn't need to be that formal. Explaining, Chang'e, Linglong, Ah Fu, this time, I asked you all to come here together. In fact, was trying to tell you guys about the rest of the trip. If nothing unexpected happens, about 3 days later, you guys will move together, leave the holding brightness realm, and go to that heavenly treasure realm. In these last few days, you can prepare yourselves a little. Wang Linglong and the old housekeeper, Fu, would leave the holding brightness spiritual domain along with Li Changge and go to the heavenly treasure spiritual domain? Li Mingdao had told the three of them before. So at this time, hearing Li Mingdao's words, the three of them weren't surprised. Picking up the wine gourd and pouring a mouthful of spirit wine, Li Changge's eyes were hazy and slightly surprised. 3 days later? You're going to go forward to that heavenly treasure spirit region so soon? Father, you're quite fast. Distance him from picking his own territory. Until today, it's only been a week or so at most. Li Mingdao was able to help him arrange everything and set a time to move and leave in just a week's time. So his movements were indeed considered very fast. To know, the spiritual realm is divided from the spiritual realm by the spiritual sea. And the so-called spirit sea was actually formed by the gathering of those chaotic spiritual forces within the immortal region. And that's exactly why, within the spirit sea, countless types of terrifying demonic beasts were bred. These demonic beasts feed on spiritual energy and vary in strength. There are ordinary demonic beasts that ordinary people can deal with. There were also powerful demonic beasts with terrifying strength that could easily devour practitioners from all walks of life. So, except for the strong and mighty ones, if an ordinary person wanted to travel from one spiritual realm to another, they would need to take a means of transportation called a cross-border boat to cross the spiritual sea. Read this. Li Changge raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Mingdao. By the way, Father, the cross-border ship that we need to take to leave the ancestral domain and go to the heavenly treasure spirit domain this time has also been arranged? It's been arranged. Li Mingdao nodded. For this trip to the heavenly treasure spirit region, aside from the ordinary entourage, there will be 3 heavenly immortal realm, and 2 golden immortal realm cultivators escorting you to ensure your safety, but only just to escort you. After waiting until they reach that heavenly treasure spiritual domain, these 5 cultivators won't make any stops, but will instead take a cross-border ship and head to other spiritual domains to complete other tasks. As said before that, within the spirit sea, many demonic beasts were bred. As the cross-border ship traveled on it, it was inevitable that it would run into the harassment of some demonic beasts. So, almost every cross-border ship departed with some strong cultivators to escort the cross-border ship so that it wouldn't encounter any dangers on the way. If not, in the event of an attack by a demonic beast or something like that, what unforeseen conditions have led to the cross-border vessel, the entire ship would only be dead. For those demonic beasts that were bred in the spirit sea, the spirit sea with abundant spiritual power was a heavenly place for them to live. But for ordinary cultivators, a spirit sea filled with berserk spirit power was simply the most terrifying human purgatory. Once you fall into it, those incomparably violent spiritual energy would then surge into their bodies in an instant, tearing them to pieces. From birth to now, Li Changge had never left the holding brightness spiritual domain, nor have I ever traveled on a cross-border boat. So after hearing Li Mingdao's reply and arrangement, he just nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. Next to it, the old butler, Alfred, fell back on his thoughts. 2 golden immortals escorting? Then it is indeed unlikely that there is any danger. The various demonic beasts that normally haunt the surface of the spirit sea are at most equivalent to earth immortal and heavenly immortal realm cultivators, so 2 golden immortals would be more than enough to deal with them. Hear this. Li Changge was suddenly a bit curious. What about those powerful demonic beasts in the spirit sea? Where do they usually reside? And what realm cultivator is their strength equivalent to? Turning his head, he looked at Li Mingdao. After seeing Li Mingdao gently nodding his head, signaling himself to explain, only then did the old housekeeper, Fu, ho laugh and said to Li Changge, Your Excellency may not know that the deeper the spirit sea goes, the more violent and dense the spiritual energy becomes. Therefore, most of those powerful spirit sea demon beasts prefer to inhabit the depths of the spirit sea, and will rarely appear at the surface of the spirit sea. And those demonic beasts that inhabit the depths of the spirit sea are mostly at the level of immortal husband, immortal monarch and immortal monarch realm cultivators, with few being able to reach the level of immortal king realm cultivators. But, there are also rumors that the strength of certain spirit sea demon beasts are able to compete with quasi-emperors or even immortal emperor realm powerhouses. Extremely terrifying. A slight reprieve. Fu pondered for a moment, his face suddenly serious. In the records of the immortal domain's history, the number of times the demonic beasts in the depths of the spirit sea appeared at the surface of the sea was just a few dozen times, but without exception, any cross-border ship that encounters the infestation of demonic beasts in the depths of the spirit sea is all destroyed, and the people on board are almost never able to survive. For immortal domain cultivators, the spirit sea is like a forbidden place. Cultivators with great strength would be subject to many limitations in the spirit sea, and their strength would be greatly reduced. As for cultivators of average strength, let alone fighting those demonic beasts in the spirit sea. It was only that even resisting the raging spiritual power in that spiritual sea was extremely difficult, and if one was not careful, one's body would explode and die. In a sense, cultivators fought demonic beasts in the spirit sea. It's as if you've entered an environment with extremely harsh conditions. It's hard to play as strong as you normally should. On the contrary, looking at the various demonic beasts bred in the spirit sea, each one was like a fish in water, completely occupying the home field advantage, able to bring their own power into play to the limit. So even if it was just an immortal marquee realm demonic beast, in that spirit sea, it would require several cultivators of the same realm to join forces to be able to deal with it. And usually, demonic beasts that were able to possess a realm like this all had rather large bodies and extremely strong flesh. Even a cross-border ship that was covered with various defensive talismans and formations would be as fragile as papier-mâché in front of it, shattering apart at the slightest touch. It made perfect sense that none of the cross-border ships that occasionally encountered those demonic beasts in the depths of the Spirit Sea were able to survive. Is the Spirit Sea so dangerous? After listening to the words of the old housekeeper, Fu, Li Changa's eyes widened. If you ignore the teenager's heart. At this moment, he was rather like a 6-year-old who hadn't seen much of the world and had been bluffed by the stories told by the adults, looking rather cute. Just, what shone in those bright eyes didn't seem to be a gleam of fear or worry, but a bearish intent to fight. It was as if he realized something. Li Mingdao hurriedly straightened his face and instructed, Chang'e, when you get above that Spirit Sea, you mustn't fool around and think of beheading a few Spirit Sea demonic beasts or something. Be honest with me. You kid, there's a saying within the immortal realm that it's better to go to hell than to enter the Spirit Sea. Even a strong person like your grandfather wouldn't dare to venture down into the Spirit Sea and fight those demonic beasts in the depths. Don't fool around. It was as if they were afraid that Li Chang'e would go down to the Spirit Sea to find those demonic beasts to fight one-on-one. Li Mingdao barked several times in a row. The old housekeeper, Fu, even stated, Don't worry, family master. I will definitely keep an eye on Gongzi and not let him mess around. Li Mingdao was then slightly reassured. Eyes rolled, sweeping over the two elders. Li Chang'e hemmed and hawed and poured a mouthful of liquor. Father, Grandpa Fu, what are you thinking? I'm not a fool. How could I possibly go down to the sea to fight those demonic beasts? One more word. Li Chang'e didn't say anything. If you really want to fight those demonic beasts, and why do you have to go to sea yourself? Wouldn't it be just as well to lure them out? For the temperamental character of this precious son of his, Li Minto apparently knows quite a bit about it as well. Thinking back to a few days ago when Li Chang'e had just awakened his talent, with his feet on the sword box, standing on top of a 10,000 feet of sky, that unrivaled arrogant appearance, he couldn't help but snort. You better. Between conversations, the night was completely dark. It's almost time for a break. Li Mingdao handed over a list of names to Li Chang'e's hand, and finally said, Chang'e, the 13 people on this list are the attendants I helped you select. I've reviewed their identities and origins, and they all don't have any problems. So when you get to that heavenly treasure spiritual domain, you can properly cultivate them as the base of your squad that will control that heavenly treasure spiritual domain in the future. As for whether to trust them completely, it's up to you to decide. There will be a lot of danger on this trip, so you must be careful. Li Chang'e was silent for a moment. No talking, just raised the flask in his hand. Then another pat on the small sword case on his back. His point was simple. Whatever the danger, a wine, a sword, it is already sufficient. The days pass like white horses. 3 days, fly by in a flash. Dueling cities, at the harbor of the Spirit Sea. Rumble, with a loud vibrating sound. A huge ship that was nearly 30 meters tall and almost 100 meters long, suspended on the Spirit Sea, slowly approached the docking point at the harbor of the Spirit Sea. The ship is quite unique. The construction is completely different from those boats traveling on the water. There are no sails that can be sailed by the wind, nor were there any of the various masts that supported the hull. The top of the ship is instead like a small town situated on top of the ship, with all sorts of buildings constructed, especially in the center of the town. There was even a huge building that looked like a palace. It looked spectacular from a distance, and on the hull of the ship, it was as if it was a brush stroking a dragon and snake, with an unknown dark red material, engraved with various symbols, forming an extremely large and mysterious formation. Your Excellency, this cross-border ship is our Li family's own cross-border ship. Generally the 100 Saint clans within the immortal domain control more than one spiritual domain in their hands, and shuttling between these spiritual domains requires a cross-border ship. So each Saint clan usually owns a cross-border ship of their own. As for some second-rate forces, they don't have that ability. If they want to travel between spirit worlds, they'll need to pay and take the cross-border ships that certain holy clans use to make money. Speaking of which, I have to mention to you about the Zhou family among the 100 sacred clans. Their family is known for operating cross-border ship transportation, with no less than 100 cross-border ships. Watching the huge ship slowly dock, the old butler, Alfred, narrowed his eyes. No less than 100 cross-border ships? What a great deal. Their Zhou family must be very rich, right? Though it is not clear how precious the cross-border ship is. However, Li Changge also knew that this thing definitely cost a lot of money, and that Zhou family was surprisingly able to possess no less than 100 ships. That means that's pretty powerful. It was as if he was amused by Li Changge's reaction. Ah Fu couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ha ha ha, young master, you are indeed right. That Zhou family is not just very rich, that's simply very rich. Within the 100 sacred clans, that Zhou family may not be the strongest, or even ranked in the front ranks, but they definitely have the most money. Here, here. Li Changge's eyes glowed with gold. Alfred stopped in a huff. He kind of got it. His own son is simply a master of chaos. You told him that the demonic beasts of the spirit sea are strong. Even immortal king realm powerhouses were unwilling to go down to the sea to fight with one of them. Then this male of his family, his eyes will light up. You told him how rich the Zhou family is within the 100 sacred clans. This male of his family, still with his eyes glowing, the kid. Are you planning to step on the spirit sea demonic beasts and rob the Zhou family? Ahem. Rubbing Li Changge's little head, Alfred hurriedly refocused his eyes on the cross-border ship and introduced it. Those red runes are the ship protection spell formation, a safeguard for the cross-border ship traveling above the sea of clouds, which can withstand the impact of various demonic beasts in the spirit sea on the ship's hull. As for those buildings on the top of the ship, they are provided for the people traveling on the ship to use for rest, while the source of power for the cross-border ship is the several large formations at the bottom of the ship. This time, Li Changge's eyes didn't shine. He even started yawning with boredom. Bright eyes that had been bubbling with light a moment before. It was all muddy and confused at this point. That looks like a student listening to a math class. The old butler, Fu, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. And in the effort of some of his words, the huge cross-border ship, which had already finished docking, was like a small mountain, steadily suspended above the spirit sea. Bang! With a loud noise, a huge plank connecting the docking platform to the top of the ship was lowered. The so-called spiritual sea. In fact, it was an ocean of berserk spiritual energy, and the form that these berserk spiritual energy showed seemed like a slowly flowing liquid, and also seemed like clouds floating in the sky, giving people a sense of gentleness. So, huge ships traveled over the spirit sea. Again, it seems to be traveling on thick clouds. Wow, what a big boat. It's the first time I've seen a ship this big. Are we taking this ship to that precious spirit realm? Next to it, Wang Linglong stood next to the old housekeeper, Ah Fu, and pulled Ah Fu's hand tightly, seemingly shocked, and seemingly emotional, timidly inquired, for following Li Changge to leave the holding brightness spiritual domain. The little girl had obviously been prepared for this for a long time as well. It's hard not to be a little scared and worried though, but at this time, it did not show much panic. That's right, let's go. By the looks of it, it seems to be ready to come aboard. He looked up at the behemoth parked in front of him. Li Changge poured a mouthful of spirit wine, then put the lid back on. Hang the little wine gourd on your belt. The head one took a step towards the cross-border ship. Wait for me, brother Changge. See this. Wang Linglong hurriedly followed quickly and tugged on Li Changge's coat. Li Changge did not respond, but his pace slowed a little. Alfred didn't move in a hurry. Instead, he turned his head and arched his hand towards Li Mingdao, who was standing with his hands not far away, never saying anything, and said, "Family master, then the old slave will go with your son first." Ugh, Li Mingdao sighed and waved his hand. Go. I'll trouble you on the way. Make sure you keep an eye on that kid. Don't let him fool around. Alfred smiled softly and nodded. Then he also followed behind Li Changge and walked towards the ship. Not far from the side, 13 teenage girls who were slightly older, as well as a large group of servants, were also waiting. Li Mingdao turned his head, glanced at the crowd, and said indifferently, "You guys should follow them too." Yes, with a command from Li Mingdao, the crowd didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly followed. Those 13 slightly older teenage girls were the followers that Li Mingdao had chosen for Li Changge, and they were obviously also leaving the ancestral domain for the first time. Looking at the huge cross-border ship, one by one, shock was written all over his face, as he stepped towards the cross-border boat. Between the looks of the teenage girls, they were even more filled with excitement and thrill. They know it well. Starting today, they're moving on to a brand new future. As for what will be accomplished in the future and how far will it go, it would depend on what kind of heights that teenager, who was even a bit younger than them, could reach. The eyes gathered on the small figure at the very front, the 13 teenage girls. Exhaling deeply, quickly followed. The 5 cultivators responsible for escorting this trip, already a step ahead of the boat. At this very moment, they were only waiting for Li Changa and his group to board the ship, and then they could depart. Ugh, Changa, you must be careful. Watching those slowly disappearing figures, Li Mingdao stood for a long time with mixed feelings. Once everyone was on board, the wooden planks connecting the docking platform to the ship were then put back by the cultivator specializing in this matter. After doing this, several black shadows suddenly flew up from the ship, like geese crossing from the sky, and circled the huge vessel for a careful inspection. After determining that there are no unusual conditions, only then did those few cultivators land back on the ship. Hull check complete. No unusual conditions. The ship protection array has been checked and is functioning normally. The condition around the ship has also been checked. There are no demonic beasts infesting it, so it can travel normally. In that case, sail the boat. With a big wave of a middle-aged cultivator's hand, the huge ship docked next to the platform was suddenly like a terrifying beast that had just awakened from its sleep, finally moving again. Rumble. Between a violent vibration and shaking, the huge ship sailed out of the decisive city harbor. Standing on the top deck of the cross-border ship, looking toward the harbor that was drifting away, Li Changa and the others were surprised to find that the speed of this huge ship they were riding on seemed to be very slow, just like a giant turtle swimming slowly in the seawater. But actually, the speed of the cross-border ship is, indeed, astonishingly fast. It was only a matter of moments. The port of Decisive City, which had been close to his eyes a moment before, unexpectedly became a distant view and began to gradually become blurred. As for Li Mingdao, who stood at the harbor and looked at the big ship leaving, at this point it was even more of an ant-like little black dot. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength had already come to the void god realm, and his 5 senses had been upgraded and strengthened, and were by no means comparable to an ordinary person, Li Changa would not even be able to see clearly what that black shadow, in the end, was. Ugh, Li Mingdao couldn't help but sigh softly. Just now he was thinking of playing it cool. When it's almost time to leave, one more goodbye to his cheap old dad that he picked up. Who'd have thought? The speed of this cross-border ship was surprisingly fast. It was only a matter of moments. Just stay away from the harbor at Dueling City. Now that's a good thing. Even if he wanted to say goodbye to the middle-aged man standing at the harbor, who seemed to be extremely calm and collected on the surface, but in reality, his eyes were filled with worry. It was a little too late. Parting seems to always be like that. Quietly, caught off guard. Some people haven't had a chance to say goodbye properly. In the space of a single turn, it disappeared into the sea of people. That's just it. If you don't say goodbye properly, you don't say goodbye properly. It'll come back later anyway. There's plenty of opportunity. Take off the wine gourd at your waist. Taking a large gulp of spirit wine, Li Changa withdrew his gaze. However, just then, a voice like rolling thunder in the sky, with a few points of reluctance and worry, suddenly exploded from the distant sky, transforming into waves of sound that swept over. Son, be careful on the road. Take care of yourself. Li Changa's body stiffened. Put down the wine gourd in your hand. Li Changa violently turned his head toward the platform in the distance that had almost blurred to the point of being nearly unreadable, and a wide smile appeared on his face. He didn't respond, just gently patted the sword case in his arms. Shasta. An aura that was so severe that it emerged out of thin air. That aura wasn't all that powerful, but it is like a sharpened for decades, just sheathed the world's most powerful weapon, giving a sense of sharpness that is difficult to resist, even if it is far away from a distance. It is also extremely conspicuous. Harbor Division. Naturally, Li Mingdao also felt the aura that suddenly surfaced, so he grinned back. Good boy. The strength seems to have refined some more, worthy of being my Li Mingdao's son. A sound of emotion. The cross-border ship, which was as huge as a giant beast, finally slowly disappeared in the mist condensed by the violent spiritual energy floating on the spirit sea, no longer visible as a half-shadow. The sea of spirits churned and clouded over. Not a moment too soon. The huge ship seemed as if it had arrived on an ocean made entirely of clouds, and as far as the eye could see, there was a vast sea of clouds in all directions. The feeling was like, this cross-border ship is sailing like in the sky. My lord, as you have just seen, before each departure of a cross-border vessel, it will be carefully inspected by cultivators with a strength of at least the void god realm, to confirm that there are no problems with the vessel before it departs. And under normal circumstances, every time a cross-border ship goes out to sea and travels between the various spirit realms, there will be a strong person with a strength of at least the golden immortal realm sitting in on it. For example, this time, according to the arrangement of the Lord Family Master, our cross-border ship is escorted by 2 golden immortal realm powerhouses. But, apart from holy clans such as our Li family, those other second-rate forces can invite any golden immortal realm powerhouses to sit in on their voyages across the border. and at most there are only 2 or 3 earth immortals and heaven immortals to escort them. Looking at the vast sea of clouds in the distance, old housekeeper Afu explained to Lichanga, Golden Immortal Realm Cultivator. It was actually already considered a powerful party in the immortal domain, in the midst of certain spiritual domains where the spiritual energy was not that dense, and the output was not that rich, and the bigwigs could not look at them. A Golden Immortal Realm powerhouse was even enough to become a domain lord. Even if you look at the entire immortal region, the number of Golden Immortal Realm powerhouses was only a few tens of thousands at most. This amount seems a lot at first glance. However, if it was scattered within the 8,000 spiritual regions of the immortal domain, it would be quite rare. So, to be able to find 2 Golden Immortal Realm powerhouses to escort this cross-border is already enough to prove that the Li family is considered quite powerful in this immortal region. It's also enough to see, for this cross-country voyage, just how much does Li Minto value it. It seemed to be in response to what Alfred had said. Just as his voice had fallen, 2 old men who wore green-colored Taoist robes and looked a bit old, with 3 middle-aged men who looked slightly younger, then walked over from the distance. I am the Li family's guest secretary, Chang Shan, and I pay my respects to Mr. Li. My name is Chang Hai. I'm Chang Shan's brother. On this voyage, it will be the 2 of us, the brothers, who will escort your excellency. If your excellency has any problems or encounters any situation on the ship, you can call out to the 2 of my brothers. I, the 2 brothers, await your excellency's dispatch. Symbolically, he arched his hand towards Lichanga. The gazes of the 2 old men landed on the young Lichanga, staring at him and sizing him up carefully. Vaguely, the 2 men seemed to smell a strong odor of alcohol. Then he looked at Lichanga's eyes that were tinged with a bit of hazel drunkenness. Chang Shan and Chang Hai couldn't help but frown slightly. Is this the legendary son of the Li family? How does it feel? Instead, that previous rumor seems to be a bit more plausible. In front of me, this is just a little bit bigger than the Li family's son, is simply an uneducated, young age began to indulge in alcohol and sex of the small wine monks just as the 2 old men from Changshan Shanghai were sizing up Lichanga. Lichanga was also scrutinizing the 2 of them. No, to be precise, Lichanga was not using his eyes, sizing up the 2 old men in front of him. Instead, he was using his divine thoughts to perceive the aura of the 2 old men in front of him, a powerful person of the Golden Immortal Realm. Except for his cheap old dad that he picked up, these 2 old men were pretty much considered to be the 2 strongest existences he had ever seen. And coincidentally, it just happened to be the Golden Immortal Realm. It was just in line with the limit of Lichanga's estimation of his current strength. One time, looking at the 2 Golden Immortal Realm old men in front of him, Lichanga actually felt some hand itching for no reason, and a different light flashed in his eyes. Noticing Lichanga's vision, the old housekeeper, Fu, was startled and hurriedly reached out his hand and gently tugged on Lichanga's arm. Young master, you calm down. These 2 lords are the Golden Immortal Realm powerhouses that escorted us to that heavenly treasure spirit region this time. Fu pulled Lichanga's arm tightly, not daring to let go. On the surface, it appeared as if he was introducing Lichanga to the 2 old men in front of him, what their identities were, but in reality, he was reminding Lichanga to not be impulsive and out of his depth. To this, the 2 Golden Immortal Realm old men were clearly unaware of this, listening to the old housekeeper, Fu, break down their realm and strength. On the faces of the 2 men, a few arrogant colors even surfaced, but what they never expected was, hear that, Lichanga's reaction, however, was extremely flat. Oh, the Golden Immortal Realm. I know. Seeing a Golden Immortal Realm powerhouse, that's the reaction? Under the gaze of Chang Shan and Chang Hai that was filled with astonishment, Lichanga took off the small wine gourd on his waist and fiercely poured a large mouthful of spirit wine. Bent in time, a strong scent of wine filled the air. Lichanga now felt that his mind was slightly disorganized. None other, only because he suddenly realized, I don't know when it started, he seems to be getting belligerent, especially when hearing or encountering certain powerful beings. It was as if something in the depths of his heart had been awakened, making him want to fight and spar with the other party on the spot to see how much the other party really weighed. In that state, whether it was a powerful demonic beast in this spirit sea or a powerful cultivator, even if it was a dog passing by him, he couldn't help but go up and kick it. What's going on here? I was obviously quite salty myself before. Didn't argue with anyone about anything at all. How did it all of a sudden turn out like this? Is it any wonder that? Was it a side effect from the Supreme Sword Bone? Couldn't help but sigh softly. Lichanga was a bit distracted. For Changshan Shanghai, these 2 old men with the strength of the Golden Immortal Realm, they appeared even less disinterested. Lichanga's reaction fell into the eyes of the 2 old men, but it made them mistakenly think that the rumored son of the Li family in front of them was completely drunk and couldn't figure out what was going on in front of him. which is why his reaction was so bland. Bent in time. The two golden immortal realm elders instantly lost interest in Lichanga. It's just a little drunken monstrosity. Even if the talent was outstanding, what could it be? The great time was not used for cultivation, but instead, he got drunk, and even his eyes became hazy. Keep this up. What can this Lee family's son accomplish? It looks like Mr. Lee is a bit drunk. We'll leave you to it then. This trip to the Heavenly Treasure Spirit area will probably take 3 to 5 days. Mr. Lee, just rest well on the boat and leave the rest to us. Formally, he arched his hand towards Lichanga. Changshan Chanhai no longer lingered, and with the 3 people behind him, he turned around and left. When the figures of a few people faded into a blur, vaguely, there seemed to be a small murmur coming through. Is this the rumored son of the Lee family? I don't think so. A 6-year-old little sword immortal. The talent is indeed terrifyingly frightening, but judging by this Lord Lee's current state, by the time he turns 16, I'm only afraid that he'll still be a sword immortal, right? When the time comes, what is the use of his talent? Ugh, the heavens are unjust. Why would they give such a demonic cultivation talent to such a person? Breeze, the old housekeeper, seemed to be aware of something and suddenly raised his head, glancing towards those departing figures. His brows slightly furrowed and his expression seemed to be filled with displeasure. A slight moment of hesitation. Fu turned his head again and glanced at Lichanga next to him. After making sure that Lichanga didn't have any reaction, it was only then that he sighed softly, his demeanor returning to normal. Actually, the men murmured. Lichanga also heard it clearly. If it were usual, with his temper, he would have rushed up without hesitation, making the other party pay the corresponding price for what he had said. But, at this very moment, Lichanga was troubled by the burning battle intent that always inexplicably rose in him, pondering whether the supreme sword bone had brought about any effect on him. But he did not care about the few people's comments, much less in the mood to deal with them. This thing, it seems to be just a blip on this voyage. It didn't give Lichanga and his party any impact. After the guys left, Lichanga and his group were then led by a few attendants to a very luxuriously decorated and rather spacious room. At the center of the room, a huge round table was set up. On the table, it's a variety of spiritual fruits prepared in advance. Lichanga was, after all, the only first son of the Lee family for 3 generations. In terms of status, it is still quite honorable. So, even if there was something in their hearts that looked down on Lichanga, a little wine mongrel who had wasted his talent and indulged in drinking at such a young age, Changshan and Shanghai didn't dare to act out, at least on the surface. The two of them were still quite respectful towards Lichanga. This wide room, as well as the spirit fruits on the table, were what they had specially prepared for Lichanga so that he could use it while resting on the boat ride to the Heavenly Treasure Spirit area. Wow, what a big room, and so many spirit fruits. See the large room in front of you, especially upon seeing the various spirit fruits laid out on the table. Wang Linglong's eyes, at once, bubbled with light. That light was actually slightly similar to the light that flashed in Lichanga's eyes from time to time. Perceive this. The old butler, Fu, burst into tears a bit. There seems to be something not quite right about both of the kids he's brought up. One whose eyes light up at the sight of wine and powerful enemies. The other one's eyes light up at the sight of food. The Holding Brightness spiritual domain and the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain are separated by a great distance, about 3,000 miles. So even a cross-border ship capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day would need a full 3 days or so of effort under full power to navigate. And on the way to the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain, we will even pass through the 2 spiritual domains of Heavy Light and Green Maple, and make a slight stop there for half a day's effort to replenish the supplies on the cross-border ship. At that time, Sir and Miss might as well get off the boat and take a look at the scenery of the 2 spirit regions of Heavy Light and Green Maple. It's guaranteed to be an eye-opening experience for you. Cross-border ship sailing at full speed. The old housekeeper, Fu, stood at the edge, looking at the churning sea of spirits, with a kind of unique demonic beasts with wings on their backs and with a body shape that resembled a school of fish in the sea emerging from time to time, and said with a smile, after listening to the old man's words. Lichanga didn't say much. He just took off the wine gourd on his waist and poured a mouthful of spirit wine. However, compared to when he was in the Holding Brightness spiritual domain before, the way Lichanga drank nowadays appeared to be much gentler, taking small sips as if he was carefully savoring the taste of each sip of spirit wine, no longer like before that, every time to open the waist of the small wine gourd, as if the drunkard reincarnation, tilted his head to pour, hated a mouth directly to a whole gourd of wine, are given a clean drink, the reason why it's in the shape it's in. Naturally, there is a reason for this. For one thing, after meeting the 2 golden immortal realm cultivators escorting this cross-border ship yesterday, Li Chang'e finally noticed that his character seemed to have become a bit belligerent without him realizing it. After some contemplation, Li Chang'e suspected that he would have changed so much because he had been influenced by the Supreme Sword Bone after his awakening in a subtle manner. So, he's been controlling his drinking a little bit the last few days, wanted to test if things were really as he thought they were. Secondly, on this cross-border trip, Li Chang'e wasn't sure how much spirit wine was stored on this cross-border ship, and whether it was enough to support him to drink to the Heavenly Treasure Spirit area. So in order to be on the safe side so that there wouldn't be enough spirit wine for him to drink in the days afterwards so that he could use it to hone the Supreme Sword Bone in his body, Li Chang'e tightened his grip a little. It's funny to say, even if Li Chang'e had restrained himself in the area of drinking, however, it still didn't change the opinion of those two golden immortal realm old men, or even the many followers who had followed Li Chang'e this time to leave the realm of holding brightness and head to that Heavenly Treasure Spirit realm. Towards him, it was only a day's work. In the eyes of the onlookers, Li Chang'e became nothing more than a playboy who was addicted to alcohol and sex, who wasted his great cultivation talent for nothing, and who had no future to speak of. There were even a few attendants who had originally planned to follow Li Chang'e to the Heavenly Treasure Spirit region and bet their future, all on Li Chang'e, had begun to regret it. This Li family's son was indeed a 6-year-old sword immortal no less. But, I'm afraid I'll only be a sword immortal at best in this life. The matter of cultivation is not touched at all. Instead, he indulges in daily drunkenness. What kind of future is there in this behavior? Betting the future on someone like that would be nothing short of. It's a sin. The few followers who had come after Li Chang'e, thinking that they would be able to hug Li Chang'e's thigh in the future and be able to have a bright future, were really chagrined. It was just in the way of Li Chang'e's identity. They didn't really dare to say anything more than that. What is not known is, even if they don't open their mouths and say something, Li Chang'e still saw their minds at a glance and knew what was in their hearts. So from the time he boarded the ship until now, he hadn't made contact with those 13 followers. It's just a bunch of wallflowers who tend to favor one another. Even if the cultivation talent was much better than normal people, what was the use? What is there in such a person that is worth pulling in and cultivating? It would be better to wait until after that Heavenly Treasure Spirit area and then make other plans. If you are willing to continue to follow him, then Li Chang'e wouldn't mind giving a chance to cultivate it well. If you don't want to continue to follow him, a little winemonger who wasted his talent for nothing, then Li Chang'e was even too lazy to waste his time and energy. Speaking up, that genius clan brother of his didn't seem to have left the Heavenly Treasure Spirit region yet. Did he? If there is nothing to say in this, Li Chang'e that was dead to the world, wait until after that Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain. In addition to enlisting people, cultivating his men, and assembling a wave of people who would be loyal to him and serve him, he also had to deal with the 101 difficulties of his genius clan brother at the same time. Read this. Li Chang'e couldn't help but pick up the wine gourd again and pour a large mouthful of spirit wine. The strong smell of alcohol instantly filled the entire mouth. Li Chang'e's brows slowly furrowed. This mess in the Tianbao spirit domain. He might have some trouble trying to take it over. But okay. About how to deal with that Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain mess. He, Li Chang'e, still had a brilliant plan in his heart. Next to it, Wang Linglong obviously did not know what was in Li Chang'e's mind at this time. At this very moment, all of her attention was focused on the two major spirit realms that the old man had mentioned earlier. The little girl's eyes flashed with excitement as she tilted her head and glanced at the old housekeeper. Ah fu! And couldn't help but inquire. Heavy light spiritual domain? Green maple spiritual domain? Grandpa Ah fu, are you talking about the heavy light spiritual domain? Which is famous for that light spirit fruit, and the green maple spiritual domain, which is rumored to have the immortal domain's #1 green maple cake? Within the immortal realm, there was once a great power who repaired a book titled Immortal Domain Terroir. Above the immortal domain of 8,000 spiritual domains in the vast majority, have records, very detailed publication of the major spiritual domains in the strange landscape, special products, local customs and local cuisine and other records. Although Wang Linglong hadn't had much contact with the matter of cultivation, but when I was in the king's house before, and yet she hadn't pored over this book of immortal terroir. So, for what specialties are available in all the major spiritual domains, this girl can be very clear as a matter of fact. As for the heavy light spiritual domain and the green maple spiritual domain that he passed by on his way to that Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain, the most distinctive food was a food called light spirit fruit and green maple cake respectively. Look at the little girl's adorable look of gluttony. Ah Fu couldn't help but rub the little girl's hair and nodded. You girl, you do have a few insights. Yes, that heavy light spirit region is known for its light spirit fruit in the immortal region. The only way for this fruit to take root and bear normal fruit is under extremely abundant light, and the environment of the heavy light spiritual domain just happens to be extremely compatible with the habits of this fruit. As a result, The light spirit fruits produced by the heavy light spiritual domain are not only large and juicy, but even the spiritual energy contained within them is much denser than the light spirit fruits produced by other spiritual domains. If this fruit is brewed into spirit wine, that's even more spiritual energy and rich wine flavor. Therefore the light spirit fruit and light spirit fruit wine are the most distinctive as well as representative products of that heavy light spiritual domain. Speaking, the old housekeeper, Ah Fu, turned his head and looked towards Li Changa with a smile or not. Fruity, hear this. The teenager's eyes snapped open to the local food products. Li Changa wasn't too interested, but if we talk about spirit wine, then he has something to say. In order to awaken the supreme sword bone in his body, Li Changa needed to drink a large amount of spirit wine every day to sharpen himself and absorb spiritual energy, during the last 6 years, without a single day's interruption. And after the supreme sword bone awakened, Li Changa is even more alcohol. Like a buffalo, the only way to drink a large amount of spirit wine can be for the body of the supreme sword bone to provide enough spiritual power. In other words, those spirit wines from the Wu family wine shop. He got tired of drinking it a long time ago. If it wasn't for the fact that the unusual liquor simply couldn't compare to it in terms of both taste and spiritual intensity, Li Changa would have long ago replaced the liquor in his wine gourd with something else. This time, he moved to go to that heavenly treasure spiritual domain. Li Changa had originally planned to see if there were any other spirit wines within the other spirit domains that were not inferior in quality to the ones from the Wu clan's wine store, but had a very different flavor from them. Didn't realize, it's only the first stop, and it got him. Light spirit fruit wine, right? Fine. Grandpa Ah Fu, when are we probably going to arrive at that heavy light spiritual domain? Though desperately trying to hide it, but Li Changa's face still couldn't help but have a few more points of excitement. Ah Fu thought for a moment and replied, the heavy light spiritual domain is only about 500 miles away from the holding brightness spiritual domain. We set out yesterday, and counting the time, we should be able to arrive in almost another hour or two. Li Changa grinned. So very good. Then I'll stop restraining myself. I'll have to grab a few wine gourds of spirit wine, move out a few empty wine gourds, and hit up some more of that light spirit fruit wine for a taste. Take off the small wine gourd at your waist. Take off the lid. Li Changa threw back his head and drank bitterly. His eyes stared straight at Li Changa who was drinking heavily. Wang Linglong hesitated for a moment, but actually pulled out a bag full of dried meat and fruit snacks from her clothes, and followed Li Changa's pained demeanor and took a big bite. In an instant, the girl's face was bulging like a hamster on a food stock, stuffed with all kinds of snacks. The nest has to be eaten quickly too. When we get to that heavy light spirit domain, I'm going to fill a bag with light spirit fruits. Far away, some kind of attic, there were two old men who were slightly squinting their eyes as they watched the side of the young girl maiden. It was the two Changshan Shanghai brothers who escorted the cross-border vessel. When they saw Li Changa raise his wine gourd, take a big gulp of wine, and get drunk again, both of them couldn't help but sigh softly. I think this Li family male is hopeless. I haven't seen him practicing at all since we got on the boat. Instead, it was as if he was addicted to that spirit wine. Almost every moment he had to take that wine gourd and drink, drinking himself into a drunken state. Ugh, a waste, when it is a waste. In a hushed sigh, the two old men no longer had any half expectations for that teenager. Suddenly, Shanshan seemed to have remembered something and said, by the way, if I remember correctly, that heavenly treasure spiritual domain was previously controlled by another genius side disciple of the Li family named Li Changfeng. A genius side disciple was given control over it, right? Nowadays, that Li Changfeng, has he ever left the heavenly treasure spiritual domain? Two brothers with the same heart. There was no need for Changshan to explain anything more. Chang Hai immediately reacted and picked up. It seems that he has not yet left that heavenly treasure spirit area, and I have heard that the Li Changfeng seems to be quite reluctant about giving up the heavenly treasure spirit area. When the patriarch mentioned this matter before, a few clan elders seemed to be strongly opposed to it, wanting to make that little wine monkey change his choice and not compete with that Li Changfeng for the heavenly treasure spiritual domain. Now it seems, those clan elders have mostly failed. The words fell. On Chang Shan's face, a cold smile emerged. It's good to fail. When we arrive at that heavenly treasure spiritual domain, won't the two of us brothers be able to watch a good show? Shanghai followed with a smile and nodded. Indeed, although it was commanded and arranged by Li Ningdao, escorting Li Changa to the heavenly treasure spiritual domain. But in fact, Chanshan Shanghai, these two brothers, is only the Li family's foreign name of the secretary, not the main family line or a sideline of the line of cronies. In other words, the two of them were in the Li family and did not take sides, although they still took orders from either Li Mingdao, who was the patriarch, or the other clan elders. They neither belonged to the main family line where Li Changa was from. nor the sideline where Li Changfeng was from. So, they would quite like to be as if they were watching a play. Let's see which of the two geniuses of the Li clan, Li Changge and Li Changfeng, is stronger. Brother, should you and I set up a bet? What bet? When we arrive at the Heavenly Jewel spiritual domain, Li Changfeng will definitely try to make a move against this little wine monk. He may not hurt his life, but he will inevitably fight with him. Let's just bet. Let's bet on how many moves Li Changfeng can win against this little wine monkey. Within 3 moves, little wine monkey will be defeated. Oh, I bet within a move. Even if it wasn't clear about Li Changge's reality, it was also not quite clear what realm Li Changfeng was in nowadays. The 2 golden immortal realm powerhouses still had no expectations for Li Changge. In the meantime, Tianbao's spiritual domain. Inside a secret room, Li Changfeng was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed as he practiced. All of a sudden, the invisible air rippled like the surface of a lake. Li Changfeng seemed to feel something. The eyes snapped open. Immediately after, a flying sword that was only the size of a dagger then silently surfaced in the air in front of him. Flying sword transmission. Could it be that genius clan brother of his moving on? Li Changfeng's pupils slightly shrunk as he reached out and grabbed the small flying sword that had suddenly surfaced, injecting a spiritual energy towards it, and instantly read the content coming from above the flying sword. Fruity, just as he had suspected. The news that came from the flying sword was precisely the news that Li Changge had moved yesterday, taking a cross-border ship, leaving the Holding Brightness spiritual domain, and rushing towards the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain. Ha, finally? Clan brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A cold smile appeared on his face. Li Changfeng flung his sleeves and stepped out of the secret room. In a jiffy, several secret orders in succession, and the word got out. And at the first moment of receiving the secret order, dozens of figures that had already been waiting for a long time under Li Changfeng's arrangement, all of a sudden, one by one, rushed up into the sky, transforming into a stream of light, and hurriedly headed towards the various parts of the Heavenly Treasure Spirit domain. After making these arrangements, Li Changfeng came back to that attic where he often drank tea and looked towards the heavy sea of clouds in the very far distance of the sky, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Clan brother. Ah, this Heavenly Treasure Spirit region's domain lord position. You can hold it. The Tianbao spiritual domain was mostly dominated by mountain ranges. The dense spiritual energy, which was normally like a layer of mist, shrouded the mountains and forests. When the weather is clear, the sunlight that fell like a divine sword would pierce through the mist made of spiritual energy, separating paths of colorful, floral light between the air, reflecting the entire emerald green mountain forest and making it look dreamy. So, in the Tianbao spiritual domain, there is also a saying called colored clouds between the glass, which describes this scene in the mountains of the Tianbao spiritual domain. It is also because of such unique environmental conditions. The Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain was rich in all kinds of heavenly treasures, such as ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. The mountain can be seen everywhere. The cultivator's need on the cultivation of great benefits can also be used to refine a variety of pills of spiritual grass and fruits, is not a rare thing. It's always a good idea to look for it in the mountains. As for certain extremely precious, useful for cultivation, valuable, take out to be able to cause a bloody storm in the entire immortal domain, attracting countless cultivators to scramble for the treasures. The same can be in the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain in a few caves and blessed places to find such a great benefit to the cultivator between heaven and earth. Naturally, many demonic beasts and spirit beasts were also bred. Compared to other spiritual domains, or those violent demonic beasts in the spiritual sea, the demonic beasts and spirit beasts in the Tianbao spiritual domain are actually a little more spiritual, with a docile character and not so strong offense. Therefore, if you have a great chance, you can even take in a demonic beast or a spiritual beast that doesn't have too much strength in this Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain. According to the rumors, some people have even encountered powerful demonic beasts that are comparable to immortal marquee realm cultivators in this Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain, and if they are able to subdue them, it can be said that this is not a great opportunity for cultivators from all walks of life. This, then, is the Heavenly Treasure spiritual domain. As the name suggests, it was a spiritual world where all kinds of treasures were hidden everywhere. Weekdays, the Heavenly Jewel spiritual domain displayed a peaceful appearance, and rarely appeared any great commotion. However, this day, was different. Rumble. Somewhere among the quiet mountains, it suddenly shook violently. Immediately after, a roar filled with pain immediately followed. Roar. Knock. 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 As the roar fell, once again the earth began to tremble violently. Not far away, among the mountains and forests, it seemed as if some kind of violent fight had taken place, suddenly raising a large amount of dust, and in between the dust, a gigantic figure slowly emerged, brutally and incomparably knocking down a thick tree with an unrivaled stance, violently scurrying out from among the mountains and forests. That's a huge beast that was 5 or 6 meters tall and massive. The appearance of the giant beast was somewhat similar to that of a gorilla, and by looking at the general appearance alone, it could be said to be 8 or 9 times the same as a certain monster whose name was King Kong, just besides the huge size with horrible fangs. Behind the behemoth, however, there were 4 additional stout arms growing. While running forward, when the 6 arms took turns waving, they were able to stir up an incomparable whirlwind, smashing and sweeping away everything in front of them with ease. If there is a bystander here, definitely recognizable at a glance, this incomparably large ferocious beast was a demonic beast with at least the realm of an earth immortal, called the 6-armed demon ape. Demonic beasts are divided into realms of strength. In line with the monks in the immortal realm, there wasn't much difference. As for the spirit animals, the same is true. And spirit beasts and demonic beasts in essence, in fact, there is not much difference. Just compared to the more by virtue of instinct survival of the demonic beasts to spirit beasts to have some more spirituality, to be able to understand the human will. So, compared to demonic beasts, spirit beasts are also easier to take in. The 6-armed demon ape is a kind of demonic beast whose spiritual intelligence is not too high and has not been classified into the ranks of spirit beasts, but compared to ordinary demonic beasts, the 6-armed devil ape still had some spirituality. After bursting out of the mountains, the gigantic demonic beast then used those black eyes that were the size of a basketball with a few moments of doubt and anger to turn its head towards the dusty earth that filled the air behind it. A search. It finally caught a glimpse of a small figure that was rapidly fleeing towards the distance in a certain mountain forest. It was a silhouette. It was that guy who had just made a sudden move to sneak attack himself. The 6-armed demon ape quickly judged, almost without any thought, that the person who was fleeing towards the distance at this moment was the culprit who had just taken the initiative to attack and provoke him. And so, bang, 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 6 huge, thick arms pounded their chests frantically. It made a sound like the beating of a drum. The 6-armed demon ape let out a long whistle to the sky, and with its legs storing up strength, it jumped towards that silhouette. Dang! Knock knock! The huge body rose and fell. The earth began to tremble once more. The calm mountains and forests were even more crushed, almost at the same time. Between the various mountains and forests of the Tianbao spiritual domain, it's also a scene like this. Cultivators of unknown origins suddenly appeared, taking the initiative to strike out at the major demonic beasts inhabiting the mountains and forests, enraging them and inducing those demonic beasts to go on a rampage, sweeping through the mountains and forests and destroying them in every direction as a way of venting their anger. And after enraging a certain demonic beast, those cultivators didn't rush to escape or leave. Instead, they were like fishermen fishing for hooks, pulling and pulling those enraged demonic beasts, and immediately swept towards other demonic beasts' habitats. Then, as it is, once again, he took the initiative to attack, angering yet another demonic beast, and the demonic beasts enraged by these cultivators. Most of them had the strength of the human immortal earth immortal realm. Some of these individual existences had even reached the heavenly immortal realm. In a split second, the various parts of the Tianbao spiritual domain shook as if the sky had turned upside down. There were quite a few demonic beasts under the domination of anger, and under the deliberate guidance of those cultivators, they met with other demonic beasts in anger, and would even fight with each other. Under the ravages of those demonic beasts' huge bodies and berserk power, the mountain forest, which was originally still calm, was like an incredibly fragile glass, and was instantly broken into pieces and a mess. Rumble. The earth trembles. Violent roars resounded throughout the heavenly treasure spiritual domain. At the edge of the mountains, Attic, Li Changfeng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm, looking into the distance at the calm mountains that were suddenly agitated. A faint smile abruptly appeared on his face. Just then, a green-robed cultivator hurriedly ran over and inquired, "Lord Sacred Sun, the various immortal realm demonic beasts inhabiting the mountain have almost all been enraged. So you see, when are we going to strike at those golden immortal realm demonic beasts?" "There's no rush." Li Changfeng waved his hand and said in a cold voice, "The golden immortal realm demonic beasts are not as easy to deal with as the human immortal earth immortal realm. If they are angered too early, even we will only have trouble controlling them. Therefore, when that clan brother of mine is almost close to the heavenly treasure spirit region, then we will make a move against those golden immortal realm demonic beasts. Otherwise, the ones who will fight with those golden immortal realm demonic beasts will be us. These last 2 days, continue to strike at those human immortal earth immortal realm demonic beasts. I'm going to stir up this heavenly treasure spiritual domain. When the time comes, I'd like to see what method that genius clan brother of mine has to deal with this chaotic situation." The green-robed cultivator hurriedly arched his hand. Yes, just about to turn away. Li Changfeng, however, suddenly called out to him again. Wait! The green-robed cultivator didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned back. Are there any other orders from the Holy Prince Sama? A slight hesitation hesitated for a moment. Li Changfeng's face eventually surfaced with a touch of determination and sinister color, and his tone was serious and grave. If I remember correctly, in the depths of the iron-shattering mountain range, it seems that a demonic beast with the strength of the immortal Marquis realm, the three-headed earth dragon, is inhabiting the area, isn't it? The cultivator's face was aghast. Land of the immortals. That was already considered a top powerhouse in the immortal realm path. As for the demonic beasts that possessed the strength of the immortal Marquis realm, they were even more extremely terrifying, easily exerting an extremely powerful force that could flatten a mountain peak and cut off a river. At this time, Li Changfeng suddenly mentioned that the iron-shattering mountain range was inhabited by the immortal Marquis realm's demonic beast, the three-headed earth dragon. In the end, what is the intention? Obviously very obvious. Your Holiness, would that be too dangerous? There is nothing to say about our lives. If we die, we die, but we are just one of the thousands of ants. But you, Lord Saint's son, are expected to step into the Emperor realm. If anything happens, it's a real shame. The green-robed cultivator hesitated for a moment and tried to persuade. He was really a little scared. Currently within the Heavenly Treasure Immortal region, there were two golden immortal realm powerhouses sitting at the helm. So, human immortal earth immortal realm demonic beasts, even if it provokes more. And there's no need to worry at all about it spilling over and drawing fire. The two golden immortal realm powerhouses only needed to slightly release the terrifying aura, which could cause those demonic beasts in a frenzy of anger to instantly wake up and not dare to approach at all. As for the golden immortal realm demonic beasts, pissing them off, though, carries some risk. Yet there is no need to worry and fear too much. Two golden immortal realm cultivators were also completely capable of stopping them. Worst case scenario, it was also completely capable of buying them people enough time to board the cross-border ship and escape this heavenly treasure spirit region before the frenzied golden immortal realm demonic beasts were completely enraged. But if it was replaced with an immortal Marquis realm demonic beast, that's a little different. The two golden immortal realm cultivators, not to mention blocking that frenzied immortal Marquis realm demonic beast, would even be captured and stuffed by that immortal Marquis realm demonic beast in just a few moments. Taking the risk of angering an immortal Marquis realm demonic beast, that can be really dangerous. Humph. Li Changfeng, however, snorted coldly, unimpressed, and commanded in a cold voice, cut the useless nonsense. In the last few days, send someone forward again to investigate the location of that three-headed earth dragon. When that genius clan brother of mine arrives, the first moment he gets off the cross-border ship, he will immediately strike out at that three-headed earth dragon to enrage it. By the way, usually, this kind of immortal Marquis realm demonic beast must have some kind of extremely precious heavenly material around it. When provoked, remember to take it over. The green-robed cultivator looked bitter, but didn't dare to have a half-hearted retort. All that could be done was to nod in response and then respectfully retire. Rumble, touch, a huge boom. Soon there was also an agitation amongst the heavenly jewel spiritual domain. There were quite a few cultivators or ordinary people living in the heavenly jewel spiritual domain who noticed this sudden earth tremor and couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion and panic, unable to stop their discussion. What's going on here? Those demonic beasts in the mountains. Why are they all suddenly going berserk? What happened? Those demonic beasts wouldn't have broken out of the mountains and come to our town to destroy it, right? I don't think so. Don't be afraid. And there are still those cultivator adults around. Even if a demonic beast does rush out, those cultivator adults will subdue it. We don't need to worry. It's just that you'll have to be more careful these days when you go into the mountains to pick herbs and stuff. At the edge of the Tianbao spiritual domain mountain range, there are quite a few towns, the various ordinary people living there, or some cultivators whose realm is not high in the mortal realm, make a living by going into the mountains and picking all kinds of spiritual grasses and fruits on weekdays, simply by handing over the various spiritual herbs and fruits picked back to the Li family, which controls this spiritual area. One can exchange them for a considerable amount of payment, either in money or various resources, and these spiritual herbs and fruits that were acquired by the Li family, a part of it would be used to refine pills or transported out of the heavenly treasure spirit area and used to sell trafficking to various cultivators and other holy races as a way to gain more benefits. The other part is to be handed over to the domain master who controls this spiritual domain, allowing the domain master of this spiritual domain to dispose of it at his own discretion and use it for cultivation. In other words, the millions of ordinary people and cultivators living in the Tianbao spiritual domain would pick back countless spiritual herbs and fruits from the mountains and forests every day to supply the domain master with cultivation. This is what was said before. using the resources of a party of the spiritual realm heaven and earth to cultivate a cultivator. Before that, the domain master of the heavenly treasure spiritual domain was Li Chanfeng. The person who enjoyed the countless cultivation resources of the heavenly treasure spiritual domain was also Li Chanfeng. And now, this person turned out to be Li Chang'e. For this change between silence, those ordinary people living in the middle of the heavenly treasure spiritual domain, or the mortal realm cultivators with a low realm, naturally had no knowledge of it, and they couldn't come into contact with things at this level. All they know is, no matter what happens in this spiritual realm of heaven and earth, it's all backed up by those godly lords of the Li family. The other side, after sailing on the sea of clouds for about 2 or 3 hours, the vast distance where the sea of clouds divides the sky, something different finally surfaced. That's an extremely blazing golden glow. It was like a sun setting above a sea of clouds, the golden rays of light that were as blinding as sharp arrows, enough to pierce through the sea of clouds condensed by the atomization of berserk spiritual energy, shone in all directions, showering down the entire heaven and earth. That's Bao. Li Chang'e, who was sitting at the edge drinking wine and watching the sea of clouds, squinted his eyes and used his small, meaty hand to slightly shield himself from the blinding light. Here we are, my lord. That's the docking station of the heavy light spirit realm. The old butler, Fu, took a step forward and explained. What made Li Chang'e feel slightly strange was that Fu didn't seem to find the golden light blinding, and even if he looked straight toward it, he didn't squint or blink. Turning his head, he looked suspiciously at the old butler, Fu. Li Chang'e didn't ask anything more, but instead, he squinted his eyes again and turned his gaze towards the golden glow that suddenly appeared on the sea of clouds in the distance like a blazing sun. This is the heavy light spiritual domain? So what's with all this golden light? Fu smiled and explained. Your Excellency may not be aware that the most unique point of the heavy light spiritual domain lies in the fact that this spiritual domain heaven and earth was birthed in some kind of great Tao rule that existed at the beginning of the birth of a cloud of immortal domains. Those golden rays of light are emanating from some kind of great Tao power in the immortal domain. It's just that for thousands of years, although the domain masters of this heavy light spiritual domain have changed one after another, the power of that great Tao has always remained unchallenged, and it has been completely absorbed and refined. A gentle shake of the head. It seemed like a sigh and a regret. Alfred had a good laugh, and after listening to some of his explanations, Li Chang'e, however, narrowed his eyes again. That golden light was some kind of great Tao power of the immortal realm? No wonder it gave him a rather harsh feeling. One must know that after stepping into the void god realm and becoming a party of sword immortals, his 5 senses had been upgraded and strengthened to a level far beyond that of an ordinary person. Unusual light, even if it stings, falling into Li Chang'e's eyes still wouldn't give him any effect. However, the golden glow on the sea of clouds was vaguely giving Li Chang'e a blinding and piercing feeling, making him somewhat unable to look directly at it. So, Li Chang'e would have felt slightly strange since, however, if the source of that golden light was some sort of immortal realm heaven and earth's great Tao rule, it would be able to make sense. The so-called great Tao refers to a certain rule that is used to maintain the operation of the heaven and earth, and to construct the origin of the world. In accordance with the heaven and earth at the very beginning of the birth of the heaven and earth, countless practitioners embarked on the path of immortality to understand the great Tao. In essence, it is to understand the rules of the immortal realm of this world, and then turn it into their own use, or the process of integration of the body into the world. At least that's how Li Chang'e understood it. That is why the golden light would make people feel a bit blinding, and even a bit unable to look directly at it, is because the source of that light is close to the essence of this immortal realm's heaven and earth, and thus it has become impossible for mortals to look at it directly. The lower the realm, look at that golden glow, and the more it stung. For example, the little girl Wang Linglong who stood behind Li Chang'e and the old housekeeper Fu, as well as the 13 followers who had been selected and eventually went to the heavenly treasure spiritual domain with Li Chang'e, were already completely squinting their eyes at this point, not daring to look towards the golden light on that sea of clouds at all. As for the servant boatmen who accompanied the boat and were responsible for all kinds of miscellaneous matters on the boat, providing Li Chang'e with all kinds of convenience for his trip, they even closed their eyes completely. The golden glow on that sea of clouds. For them, it's the sun that shines the brightest when it's blazing. Even just a glance toward it, it will make them feel dizzy and have black shadows in front of their eyes. If you stare at it for a little longer than a moment, I'm afraid it's entirely possible that you'll just stomp your legs and pass out in place. Fortunately, the boatmen in this boat were obviously very experienced, and almost immediately closed their eyes at the moment the golden light appeared, so there was no one who directly fainted in place. As for Wang Linglong and those 13 followers, although it was also the first time they had seen such a magnificent sight, the golden light was just too dazzling for them, so there was no one who kept staring at it. And so, Li Chang'e became the most unique one. From the party to now, He was slightly squinting his eyes, staring straight at the golden light in the distance, hardly ever moving his eyes away for half a moment, not to mention closing his eyes for a nap. To Li Changa, that golden light. It does sting a bit, but not so harsh. It involves both that mysterious heaven and earth avenue. It's naturally excellent to be able to see more. What if the supreme sword bone in his body then reacted and resonated with that unknown heaven and earth avenue? Hold that thought. Li Changa remained unblinking, staring unceasingly at the golden light that surfaced on the distant sea of clouds. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Staring at that golden light for a bit too long, the heaven and earth in Li Changa's eyes, actually at a certain moment, suddenly changed a little. That blinding golden light, as if it had suddenly undergone some kind of transformation, actually no longer seemed so blinding. And with that change, originally in the form of light, the golden rays of light that shot in all directions towards the heavens and earth began to gradually materialize, turning from light into golden threads in the heavens and earth. The thread was extremely thin, like a hairline, yet it is also extremely long, 1,000 feet across. It was as if a supreme sword immortal had wielded a divine weapon in his hand and chopped out tens of thousands of hair-thin sword chi, wanting to split this heaven and earth into countless fragments. Buzz. Vaguely, Li Changa seemed to hear a slight sword chime. However, the source of that voice was not that golden glow in the distance, nor was it a certain sword-wielding greatsword immortal among the sea of clouds, but it came from the small black sword case on his back, one of the two sword intentions condensed within the sword box. At this moment, as if it had been called by some kind of call, actually wanted to directly rush out of the small sword box, running towards the golden light on the sea of clouds. Ghosting. Li Changa actually slowly took a step forward. Just don't wait for that step of his to fall. A loud, thunder-like cry that sounded slightly old and at the same time carried a bit of gravity and worry, then violently exploded in Li Changa's ears. Gongzi, come to your senses quickly. Just run your spiritual energy and stabilize your mind. As the loud cry fell, not waiting for Li Changa to react, the other sword intent within the small sword box even violently and softly chirped. In a split second, the agitation within the sword box immediately subsided with it. As for Li Changa himself, he also snapped out of the dreamlike state he was in just now. Look down. One could only see that at this moment, Li Changa had already taken half a step into the air and stepped on the sea of clouds at the edge of the cross-border ship, with only 1 foot left, still stepping on the edge railing of the cross-border ship. The person who opened his mouth and shouted was none other than the old housekeeper Ah Fu, who was standing behind Li Changa at this moment, firmly pulling one of Li Changa's arms and forcibly holding him down on the boat. Thanks, Grandpa Alfred. Looked at the vast sea of clouds that were close at hand and located at his feet. Then he glanced back at the old housekeeper, Ah Fu, who was tightly tugging at himself, preventing himself from continuing to step forward, jumping straight off the cross-border ship and falling into that vast sea of clouds. Li Changa broke out into a cold sweat. It took about a day to sail on the sea of clouds. For the horror of this vast sea of clouds at his feet, Li Changa also sort of knew something about it. Nothing else. If there were no accidents, if he had really stepped out just now and fell into the vast sea of clouds underneath his feet, it would certainly be a life of 9 deaths. Extremely difficult to survive. After all, this sea of clouds, itself, was condensed by the furious and incomparable spiritual energy. Under the sea of clouds, there were countless demonic beasts that were bred by violent spiritual energy and were so powerful that they made the immortal marquis immortal monarch realm powerhouses shy away from them. Although Li Changa is a supreme genius, but in the end, his realm was only at the void god realm. Even with the addition of the sword in 10 cents, his strength was already able to fight to the death with that golden immortal realm powerhouse without losing the slightest bit of ground, preserving his life, but it would be very difficult to survive in this sea of clouds at his feet. So, in a sense, the loud shout that old butler Ah Fu had just made was almost equivalent to saving Li Changa's life. Why is that? The sight he had just suddenly seen, is it all a hallucination? If someone else was staring at that golden light, would they be like him? Seeing the wisps of light eventually transforming into sword chi, cutting through the air? A frown creased his brow. Li Changa was in deep thought. Next to it, after pulling Li Changa back, the old housekeeper, Ah Fu, was obviously not clear on what was going on, but he still reminded, "My lord, it's a good thing to want to explore the great Tao, but in the matter of cultivation, the most important thing to avoid is rushing to be fast. Your son's talent is naturally nothing to speak of. At the age of 6 he can become a true sword immortal, but your son's current realm is ultimately just the void god realm, having only just stepped into the immortal path. That power of the great Tao is ultimately still a bit too ethereal and elusive for today's Gongzi. So please be more careful and refrain from trying to peek into that great Tao of the heavy light spiritual domain. It would be excellent to have an occasional gain. Scary is the fear that if Gongzi stares for a long time, instead of being able to see a way out, he will get himself into it. The old butler, Alfred, sighed softly. Apparently it was also slightly heartbreaking. Just now, thanks to his quick reaction, he pulled Li Changa in time. If not, at this time, Li Changa might have already fallen into that vast sea of clouds, not knowing which nook or cranny he had fallen into, and been surrounded by countless berserk spirit sea demonic beasts. Well, I know. I was indeed careless in the party. Li Changa gently nodded. He naturally understood the reasoning behind what Afu said. For the current him, the so-called great Tao laws within this immortal realm. In fact, it is like a high math problem in the eyes of elementary school students. Each word in the topic is carried out individually. He is able to read and understand, but if it is linked together to see, he cannot understand again. If he were to try to solve the problem, it would make him scratch his ears and scratch his head, and even if he thought his head through and fainted on the spot, he would not be able to solve the problem at all. But, Li Changa was vaguely able to sense that a certain sword intent in the sword box behind him was more or less related to the golden glow of that heavy light spiritual domain. There is a sense of the underworld. Either they come from the same source or they are inherently incompatible. Read this. Li Changa couldn't help but be slightly annoyed. With a small pout, she exasperatedly slapped the sword case behind her. Whatever the hell your connection to that golden light is, be honest with me. That induction you just had almost killed Little Master. Seems to be a response. The sword intent in the box trembled gently. Only then did Li Changa grin and take off the wine gourd on his waist, tilting his head back and fiercely pouring a large mouthful of spirit wine. The catastrophe is not over. It will be over. Turning his head, he looked at the glowering Li Changa. He also looked at Wang Linglong, who had closed her eyes and never opened them until now. The old housekeeper, Ah Fu, opened his mouth again, explaining to the two, after we get close to that golden light in a while, Prince and Miss will just close their eyes, and the spell formation on top of the ship will pull us to the docking platform within that heavy light spiritual domain, and wait until that heavy light spiritual domain inside. This dazzling golden light will dissipate in 99%, although still radiant, but will not be so blinding. Just make the entire heavy light spiritual domain simply bright as day. Just the light of day is heavy on the light of night, and there is no moon or star in sight. This is the origin of the name of the heavy light spiritual domain. Alfred's words were a bit more complicated. Li Changa listened into his ears and pondered a little for a moment before he realized it. The so-called relighting of the spiritual realm. In fact, it is a land of extreme daytime. The days and nights overlapped, with only a full sun in the sky, and no moon or stars at all. It was no wonder that the heavy light spiritual domain would abound in light spirit fruits that needed to receive light for a long period of time during their growth, absorbing spiritual energy from that light to nurture themselves, affected by the influence of that great Tao golden light. The entire heavy light spiritual domain, always daytime, light is extremely sufficient, relying on the absorption of light to grow the light spirit fruit. Growth is not good to be considered strange. Rumble, right in the middle of Li Changa's contemplation. The cross-border ship, however, suddenly trembled slightly. Turn your head and look. Only a few moments after sailing on the sea of clouds again, the cross-border ship finally came completely close to the golden glow on that sea of clouds. No, it's not just close anymore. It was as if the entire cross-border ship was being pulled by some kind of force, and it was actually sailing straight towards the center of that golden light, quickly sailing over. And so, the golden light was great, even with eyes tightly closed. The people on the cross-border ship could still feel the world in front of them. And at a certain moment in time, the world was violently brightened up by countless times, and the darkness they saw with their eyes closed was illuminated by a few points, into the depths inside the golden light. Li Changa also closed his eyes, but at some point, in front of his eyes, however, there was still a sword chi that stretched across 1,000 feet, like golden threads, instantly filling the entire heaven and earth, but only for a moment. At a slight sound of a sword chiming, it was as if the golden silk threads turned into sword chi had been frightened by something, dissipating like a tidal wave with a speed that was faster than when it appeared. Noteworthy. Li Changa could clearly sense it. This time, the one that made a soft chirping sound was no longer the sword intent that was associated with this golden light in front of him, these golden thread-like sword chi, but another sword intent that seemed to be unrelated to this piece of heaven and earth. Li Changa snapped his eyes open. See only, the boundless golden light had dissipated, appeared before his eyes. It was a huge and incomparable island that was 1,000 feet long, 1,000 feet wide, and 1,000 feet high, like a terrifying beast, suspended in midair. Heavy light spiritual domain. Here it is. Just moments before the cross-border ship sailed into the realm of heavy light, that huge overhanging island, inside a mansion that covered a huge area and was dense with spiritual energy, there was a middle-aged man dressed in black, sitting cross-legged, seemingly practicing with his eyes closed, but he seemed to have a feeling and violently opened his eyes. It's The power of the great Tao that envelopes the heavy light spiritual domain was actually in turmoil for a moment just now? The man in black frowned slowly, looking puzzled. What just happened? Within the heavy light spiritual domain, I didn't detect the slightest abnormal condition. Could it be? What outsider has suddenly come within the heavy light spiritual domain? And that's why it caused the power of the great Tao, which envelopes the entire heavy light spiritual domain, to react? Read this. The man in black didn't pause for a second. The figure instantly disappeared from the secret room in a slight flash. A few moments later, the figure of the man in black surfaced high in the sky near the docking platform of the heavy light spiritual domain's crossover ship, and when his eyes turned and saw the markings on the crossover ship that slowly sailed into the platform, the expression on his face instantly became serious and grave. That's Li family's cross-border ship? By the way, a few days ago, the Li clan side greeted me, saying that the Li clan's son, who stepped into the path of the immortal Tao at the age of 6, was recently going to go forward to that heavenly treasure spirit region to come. On the way, it will pass through my heavy light spiritual domain and temporarily stop for about half a day to resupply and repair the ship. So let me entertain it more. I didn't expect it to come quite so quickly. In that case, the person who triggered the power of the great Tao to create turbulence is on this cross-border ship of the Li family? The man in black thought for a moment, then a meaningful glance toward the crossover ship below. The figure flickered. It disappeared in an instant. For men to come. The crowd on the cross-border ship seemed to be oblivious. Only an old man with a kind face and a smile always on his face seemed to have sensed something, as if he had slowly raised his head after the black-clothed man had left and looked towards the 10,000 feet of sky above him. Grandpa Alfred, what are you looking at? Can we get off the boat now? I want to taste what this light spirit fruit that the heavy light spirit region is famous for tastes like. Beside the old man, there was a little girl with a double ponytail tied, pulling the old man's hand, timidly inquiring, "Hear this?" And then he looked down and saw this adorable look on the little girl's face. The old man immediately smiled with joy and nodded his head. The cross-border ship has already docked securely. If Miss Linglong wants to get off the ship to take a look, there is naturally no problem. The words were finished. Ah Fu turned his head again and looked at Li Changa, who had already prepared in advance and tied several empty wine gourds to his body. "Sir, could I trouble you to take Miss Linglong for a stroll? This time, when I came to this heavy light spirit domain, the family master had other orders for the old slave, requiring the old slave to go over and say hello to the domain master of that heavy light spirit domain. So I won't be accompanying you for now. Make that a 6-year-old child, taking a 10-year-old to hang out." The old man himself seemed to find the whole thing somewhat amusing. So after the words fell, he couldn't help but shake his head gently. Li Changa was unconcerned about this. Instead he looked as if he had long been accustomed to it, carrying the empty string of wine gourds and waving his hand behind him. "Grandpa Afu, you just go ahead." The old man didn't say anything more. Toward Li Changa, he slightly arched his hand. "Turn around and leave." Wang Linglong froze in place, looking at the departing old man, and then at Li Changa, who was walking towards the bottom of the boat, as if she was in a daze, with a slightly confused look, until a shout came. She just suddenly woke up. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Didn't you want to try that so-called light spirit fruit?" Turning his head toward where the voice came from, Li Changa had already stopped and turned back towards himself. "Ooh-hoo, here we go." Wang Linglong then jogged all the way and followed. "Perhaps it's because you're about to taste the delicious spirit fruit." The little girl was in a rather pleasant mood. While running towards Li Changa, he couldn't help but bounce all the way. In the meantime, the other side, the old man, Ah Fu, who had just turned around and left, but in an instant, he arrived in a mansion in the heavy light spiritual domain, and came in front of the man in black. "Greetings to Domain Lord Lu Yun. This time, we docked at this heavy light spiritual domain, so please take care of the domain master." Speaking, the eyes lingered on the man in black for a moment. The old man seemed to be confirming something. That's right, this man in black was none other than the domain master of the heavy light spirit domain, named Lu Yun. He was a solid immortal marquis realm powerhouse. Although the heavy light spiritual domain is not far from the Li family's ancestral domain, the holding brightness spiritual domain, but it is not one of the more than 100 spiritual domains controlled by the Li family, but instead is one of the 100 holy families in the hands of the Lu family controlled by the spiritual domains. So this time docked here, the old housekeeper Ah Fuk is on behalf of the Li family, over to pay a visit to the domain master in front of me. In fact, according to reason, the one who should have come to visit this domain lord and say hello to him was Li Changa, who was the only son of the third generation of the Li family. Only, Li Changa was really a bit too young, plus his fearless personality. Li Mingdao was really a bit relieved, so that's why he gave this matter to the old housekeeper, Ah Fu, and for old butler Alfred. Lu Yun obviously recognized it as well, so after the old man's words fell, He smiled politely and responded, "Old sir is really too polite. Nowadays when we look at the entire immortal region, who doesn't know that the Li family's son is a supreme genius who set foot on the immortal Tao at the age of 6? Truly speaking, to be able to facilitate Sir Li's trip to that heavenly treasure spiritual domain this time, and to allow the ship Sir Li is traveling on to dock only in the heavy light spiritual domain, is instead my honor. This is of course just a polite scene stealer. Stepping into the immortal path at the age of 6, one could indeed be called a supreme genius, but only slightly. Just let an immortal marquee realm powerhouse feel honored. That's never going to happen." The old housekeeper, Fu, was naturally aware of this, and did not place the words of the domain master in front of him in his heart, and after a few brief words of conversation, he was going to say goodbye and leave. However, just then, Lu Yun, however, suddenly thought of something and inquired, "Dare I ask, old sir?" This time, the one who escorted the Li family's son to the heavenly treasure spiritual domain. "Besides you, who else is there?" The moment the words fell, a bright light flashed in the depths of the old man's eyes, but only for a moment. Before that glow was unnoticed by the man in black before him, the old man then narrowed his eyes slightly, collecting the light in the depths of his eyes. Subsequently, he laughed softly and replied, "There aren't any more powerful characters, just the 2 golden immortal realms among my Li family's outer sex guest ministers, as well as a few earth immortals and human immortals. Heavy light spiritual domain, quiet in the chamber." Lu Yun sat cross-legged with his brows furrowed in deep thought. The only people who escorted the Li clan's son here were that old man and 2 golden immortal realms, and the fluctuations generated by that great Tao power were clearly not caused by that old man. Then, could it be those 2 golden immortal realms? No, it's unlikely. Those 2 golden immortal realms I've also secretly probed. There's nothing unique about them, and how could they possibly cause the power of the great Tao to be turbulent? And who would that be? It can't be. It's that Li family's son, isn't it? Read this. Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. Ever since assuming the position of domain master of this heavy light spiritual domain, he never left the heavy light spiritual domain again, and stayed within the heavy light spiritual domain for decades as if it were one day. Comprehending the power of the great Tao that enveloped the entire heavy light spiritual domain, and through the convenience of his identity as a domain lord, he also knew quite a few secret things about this great Tao power through the Lu family's interior, as well as this great Tao power, just how powerful it was. And that's exactly why Lu Yun was more attentive to comprehending this power of the great Tao. Unfortunately, however, just like the previous domain masters of the heavy light spiritual domain, even decades of day-to-day enlightenment and sensing, he also failed to comprehend the esoteric nature of this great Tao power, not to mention figuring out how, in the end, this great Tao power could be fully appropriated. However, Lu Yun was not without any gains. Decades down the line, he was also considered to have gouged down so insignificantly, like a hair of 9 oxen, from this power of the great Tao, and absorbed and refined it, even if it's just a hint. Yet it also caused his strength to skyrocket. From the golden immortal realm when he had just assumed the role of domain lord, he had directly broken through the bottleneck of the realm, taking that extremely important step to become an immortal marquee realm powerhouse. So, Lu Yun was well aware of how terrifying and powerful this power of the great Tao in the heavy light spiritual domain was, if it can be completely absorbed and refined. Not to mention the immortal monarch and immortal king realms further up. It was only that even the quasi-emperor realm had hopes of stepping into it. Such a terrifying and powerful force, if it was placed in a normal place, it would certainly trigger countless people to scramble for it and try to take it for themselves. This power of the great Tao of the heavy light spiritual domain, on the other hand, was different. This power is certainly powerful, but it is like the iron trumpet that hides in a hard shell, and for thousands of years, no one has ever absorbed and refined it. Initially, there were indeed quite a few immortal domain cultivators that came to the heavy light spiritual domain to participate in this power, and there were even quite a few who fought over it, wanting to occupy it. But as each day passes, no matter what kind of god, or how talented the cultivator was, after coming to this heavy light spiritual domain, they almost all gained nothing, and could not get the slightest benefit from the power of this great Tao at all. And so, heavy light spiritual domain of this avenue of power, gradually turned into a chicken ribs-like existence. People feel some of the food tasteless, discarded. All parties of the cultivators also gradually give up the big chance, will be this avenue of power absorption and refining of the fantasy. To this day, only cultivators as paranoid as Lu Yun, who remained undeterred by absorbing the power of this great Tao, would remain within this heavy light spiritual domain for decades as if it were a day. So, upon sensing that fluctuation in the power of the great Tao, Lu Yun is like a beast awakened from sleep, cannot help but facilitate the bottom of the heart. Born so some greed and excitement, the power of the great Tao, which is normally as silent as death, has suddenly produced fluctuations today, so there must be an abnormal situation that has arisen. If we can find the one who triggered the fluctuation of the power of the great Tao, tie him back and study him well. It's not possible. Then you will be able to perceive the opportunity of the great Tao, and absorb and refine this power of the great Tao in the heavy light spiritual domain completely. With such a huge power of the great Tao, even if one cannot step into that quasi-emperor realm in one step, I think it should not be difficult to step into the immortal monarch immortal king realm. Between the mumbles, a few moments of madness had surfaced on Lu Yun's face. In the meantime, the other side, after disembarking from the cross-border ship, Li Chang'e then followed the road beside the docking platform of the cross-border ship and took Wang Linglong, who was slightly taller than him, all the way to a certain town on the outskirts of the floating island. The town is called Skylight. It is the closest town to the cross-border ship docking point. Accompanying them along with them were the boatmen on the cross-border boat, as well as the Li family servants who were responsible for taking care of Li Chang'e's daily life, and who had accompanied him to that heavenly treasure spirit area this time. Beyond that, it was the three cultivators with Earth Immortal Realm and Human Immortal Realm respectively who were responsible for escorting this trip. As for the two Golden Immortal Realm cultivators, Changshan and Shanghai, it seemed that they did not follow Li Chang'e and the others off the ship because of their self-importance, but chose to stay on the cross-border ship. The boatmen and servants disembarked in order to replenish the various supplies needed on the boat, not to wander around the town as Li Chang'e and Wang Linglong had done. And so, not long after getting off the boat, the boatmen and the servants then scattered with Li Chang'e. Bent in time, of the vast group of people, only Li Chang'e and Wang Linglong were left, as well as the three cultivators who followed behind the two of them and were responsible for keeping them safe. And for them, the outsiders, the people in the town also seemed to have seen it all a long time ago, and instead of the slightest resistance, they greeted it warmly, especially at the sight of the richly dressed. After being followed by three cultivators, Li Chang'e and Wang Linglong, some of the vendors in the town were even yelling loudly. Let's take a look at the just-picked light spirit fruit. Hey, this gentleman, look at you. You should have just come to our heavy light spirit region, right? Then you mustn't try the unique spirit fruits of our heavy light spirit region? Sir, miss, would you like a bunch of sugar gourds? Li Chang'e and Wang Linglong, a 6-year-old and a 10-year-old, no matter how you look at it. After all, it's just a child's appearance, and those vendors in the town obviously look at them the same way. So, while yelling, those vendors will be like a deliberate temptation. Will be a body of golden fruit, seems to have juice in the flow, or shiny sugar gourds. To the two children in front of the waving around, Li Chang'e didn't have much of a reaction, but Wang Linglong, who was following him, was instantly like a pig in a Pokemon's cave, and her footsteps immediately became heavy with it, rather like a feeling of not being able to move her steps. There was a slight pause in his steps. Li Chang'e looked back, and the little girl who was following him was already flashing her eyes, with a look of being dazzled by this flowery world in front of her. This girl, see the little girl's craving. Li Chang'e gently shook his head with a smile on his face. A slight moment of hesitation. He then pulled Wang Linglong a few steps forward and stopped in front of a stall that yelled the loudest and specialized in selling light spirit fruits. Boss, fill me up with some light spirit fruits. Flung the empty wine gourd in his hand, Li Chang'e said with a big grin. The stall owner had already stared at Li Chang'e for a long time, and from between Li Chang'e's flashy clothes, he could see that Li Chang'e was from an extraordinary background, and must be the son of some family's holy clan. And so, after hearing Li Chang'e's words, without even thinking much, the stall owner immediately yanked out a bag folded out of some kind of slightly yellowed paper from the side, and grabbed several handfuls of light spirit fruits in succession. This gentleman, do you think these are enough? Hand over the paper bag filled with light spirit fruits. The vendor's face was filled with a pleasing smile. The customer in front of him, the head is indeed smaller, the age should not be older, but the peddler did not dare to treat him with any contempt, but instead, his attitude became more and more respectful. No way. Sensei was an outsider or a native of the heavy light spiritual domain. Young masters and daughters of worldly holy clans like Li Chang'e's young masters and daughters. Then it was destined to be beyond the reach of an ordinary man like him. Li Chang'e took the light spirit fruit handed over by the vendor and twisted his head to stuff it into the hands of Wang Linglong, who couldn't help but look joyful and had a few more smiles on her face since she heard him say that he was going to ask the vendor to load up on some light spirit fruits just now. Is this enough? The little girl burst into laughter, receiving a bag full of fruits from Li Chang Singer. And then, she reluctantly looked at the peddler's stall that was like a small mountain piled up, the body of the golden yellow, as if there was liquid flow inside, emitting a unique fruit fragrance of the spirit fruit, and then looked down at their hands that small bag of spirit fruit, finally nodded. Enough is enough. Taste what the hell is going on first. What if the fruit isn't good? The words fell. The little girl with a double ponytail then somewhat impatiently used that slightly fleshy little hand to pinch out a golden-colored fruit from the bag and stuffed it into her mouth. Pussed. Vaguely, Li Changa seemed to be hearing a sound similar to that made when a balloon filled with water slammed to the ground, and then suddenly exploded. Turn your head and look over, only to see that the little girl, as if she was drinking water, actually gulped the golden fruit that had just been given to her mouth into her stomach with a gulp. In the meantime, an extremely rich fruity fragrance, as well as a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy, also followed in the air, diffused. See this? The vendor next to him smiled and introduced. Miss Gongzi may not know, in our heavy light spiritual domain, the light spirit fruit has an alias called the golden water spirit fruit, which means that a mouthful of it is like containing a mouthful of golden water, and that's quite precious. And although the spiritual energy contained in this light spirit fruit is not considered too dense, it is greatly beneficial both to ordinary people and to cultivators. Sir and Miss might as well get some more light spirit fruits to eat while they're still in this heavy light spiritual domain, or else they won't be able to eat them when they're out of the heavy light spiritual domain. Li Changa slightly side-eyed and said doubtfully, you won't be able to eat it once you leave the heavy light spiritual domain? Listening to what you're saying, it's hard to believe that this light spirit fruit will immediately go bad as soon as it leaves this heavy light spiritual domain? All the fruits and melons in the world, more or less, have a shelf life. I see that this light spirit fruit is full of spiritual power, and it doesn't look like it will go bad in a moment. Instead, the vendor smiled and nodded. Unusual melons and fruits, put a moment and a half, but really nothing. But this light spirit fruit is different. In this heavy light spirit domain, not to mention a moment and a half, even if you put 10 days and a half a month, there will be no signs of corruption and withering. But as long as one goes out of the heavy light spiritual domain, even if it's just a mere half step away, the light spirit fruit immediately withers and corrupts as if it senses it, turning into a puddle of thick water. Even the liquor made from the light spirit fruit, as soon as you leave the realm of the renamed spirit, it stinks and turns sour. Li Changa was slightly stunned. Why is that? No wonder this heavy name spiritual domain wasn't that far from the holding brightness spiritual domain. But he had never eaten any light spirit fruit, nor had he ever tasted the so-called light spirit fruit wine, so it turned out to be such a reason. The peddler scratched his head, embarrassed. This I don't know. I'm just an ordinary person, and not a god in the sky. All right. Seeing that there was no way to ask a question from the peddler's mouth, Li Changa then touched out a jade coin from his waist that looked like jade, with a round outline and what appeared to be a flow of spiritual energy on it, and flung it to the vendor. This kind of jade coin is called spirit jade, which is a kind of currency commonly used within the immortal realm, and is minted from a kind of jade that contains spiritual power and can be directly absorbed and refined by cultivators. So, except for the intact spirit jade, broken spirit jades can also be used as currency, usually used for trading between the cultivators. Most of them are some precious magic treasures and so on. Those things can easily be dozens or even hundreds of spirit jade, so the use of natural is complete spirit jade. As for the ordinary people in the immortal domain, but some of the usual purchase of supplies for subsistence and so on, the price is not expensive, so it is also more accustomed to the use of a spiritual jade broken up, like the piece of spirit jade that Li Changa had just flung out. No exaggeration. It's enough to break it up into 1,000,000 pieces and use it for a family of 3 for a couple of months. Li Changa didn't know what the price of the light spirit fruit was, but 1 spirit jade was already completely sufficient. Before departing from the spiritual domain of holding brightness, that old man of his, he slipped him a lot. Yo, broad, thank you, your excellency, thank you, your excellency. Receiving the piece of spirit jade that Li Changa flung over, the vendor's eyes were about to look straight as he hurriedly thanked him. In his heart, he couldn't help but think highly of the young Li Changa by countless points. This male was small and young though, but it's really quite generous. Li Changa didn't care. Pulling Wang Linglong, who was hugging a bag of light spirit fruits to eat, she turned to leave. In a smooth effort, Li Changa also touched a golden-colored fruit from the bag and stuffed it into his mouth. In a split second, it was as if a water balloon had exploded. A liquid with a distinctive fruity flavor fills the entire mouth. Eat the fruit, but when it gets to your mouth, it turns into juice. No wonder Wang Linglong ate the fruit as if she was drinking water just now. Gulp down the juice in your mouth. Aha! It tastes a bit like, in a previous life a type of mango called mango was mixed with orange lemon. If you make a fruit wine, I think it would taste good, right? Li Changa was starting to look forward to it a bit. Just as Li Changa finished buying the light spirit fruit, as he pulled Wang Linglong, who was bored with the fruit, away. Not far. However, there were a few unsuspecting gazes that landed on Li Changa's body. It was a group of somewhat sinister-looking middle-aged men, dressed in hemp clothes, carrying all kinds of weapons on their backs, each with a fierce and vicious appearance, and they seemed to be quite unpleasing to be messed with. And it is true, in the town of Skylight, this gang is notoriously bad. There were a total of 5 people in the group, 2 of which were cultivators who had just stepped into the Immortal Dao, or the Void God realm, while the remaining 3 were 1 human immortal realm and 2 earth immortal realm. If one were to look at the entire immortal region, a strength like the 5 would naturally be like a small stone thrown into the sea, and would not be able to set off half a wave at all. But if it's here in Skylight Town, that would be more than enough, especially those 2 earth immortal realm cultivators. They were basically dominating the town, and no one was even a match for them. So, the thing that this group of people did the most on a regular basis was to rob homes in the vicinity of Tianguang Town, and when they saw anything good, they would make a move to snatch it and take it for themselves. Not to mention the common people of the town. Even some cultivators didn't dare to mess with these 5 people, and at this point, these 5 people then set their eyes on Li Changge and Wang Linglong. Looking at the slowly departing figures of Li Changge and Wang Linglong, one of them was a bit pressed and couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, do you see where those guys came from? That little brat seems to have quite a lot of spirit jades in his hands." "Ha!" Next to it, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face and a long knife on his back as well gently shook his head. "I don't see it. That little brat has never been seen before. He should be the son of a certain worldly saint clan who came out to see the world, right? So, what do we say? Should we do a big job and rob that yellow-haired kid? The spirit jades in his hand should be enough for us to use for a good period of time, and if we're lucky enough, maybe we won't be able to get a few good magic treasure spirit weapons from him. When the time comes, it's going to be really hairy." Between the words, a few people turned their heads and looked at the scarred man. There was clearly a look of him at the head of the table, waiting for him to make a decision, meditate for a long time. When both Li Changge and Wang Linglong's figures were about to disappear, the scarred man finally spat viciously and drew the long knife on his back. "Cam, do it, brothers, rob the motherfucker. Even if that kid is more powerful, after we finish this job, let's just leave this heavy light spiritual domain and run to another spiritual domain. Won't we still be just as free and dashing? Isn't that why we came to this heavy light spiritual domain? Eldest, you pester the earth immortal following that kid. As for the remaining 2 human immortals, just leave it to me. Old 3, Old 4, Old 5. You don't need to care about anything else. Just directly take those 2 little waifs captive. People are greedy. When great benefits are at stake, few people can remain calm enough." At this very moment, Scarab was a little less calm. With his 4 brothers, he had squatted in this heavenly light town for so long, and it was the first time he had seen someone buy a light spirit fruit and just fling out a spirit jade. That's a whole spirit jade, not to mention the district's bag of light spirit fruits. Even if it was some trashy Dharma spirit weapon, it was all able to be taken down. Grass. Where is this rich young man from? It's a real eye-opener to be so generous. Swish. The moment the scarred man rushed out with his knife, the remaining 4 men, there was no hesitation at all. On the contrary, it was as if they had been waiting for a long time, and immediately pounced out, heading straight for the figures not far ahead. Scarab's speed though, still the fastest. It's only a matter of a breath. His figure was like a ghost, and in an instant, he appeared behind the 2 human immortal realm cultivators who were following Li Changge and Wang Linglong and were responsible for protecting their safety. "Die for your master." A cold light flashed. "There's no extra bullshit." The scarred man raised his hand and slashed down hard. The strike is full force. The aura of the earth immortal realm violently erupted at this moment. The long knife that flashed with cold light, even under the enhancement of spiritual power, transformed into a silver lightning bolt that violently chopped through the body of a human immortal realm cultivator in a swift manner. In a split second. Wow! Blood spattered. That celebrity immortal realm cultivator was actually directly cleaved in half by a blade. "Don't look back. Keep going." Li Changge seemed to have expected it. Almost the instant the scarred man scurried out, he then pressed down on the little girl's head, stopping the little girl, who had heard some commotion and was trying to turn around to check out the situation, from looking back when she did. Oh, the little girl was slightly puzzled, but didn't think much of it. Honestly, he followed what Li Changge said and walked forward. The other side. "What man? I am." After one of his companions was decapitated at light speed by Scarab, the 2 remaining cultivators who were responsible for protecting Li Changge and Wang Linglong then sort of reacted, and with a loud shout, they hurriedly turned back to answer the enemy. Incidentally, the cultivator with the strength of the earth immortal realm then wanted to report Li Changge's origin and identity so that he could use the Li family's name to scare Scarman and his associates away. Unfortunately, this earth immortal realm cultivator obviously didn't know that what he was facing at this time was a group of outlaws who had long been accustomed to robbing homes and liked to kill and run away. So, The scarred man and his 4 brothers didn't even give him half a chance to speak, and in the first instance, they rushed up with all kinds of weapons and launched an attack. The Earth Immortal Realm cultivator who was responsible for protecting Li Changge and Wang Linglong, as well as the remaining human Immortal Realm cultivator, immediately battled with Scarman and his group. Strength on both sides. Clearly there is no reciprocity. The scarred man and one of his accomplices had the strength of the Earth Immortal Realm, while the 2 cultivators responsible for protecting Li Changge and Wang Linglong were 1 Earth Immortal Realm and 1 human Immortal Realm. So, it didn't even take the other accomplices of Scarman to do it. Their 2 Earth Immortal Realm cultivators had completely dragged the 2 people responsible for protecting Li Changge and Wang Linglong directly to the spot, pressing them to have no time to be distracted. And so, swish, 3 figures crossed over the 4 people who were mixed up in the battle. There was no hesitation or pause. He went straight to Li Changge and Wang Linglong in front of him. Move fast enough. It was hard enough to hit, and the fit is still good. These guys, obviously, are not doing this kind of thing for the first time. He watched the 3 figures that swept towards Li Changge and Wang Linglong, the 2 cultivators who were suppressed by the scarred man as well as his accomplices and couldn't free their hands at all, couldn't help but be horrified beyond words and hurriedly shouted out, "Be careful, my lord! Get out of the way!" Gongzi let out a gasp of surprise. It wasn't just the 2 remaining cultivators who were responsible for protecting Li Changge and Wang Linglong. There were also passers-by passing by, and various vendors. Is Zhou Nan's group crazy? How dare they make a move on the street against that rich gentleman who looks to be dressed in a very flashy outfit and looks like he has a lot to offer? Aren't they afraid that the domain lord will learn about this and take his little life? Oh, those guys are a bunch of outlaws by nature. That rich prince is rich again. He just bought a bit of light spirit fruit and threw out a complete spirit domain straight away. It's only normal that Zhou Nan's gang, seeing money in their eyes, would take a shot at that rich prince. Alas, that yellow-haired little kid doesn't look too big, at most 7 or 8 years old. But he was actually targeted by those guys from Zhou Nan. What bad luck! Bad luck, what bad luck! If you ask me, that's totally on him. When you go out, you don't show your money. Didn't his elders teach him that? Or surprise, or emotion, or mockery. Seeing the Scar Man and his group violently attacking Li Changge and his group, the passers-by had their own reactions, but without exception, although there was a lot of discussion, none of them were willing to intervene in this matter. They're just like the people who are eating it up, standing impassively by, watching the gang of ferocious outlaws in front of him, attacking 2 children, only half their age. This is the fairy realm. It's not a matter of concern. Unless there were enough benefits to drive them, no one would even be willing to elevate out and draw a sword for the sake of 2 unrelated people. This is true even for 2 children, even in the eyes of many passers-by, as if they had already seen the young Li Changge and Wang Linglong 2 people, in the back of the 3 outlaws of the siege. Unresisting blood splattered on the spot, and then on the body of the property. All the other party to the miserable scene of the plunder away. After all, just 2 young children, even if he came from a holy family, started to contact cultivation from a young age, enjoying the rich and incomparable cultivation resources provided by his family. His talent is not bad. At this age, at most, he is only at the peak of the mortal realm. Among the 3 outlaws, there were 2 void god realm cultivators and 1 human immortal realm cultivator, and under the joint attack of the 3, Li Changge and Wang Linglong had no chance of surviving, whether it was in terms of realm strength or combat experience. The 2 children who had not even stepped into the path of the immortal Tao were absolutely incomparable to the 3 fierce and ferocious people who had mixed with the immortal realm and licked blood from the tip of the sword. Read this. The many passers-by who were watching, instead of feeling pity because of this, they felt slightly excited, somewhat looking forward to seeing the scene of a son or daughter of a worldly holy clan like Li Changge and Wang Linglong dying horizontally in front of their eyes. However, just then, a slight sigh, but it came out of nowhere. Following, it was too late. I don't see anyone doing anything. A stern and incomparable air-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Whoosh! Including the 3 outlaws who swept towards Li Changge and Wang Linglong, as well as the many onlookers, before they could react to what exactly happened. They abruptly saw a sword chi coalesced from some kind of golden liquid suddenly emerge. It seemed to be a splashy ripple fluctuating between. That sword chi was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. In the flash of a brief moment, it flashed several times in the air in succession with lightning speed, drawing out a splendid golden trajectory. Wherever the trajectory passes, it's where the 3 outlaws were. Lao San, you guys be careful. Of all the people present, the only one who reacted to what was really going on, it was the scarred man who was tangling with the earth immortal cultivator who was protecting Li Changge, so he hurriedly shouted out in an attempt to warn his companion to be careful. But alas, he seemed a little slow to warn. Or maybe, It was that golden sword chi that was just too fast. So fast that the scarred man did not have time to open his mouth to remind him. So fast that the three companions of the scarred man who swept towards Li Changge and Wang Linglong did not have time to make any reaction at all. And that golden sword chi, already as if it had broken through a bamboo tube, chopped through them without any mercy. Ahem. Almost at the instant the golden sword chi crossed, the body of the three people who swept forward froze and stopped in place. Then one by one, as if their throats were pinched by invisible hands, they let out soft grunts filled with pain, while the three of them slowly turned their heads, and with gazes filled with disbelief, they looked towards that golden sword chi. What's going on? That golden sword chi, where did it come from? His own body, and why was it suddenly out of control? Poof! The three were in a quandary. The heavens and earth in front of them then went completely dark. Two Void God Realm cultivators and one human immortal realm cultivator didn't even have a chance to react before they were chopped into two by that golden sword chi and fell between a pool of blood. Until then, the sword chi that had suddenly surfaced dissipated. A puddle of golden juice clattered to the ground. Vaguely, there seemed to be a faint spiritual energy that escaped from that golden juice. The many onlookers passers-by who were still watching the show a moment before. At this moment, their eyes widened violently, their sights turning, using their eyes to look back and forth on the puddle of golden juice on the ground, as well as the three corpses that had fallen in a pool of blood not too far away for quite a while before they all drew in a mouthful of cold air. Hiss! What the hell just happened? That golden sword chi, where did it come from? How is it that I just blinked my eyes and two Void God Realm and one human immortal realm cultivators died just like that? The person who struck out. Is it hard to believe that he's some kind of golden immortal realm powerhouse? I don't know. I didn't really see what was going on. Like a frying pan, the crowd of onlookers, shocked, were filled with doubt. That was two Void God Realm and one human immortal realm cultivators. If one wanted to wipe out the three people in an instant with such a terrifying means, one would have to be at least a golden immortal realm powerhouse to do so, right? And for them, ordinary cultivators, a golden immortal realm powerhouse was already considered an extremely rare existence. In the midst of a flurry of chatter, only a little girl with a double ponytail, as if she had sensed something, turned her head towards the little boy beside her and pouted a little unhappily. It's not clear what exactly just happened though, but she had clearly seen that Li Changge had just grabbed a handful of light spirit fruit and then stuffed it inside his mouth, and then finally spat out a large mouthful of golden juice, condensing it into a sword intent. That would be a waste. Ugh, I'll just buy you another one. It seemed to have sensed Wang Linglong's gaze. Li Changge cried and laughed as he sighed, somewhat helpless. The little girl's pouting little mouth, which then turned back into a sweet smile, nodded heavily. Good. That's right. That golden juice turned into sword intent just now. It was Li Changge who coalesced it with his hands. In fact, almost as soon as the scarred man, Zhou Nan, and his companions suddenly killed out of the shawarma, Li Changge was aware of it and was ready to strike at any time. It was just that what made Li Changge slightly surprised was that Zhou Nan and the other Earth Immortal Realm cultivator didn't directly strike out at him and Wang Linglong. Instead, they first set their sights on the three cultivators who were responsible for protecting him. And that's exactly why. It was only when Zhou Nan drew his sword to kill that celebrity Immortal Realm cultivator that Li Changge was too late to strike and save that celebrity Immortal Realm cultivator when Zhou Nan's slash came down. Actually, even if Li Changge did come out in time, that celebrity Immortal Realm cultivator, the odds were that it would be hard to escape death in the end. None other. Simply because at the moment the scarred man struck out, it was able to clearly and incomparably see that this was definitely someone who had experienced countless killings and was extremely experienced. So even if the first blow was blocked, he was also bound to have a backhand, launching a second strike or even a third strike at that celebrity Immortal Realm once again to kill that celebrity Immortal Realm cultivator as fast as possible. The Supreme Sword Bone was indeed heaven-defying. Li Changge's current cultivation and sword intent were really not weak either. In the end, he was only a Void God Realm Sword Immortal who had just set foot on the immortal path, while the scarred man was an actual Earth Immortal Realm cultivator. Without using the crushing sword intent, Li Changge was more than capable of defending himself when he fought with him. But if you wanted to save someone from the other side, it would be slightly out of your reach. The reason why he thought of using the juice of the light spirit fruit to condense a sword chi to kill those three scarred male accomplices who were attacking towards him and Wang Linglong was only because Li Changge wanted to prove a certain conjecture in his heart. A few days ago, when Li Changge was comprehending sword intent and the sword Dao realm was able to make a breakthrough, reaching the immortal Daoi realm, making him a sword immortal in the true sense of the word, he once said, everything in heaven and earth can be a sword. And after, Li Changge then sensed the first sword intent. So, just now, when he stepped out to deal with the three accomplices of the scarred man, only then did Li Changge have the sudden thought of using the golden juice of the light spirit fruit to condense his sword chi. to see if today's him was truly able to achieve that everything in heaven and earth could be made into a sword. The results did not disappoint him. Without utilizing the crushing sword intent, just a slight movement of the mind, Li Changa was then able to manage to turn everything in his hands into a sword in his hands. It's worthy of being the supreme sword bone. It's really scary as hell. So much for that. Going out in the future. Wouldn't it be that picking flowers and flying leaves can all be turned into sword chi and used to meet the enemy? The mood is great. Li Changda took off the wine gourd on his waist and tilted his head back to pour a huge mouthful. In the meantime, the other side. After 3 of his companions were decapitated by the sword chi that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, the scarred man, Zhou Nan, and the remaining earthy mortal realm companion were instantly like birds of prey, and after knocking back the 2 cultivators responsible for protecting Li Changda, their bodies flickered and they hastily retreated a large distance backward. Immediately after, the 2 of them then furrowed their brows, their faces full of vigilance, as if they were worried and afraid of something, and their gazes swiveled for a while, searching among the many passers-by who had gathered to watch. Same with the shocked passers-by. The 2 of them also thought that a golden immortal realm powerhouse had suddenly struck out, condensed sword chi, and killed their 3 companions, with a single sword strike. Only, looking halfway through the crowd, they weren't able to find any golden immortal realm powerhouses either. There is no way around it. The scarred man, Zhou Nan, could only sigh heavily and took a step forward, clasping his fists and arching his hands. I also ask for the forgiveness of the senior who struck out just now. We have eyes that do not recognize Mtitai, and have bad thoughts about your son. I'm really sorry. Today's matter, there are many offenses. I still request that senior and your son spare our brothers' lives. In this short effort, the 2 cultivators who had been besieged by Zhou Nan and another earthy mortal realm were finally able to catch their breath as well, and rejoined Li Changga and Wang Linglong a short distance away from each other. It's Elder Chang who has come to save us. Elder Chang, these 2 guys just killed our companions. We mustn't just let them go. Right, kill them and make them pay in blood. The 2 cultivators didn't figure out what was going on, and thought that the 2 golden immortal realms that had come to this realm of heavy light with them and were resting on the cross-border ship had sensed the commotion over here and had come over to help. And so, the duo who had just been surrounded by Zhou Nan and another earthy mortal realm, and had fought with screams of pain and danger, could not help but shout loudly at this moment. And over the yelling of the 2 men, Zhou Nan and the remaining 1 of his companions, while remaining vigilant and keeping a constant eye on the movements around them, slowly retreated backward in an attempt to leave this place. Though they were outlaws, they were not stupid. The person who had just killed their 3 companions, if he was really a golden immortal realm powerhouse, if they didn't leave, it would be hard for them to escape death. If you don't back off now, when will you? What? You mean avenge your companion? What a joke. They themselves are now muddy and unable to protect themselves. So what are they going to do to take revenge? Being able to save one's own life, not to die under that sword chi just now. It would be hard enough for them. The scarred man's brows were furrowed and his face was grave. A heart seemed as if it was hanging in mid-air, fearing that the golden immortal realm powerhouse who had just made a move would make another move against the 2 of them. However, what he and the many passers-by never expected was, that so-called golden immortal realm powerhouse did not come forward. Instead, not far ahead, the little boy who had been pulling that little girl with the double ponytail, who looked to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, suddenly turned his head back. Stop! A slightly childish bellowing voice rang out. Zhou Nan and his companion's footsteps were so frightened that they gave a start. Moving his line of sight to the young boy, Zhou Nan stiffly arched his hand and asked, "This young gentleman, what else do you have to teach me?" "It's not much instruction. It's just," Li Changga tilted his head and poured another mouthful of spirit wine, his eyes hazy as he slowly said, "If I remember correctly, it seems that you just killed one of my companions, right? Now that you're offended by one sentence, isn't it a bit too easy to be like leaving here?" Between the words, in Li Changga's tone, there were already a few more hints of threat. Go back in time a few moments. Almost at the instant Li Changga struck, in the distant heavens and earth of the heavy light spiritual domain, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared, only to see that the golden light that had originally enveloped the entire heavy light spiritual domain, at a certain moment, as if it had been stimulated by something, suddenly flickered violently. Somewhere in the mansion, the black-clothed man who was cultivating in seclusion immediately sensed something and violently opened his eyes. It's that power of the great Tao. It's producing fluctuations again? What the hell is going on? Why is that power of the great Tao, which hasn't moved much for thousands of years, suddenly so abnormal? It feels like, suddenly awakened. Can it be that it's really because of that Li family's son? A frown creased his brow. The man in black was slightly silent for a moment. Then with a flash of his body, the entire person transformed into a phantom and instantly disappeared from the secret room. Skylight. Same time, Li Chang'e, who was planning to threaten that scarred man and make him pay some small price to give some compensation for what he had done, also felt something in his heart and violently raised his head, looking towards the 10,000 feet above. Look no further, only to see that originally also cloudless, a clear sky, actually do not know when, suddenly emerged a group of golden clouds, shrouded the entire sky. Most importantly, as time passed by minute, those golden clouds, instead of having a tendency to dissipate, were gradually increasing, and each of the golden clouds, as if it was condensing an extremely terrifying power, with that golden cloud slowly accumulating pressure in the sky, it actually brought an extremely huge pressure to people for no reason at all. The feeling was like, the golden cloud is about to fall. That terrifying power wanted to crush this heaven and earth as if it was going to collapse. The light of day breaks. Soon, the crowd in the heavy light spiritual domain also discovered the anomaly. Everyone looked up, and when they got a clear look at the golden clouds in the sky and felt the terrifying power contained therein, they couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air and couldn't stop talking. Hiss. What is this? These golden clouds, where did they come from? I don't know. I've been living and practicing in the heavy light spiritual domain for several decades now, and it's the first time I've seen these golden clouds. And, why do I always feel as if the power fluctuations emanating from these golden clouds are somewhat familiar? It's the power of the great Tao that envelopes the heavy light spiritual domain. I don't know what for. The power of the great Tao has loosened. Boom! So said one of the many murmurs. So all of a sudden, the crowd was as if it had exploded, and the people who were originally talking about it couldn't help but get emotional. The power of the great Tao that enveloped the heavy light spiritual domain loosened. Doesn't that also mean that, as long as they continue to cultivate intensely within this heavy light spiritual domain, even if they are unable to absorb and refine too much of the power of the great Tao, they will certainly be able to obtain many benefits? After all, that's the power of the great Tao. It is a law that maintains the functioning of this immortal realm's heaven and earth. Not to mention, but wherever in the chance, absorb and refine a part of it, their own cultivation realm, that is bound to be able to enhance. Many cultivators among them. The reason why they are willing to stay in this spiritual power is not really how rich heavy light spiritual domain cultivation figure is not this avenue of opportunity. Here it comes, finally. Old me is not polite. As the saying goes, first come, first served. This great Tao opportunity, old me will be one step ahead of all of you to try and obtain it. You old deng reacted quite quickly. Stop right there. Let go of that great Tao opportunity that belongs to Lao Zi. It was only a matter of moments. The crowd that was originally still watching, one by one, then scrambled to be the first, as if they were afraid that their chance of the great Tao would be snatched away by someone else, rushing up 10,000 feet into the sky, heading straight for the golden clouds. Some people even go so far as to fight over it, just to be able to be the first to snatch that opportunity of the great Tao. All over the heavy light spiritual domain, there was chaos. However, right in the middle of all this chaos, Li Chang'e, however, frowned tightly and always stood in place, looking up at the 10,000 feet in the sky without moving half a step, just as he had done earlier when he first came to this heavy light spiritual domain. At this very moment, Li Chang'e vaguely sensed something in his heart and felt that this power of the great Tao, which had suddenly turned into a sea of golden clouds and floated above the sky, was most likely heading towards him. As for the reasons, it was thought that it was most likely because he had condensed a sword chi with that extremely pure heaven and earth sword intent when he struck out to kill those three outlaws. It was also because of that sword chi. This was what drew the power of the great Tao in this heavy light spiritual domain to sense something. So that means, that sword intent he had comprehended was actually, in essence, the same level of existence as some kind of great Tao rule of this immortal domain? It's very likely that it's one of the great Tao of heaven and earth in this immortal realm? Read this. Even Li Chang'e himself couldn't help but be slightly shocked. It's worthy of being the supreme sword bone. It is indeed quite anticlimactic. Just a mere sword intent could actually be compared to this immortal realm grand Tao. What if? To what extent would it be possible to absorb and refine the power of the great Tao of this heavy light spiritual domain? The thoughts moved slightly. Li Chang'e took a step. Swish. He, who had been in the same place a moment before, had actually come to that distant sky in an instant, going between the sea of golden clouds made by the power of the great Tao, blocking the front of the frantic crowd. Where's the kid from? Get out of here. Don't delay the Grand Master from obtaining the opportunity of the great Tao, or else. Suddenly, he was blocked by Li Chang'e. Some adults couldn't help but open their mouths and scream. Just don't wait for him to finish his sentence. The sky changes color. Buzz. The black sword box chirped softly. A pure to the core heaven and earth sword intent emerged. Then without seeing any movement from Li Chang'e, the shouting and cursing big man was chopped into a bloody mist. In the meantime, The golden clouds transformed by the power of the great Tao were also sensed, as if they were summoned by some kind of summons. They even fiercely converged towards Li Changa, and with an extremely terrifying speed, they surged into Li Changa's body. Out of this, originally, Li Changa, who was only at the void god realm, the realm began to soar rapidly. Human immortal realm, earth immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm, golden immortal realm, immortal marquis realm, immortal monarch realm, immortal king realm, quasi-emperor realm. For a few short moments, Li Changa unexpectedly then broke through 8 realms in a row, reaching the terrifying realm of peak quasi-emperor. Eventually, as the last of the golden clouds dissipated, the aura on Li Changa's body changed again with it, surging several times. Immortal Emperor Realm. A short moment of work, Li Changa had already stepped into the Immortal Emperor Realm. So this is the power of the great Tao of the sword. No wonder it sensed my heaven and earth sword intent. Is this the Immortal Emperor Realm? It's as if the entire 8,000 spirit domains in the Immortal Realm heaven and earth are all under my control. So the ones who want to turn against me are you people. Cold laughter. Li Chang's singer held heaven and earth and transformed them into sword intent. Just a light sweep through the air like that. In a split second. A few spirit domains tens of thousands of miles away were actually directly chopped into pieces. Some holy place. It was also instantly reduced to pieces and ashes. Since then, Li Changa was invincible in the immortal realm and was called the Wine Sword Immortal Emperor. This book is finished.